This episode of Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cometeer. Cometeer is the first coffee you melt to make. It's delicious, quality coffee that's ready in seconds. Cometeer's freshly brewed coffee arrives flash frozen inside the world's first 100% curbside recyclable capsule. It's super simple to melt your way hot or iced coffees, lattes, and so much more. No machines or expensive equipment needed. It's simply incredible, fuss-free, mess-free coffee. You guys know I like to drink coffee pretty much every episode of Sacred Symbols, and unfortunately over the years I've become a bit of a coffee snob. It's honestly a bit of a curse. So I was shocked when I first tried Cometeer, and it met my maybe unreasonably high standards of coffee. Honestly, the Cometeer coffee is just as good as the pour-over I'm making. Cometeer brings you the best coffee on the planet. It's incredible. But don't just take my word for it. Experience it for yourself and try the coffee you melt to make, brewed exclusively in partnership with award-winning roasters. And we've got a special deal for you. Save $20 off your first order when you sign up at cometeer.com/sacred. That's COMETEER.com/sacred. And we thank Cometeer for sponsoring the podcast.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 191. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined by my family again. Chris, you're back. Chris Raygun, how are you?
I'm good. I don't know what the hell happened last time.
Yeah.
Baffling. Nothing. It was like one of those moments where nothing went right for no good reason. But glad that all the issues seem to have resolved themselves, even though I've changed nothing.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Yeah, you're back in New York
after
a time in California. How was your voyage?
It was good. Very productive. Very fun. I got to see some people I haven't seen in a while.
Good.
And it was just a very good. It was a nice little trip, and I'm also happy to just be back with my stuff so that I can make things again.
Totally. I feel the same way. I was actually talking about this with my sister. My mom and I went to the Jefferson Hotel, which is like one of the nicest hotels in Richmond, for tea last weekend. It was awesome. And so I wore a shirt and tie, and we were there or whatever. And we, by the way, just as a quick distraction, there are all these different paintings all around there. And my sisters were making fun of me because we were sitting next to a painting of John Tyler, who's an obscure president from Virginia. And I was like, oh, that's John Tyler. And they were like, oh, why do you know that? And I realized that I have this, I don't know anything that's useful. I guess I'm getting sidetracked, but I just wanted to point that out. I'm realizing the more I get older, it's like I do this consulting work with some of this Israeli company, and they ask me about video games. They talk to me about video games, like we talk about them on the show, and that's like very valuable to them because they need all this different knowledge. And then I'm sitting there like looking at this John Tyler portrait, and I'm like, I don't know fucking anything that is actually useful, like a math equation. Or
It's just a bunch of useless trivia, that if you were on Cash Cab, maybe you'd get lucky and win some money, but aside from that, there's like pretty much no use. It's like, oh, how fat was Taft exactly?
Yeah, how did he really get stuck in a bathtub?
Yeah,
who knows?
It's like, okay, cool.
I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. Let's get Dustin involved before I go any further. Dustin Furman, executive producer, Last Stand Media. Welcome. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling excited, of course, for the video games ahead that we'll talk about. And it's been a productive week here at Last Stand. We've been talking about our merch store. And I know that there's a lot of people reaching out, like, when's this merch store going to open? As with all things Last Stand, we are learning as we go how to do things. We've never opened up our own merch store, and so we've hit some setbacks, but recently we've hit strides. So right. It is all being worked on, and we'll have updates for that soon. But I feel accomplished because we got some good stuff that I've been waiting to get done this week. So that's a good feeling.
Very good. What was I saying when I was talking about my sister? What was I spinning off of there? I feel like I need to close the loop, but I don't even remember what it was anymore. I guess it couldn't have been that.
You were getting tea, right? Doing a little
yeah, but
tea
I said that for a
ceremony thing?
reason. Chris had said something.
I said that I was happy to be back in a place where I could make things again.
Yes. I knew I was talking about something before I got all spun off on John Tyler. Was that I was explaining to her because she's always out and about. She always likes doing things. And I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere. I like just being in my space. Why do I want to go somewhere where I don't have any of my things and I don't have the conveniences of home or whatever? It's like, that's enough of that. So anyway, that's all I was saying. Fun tea time though. You know, Queen Elizabeth II was ill when we were there, so we drank to her, of course, but she's better now. All right. Well, this is a PlayStation podcast, and we welcome you. Goes up each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia, just like about 13,000 of you right now do. We really appreciate you, your love, your kindness, and your support. Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're on anniversary billing now, right? It looks like so we're in the beta for that on Patreon, as far as I understand, which means that you will now join and get, it'll work like Netflix or something like that, where it will bill you that same time instead of at the end of the month. And so I think that people are really excited about that. Because it makes things a little more open. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but they always put us in these various betas. And I feel like I was watching the numbers recently and I'm like, I think this is active now because the numbers are falling and then rising and falling and rising every day, which is the way it should be based on attrition, as opposed to the numbers falling at the end of the month and then slowly climbing back to that point. So
right. And a big key to just point out about the anniversary billing, that it's for all people that have signed up after they activated it,
right?
Which was in the last 2 months, I think.
Right. Of course, your anniversary will be, if you were in it already, obviously your anniversary is going to be the day that you were last billed, right? But for anyone moving forward. So yeah, that's a nice little change of pace over there at Patreon. I'm appreciative of that. And we appreciate your guys' support over there. Remember that early ad-free access. Submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas on our weekly threads over there. Access to Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week. Really good episodes going live recently. Just did one with Troy Levitt, who was attacked politically for his beliefs. He worked at Avalanche on a bunch of games over there in Utah. So we had a great conversation. Of course, I did a conversation with Sale Lilly over at Rand over on YouTube now for all, but it was I can't speak right now. Originally on Patreon, all about China. We did one about games journalism. You guys just did one about FromSoft, which is really cool. I had Jeff Ross on recently. One about QAs going up soon at Sony. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, I had Vincent Janito on. We're going to talk about that a little bit later because we're going to talk about Street Fighter, but we dove deep in the fighting games. It was awesome. Went for about 100 minutes. You guys are going to love that episode. That episode's going to go live soon, so we appreciate you there. So come join us there. And of course, the live show, Sacred Symbols, live, episode 200 in Richmond, Virginia at the National, Saturday, April 30th. Top 25 PS4 games of all time. And Snark Tank, Chris's comedy podcast, is opening, so that's going to be really fun. Tickets are on sale now for all. So first of all, thank you to the 300 plus people that bought tickets in pre-sale. Great honor to be able to have that kind of audience that will just come and see you. And we sold 50 VIP tickets in like less than 5 minutes. We're really appreciative of that. But we have plenty of tickets available for all now at tinyurl.com/sacred200. That's tinyurl.com/sacred200. I feel like I'm doing one of my ads.
Right.
You know, that's feels feals.com with the promo code. I love Feels, by the way. They're great. Okay. So yeah, come join us. Quick comment. I'm going to spring something on Dustin. He doesn't know I'm going to do this.
Ooh.
I proposed that we do our top 25 list like this. And it's got Dustin a little upset.
Here we go. I know what we're getting into. It's got
Dustin a little upset. So here was my proposal.
I can't wait for this. Let's go.
All right. We will create the list like this. This is at least I'm open to any ideas, of course, but we're going to split them into thirds. And we're going to take mathematically the three lists and compile them into the master list that, in my opinion, I don't want any of us to know going into the show. I want maybe Ben to know or something. But I don't want any of us to actually know what the list is going to be. Mm-hmm. But here's my proposal. And this has Dustin mad. Now maybe the audience will agree with him.
I'm not mad.
I said the audience will get 1/3 of the vote. Dustin and Chris will get 1/3 of the vote. I will get 1/3 of the vote. Dustin, speak out.
I think that Okay, you bought this on the show, so you're getting the full force here. You're getting
that's what I totally understand.
Dustin.
Yeah.
So first of all, there's a lot of reasons why I don't agree with this show. You are the host of the show, and that was your argument, was that you are the host. But can I reveal what your argument was?
Sure.
You said you are the host and you are more knowledgeable than Chris and I, which I agree with overall.
I want to be clear. I said more knowledgeable about the platform.
That's
what I said.
Okay.
Not about anything else.
That's a fair distinction. No doubt. Being more knowledgeable does not mean more experienced with the platform. And so that's one aspect of it. And in addition, I think it's weird that Chris and I would have less of a percentile than the audience would, especially when we could clearly just do this 25% each. You're dealing with 0.5%. Colin, you said earlier you don't even know how to do an equation. Neither do I. That's fine.
No idea. I have no idea.
Why are we splitting this up for no apparent reason? It doesn't make any sense at all.
Can I be honest?
Sure.
I never really ever considered it splitting it any other way. I don't know why.
This is your first. That was like your default kind of inclination.
Well, first I was like halves, half us, half the audience, and I'm like, no, I don't like that. Then I was like thirds, and then I just settled on that because that's really as far as my mind mathematically can go. You're asking me to split things into fourths and I don't know. I mean,
it's an easier percent.
I mean, like at that point,
because that's just 25%, right? That's like.
But you have to understand that it's simple, it's straightforward in the mathematics, but my right brain mind, it doesn't look at it as an equation. It just says, oh, now we have 4 things to worry about instead of 3 things, or ideally 2 things, or maybe even 1 thing.
So that was my argument. But 4 is so much more evenly divisible. It's actually like a lot simpler.
Yeah, I agree. Now I totally agree. Yeah, Dustin.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, I think, I don't know. I think we should hear from Chris. I've talked enough on this.
Chris, please.
I've not talked to him about this at all, so there's no scheme. Well, I didn't know you were going to bring it up, so there's no possible way to
look, man.
We'll blame it on you somehow, but just give me time.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Look, man, I'm not a math guy. All right, the second you start going into like, all right, Dustin and I share a third, and then the audience is like their own weird third, and then Colin, you're your own weird third. It's all fucking weird.
Yeah.
I think the quarter divide is simple for a what do you call it? A remedially educated mathematician like myself.
Yeah.
And I would suspect a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Just for simplicity's sake, you know.
Well,
but I also loathe unnecessary complexity. So that's just my own like bias.
Sure.
Like it's just like why
no, Chris, you don't get to squeak out of this one. How do you feel about getting half as much say as Colin does? That's what I want to know. How do you feel about that?
I think it could be funny for the show. If it's funny, then I think it's fine. But I do think it's a little weird.
Yeah.
Considering I mean, you host the show, but we all kind of also host the show.
Sure. No, I agree.
In our own way.
See, here's the thing. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna.
Well, what I was going to say was that here was what I was so interested about with this was that Dustin was taking it personally as an affront to his knowledge, and I only had to make that claim because I was simply thinking that all roads run through Colin. You know, all roads run through Colin. I mean, I don't know, but maybe not, and that's fine. I think maybe in talking this out, I realize how self-aggrandizing it is, and that we should do 25% each. So that's what we'll do. Now, what we have to figure out is how we get and I emailed everyone about this yesterday, but how we get the audience involved.
Yes.
I think we'll just do like a very complex, like, I don't know, Survey Monkey. I've done, and I said it in the email. I actually did this recently on a Kickstarter I did for a G.I. Joe book where you had to like order a bunch of things, like what you wanted in the book and shit. And it's annoying as fuck, but it can be put together in a, I think, a more cogent way and get the audience involved. So what I really want is to make a whole list of PS4 games, and then people can kind of just order them themselves. That will be a quarter of it. So I'm bringing that up just because when we do episode 200, we're going to have a list in which the math is done and none of us know what it is. I think that's going to be really exciting. And I like, just to defend myself a little bit though.
Okay.
I feel like PS4, I don't think I'll ever know a machine quite like I knew PS4. And so I think that was why I was a little more protective of it than I might be other things, because I was leading IGN's PlayStation coverage when it came out for the first 2.5 years or so of its life. And then I was like, kind of funny and all these things. So I feel like I've been inside that machine, but not in a sexual way, spiritually.
Well, why not?
Yeah. So anyway, come join us.
I have a
Sacred
question.
Symbols 200 Live. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
I wanted to ask you, and maybe this is something that we can get feedback as well.
Yeah.
Do we include PSVR in this list?
No, I don't think so. I mean, would any PSVR game make the top 25? What game?
I think for a lot of people, Astrobot would be potentially. I mean, from an audience perspective, I don't know if I would put it in my top 25. Though I don't know. I have strictly not thought about this top 25 situation very much as far as what my ranking would be.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting question, though. I don't know.
It is. I think maybe the answer is yes, then, because my only rule that I had in coming up with the idea was, I think the starting is obviously November 13th, 2013, or whatever the hell that date is. But then the cutoff is the day the PS5 came out, which would exclude Miles Morales, Horizon 2, and others, I think, from the list. Basically, I said Ghost of Tsushima is the cutoff for the list. And because I'm going to, one day, if we still are around, we'll do Sacred Symbols 800 will be a PS5 list, and I would consider Horizon Forbidden West and Miles Morales PS5 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that makes sense.
That's fair.
Cool. So I'm glad I brought that up, because we solved the problem. Plus, I just wanted to tease Dustin a little bit.
Okay. I can take it for now.
Sacred Symbols 200 Live in Richmond National, Saturday, April 30th. What, are you going to shoot me?
So ominous.
No, I meant that more as a slight against myself, and then I realized it sounded very threatening.
Oh, man.
I think you're right. You're right about a lot of things. tinyurl.com/sacred200. Okay, let's get into the show. We have a few inquiries to get into before we get into the topics at hand. Stretch our legs a little bit. Cole Dilts wrote in and says, "Good afternoons, shitterheads." So he went shitter, hard R, not slitter. That's not even a word.
Isn't that amazing, though, how that is, that's an actual curse word, and yet sounds like less of a slur. Mm-hmm. That's so strange.
It is. I agree. God, I just don't like that word. I don't like it either. Like it.
It's awful.
And it makes me think, I'm sorry, I got to go on about this because it also makes me think about the word slitter itself. Like, I don't need that word. I don't want that word, slittering. It's just, I don't like it. This is a question mainly for Chris, but can and should be addressed by the other members of the party. What is your infatuation with not eating before the show? Didn't your mother ever tell you to eat a nutritious meal before taking a test, or writing a paper, so that your brain can work with extra efficiency? Are you trying to maintain some sort of figure, or is this some manifestation of personal trauma? Stay healthy, boys, and maybe instead of fucking that chicken, you can grill it for that lean protein. I don't want lean protein. Come on, man. Get out of here. Cole, thanks for writing in. Chris, why don't you eat before the show?
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I think I genuinely, I forget to eat sometimes. Like, I'm not like a naturally, like, I mean, look at me. I'm not like I don't pack in the food.
You're not a fatty?
No, not really. I eat like when I eat, I can pack things away. But for some reason, like I typically don't eat until I get that feeling of like, oh my God, it's been hours since I have fed myself. Because it's just not something that crosses my mind. I don't particularly like the experience of eating food unless I'm like really hungry. It's not like, I'm more of a beverage person. Right. You know what I mean? Like getting if it's like a hot day and you like a nice like cold glass of water or like a lemonade. It's like that level of satisfaction in the refreshment is a lot more than, I don't know, eating a donut or something for me. So I just forget. And then by the time the show starts, I'm like, and by the time the show's about to start, it's like, do I have time to make something that would even be nutritious? Like I'd just be eating like white cheddar popcorn or something like that's just not good for you anyway. So, and then the show lasts a while. So then like by the end of it, I'm just fucking dying. But the plus side is that when the show is done, I can eat a big fucking meal.
Right.
Which is typically what I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I do. I eat obviously once a day. We talk about that, but I just don't get hungry.
Yeah.
See, it's very strange, and Dustin, you can chime in on this if you feel like you'd like to, but I feel like for me, I know people in my life that are like, I gotta eat, man. Like I'm like getting lightheaded. I gotta eat. I'm getting groggy or whatever. And I'm like, I've never been in that. I don't think I've ever been in that position in my entire life. I get hungry like towards the end of the day. I'm like, oh, I really want to eat something. But I like pop out of bed, and the idea of eating for the first 5 hours or so I'm awake is like, I can never even fathom that. And
yeah.
Even when I went to tea last weekend, they give you little finger foods and stuff like that. It's very nice, but I was just pounding old fashions. I'm like, it's fucking 2 PM. I'm not eating, it's other things to do. So I just got bombed instead. Which was good. It was fine. But Dustin, do you have anything to add to this conundrum?
I just wish I had Chris's problem where I wasn't thinking about eating, because I'm constantly thinking about eating. It's kind of amazing my figure's not fantastic. No one's going to argue for that, but it's amazing what it is based on my mindset. And so today I surprisingly didn't eat anything before Sacred Symbols, because I just, Colin, like you, I didn't feel like, sometimes you wake up, no appetite. And so usually I'm able to scarf something down before Sacred Symbols in order to, so these shows can go a long time. Sometimes you got to get that sustenance in, and not today. So I might be in a Chris situation by the end of the show. I may be dying of hunger as well, but we'll find out. I feel fine right now.
It's like, first of all, I wake up, first thing, existential dread, right? Number one, right out the gate. Maybe go pee, look at my phone. Oh, what's happening today? Oh, Russia invaded Ukraine and they're fighting in the exclusion zone. Oh, okay, awesome. I'm going to go have some French toast sticks. That's just not the way my body works. You know what I mean?
That's such a specific thing. French toast sticks. Remember those Eggo waffle sticks they used to have?
Yes.
With the little tray of syrup? Oh, I loved those. Those are probably terrible.
No, that's good stuff. Frozen breakfast is good.
Yeah,
very underrated sequence there. You can get the sausage patties. I even used to like when I was a kid, although I haven't eaten them in a long time. You know how you can get like the whole full breakfast sandwich frozen, and then I like those a lot.
The Jimmy Dean style thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're good.
Horrible for you. Horrible. But that doesn't matter to me. I'm going down. You know what I mean? By the way, Chris, do you think I was reading the Ukrainian military. I don't know if you guys saw this. First of all, they're like crowdfunding stuff, which is really interesting, like this whole new style of warfare, right? But they're accepting people to go over there and fight. Should we create the gamer battalion? Should we not lead gamers in battle?
Man, that's an easy question.
Kharkov or whatever.
No,
Kharkiv.
Those are not people you want fighting on. Look, man, like I don't mean to stereotype, but I don't think any of us has even the slightest inkling of what it means to go to war. Really?
No. Oh my God. No. No.
Because like there were people like I saw a tweet earlier today that was like, man, people used to lie to join the military. Now people are just making up any excuse not to get drafted.
That's totally true.
And it's like, yeah, well, I don't want to be drafted. Are you kidding?
There were like 17-year-old kids.
Thankfully.
There were like 17-year-old kids storming Normandy, and I was like curled up in the fetal position of my bed playing Metal Gear Solid 2 when I was 17.
Yeah, I was like feverishly heating up waffles at 2 a.m. I couldn't cook.
Chris, there's still time for us. I mean, I looked last night because I couldn't remember. We are still in the draftable age range. I didn't realize it was up to 35.
It is. Yeah, I'm out.
It is.
Colin's out. He's fine. He can hold down Sacred Symbols, and when Chris and I get drafted in World War III, we'll then lead the gamer battalion. How about that?
Yeah.
I remember being told that I don't qualify for the draft because my eyes are bad, but also because I am the only child of a veteran.
Oh,
I don't know how that.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know. I remember hearing that for a long time, and I just never questioned it because we haven't had a draft. We'll see if that holds up, but
yeah,
whatever.
We're not going to get drafted. This has nothing. This has nothing to do with our territory, but we wish everyone obviously very well over there. And Gamer Battalion, stand down.
Yeah.
Cameron O'Neill. Hey, Sacred Symbols crew. I thought of the show when I was faced with a conundrum similar to the fly open situation. I was walking to lecture today. I noticed this woman, mid-20s, in front of me, and her leggings were on inside out. The tag was protruding fairly obviously, and you could clearly see the brand and size of the leggings. I debated whether to let her know because it seemed rather obvious and embarrassing, but after listening to some of the debates that happened over the fly, I just couldn't muster the courage to let the lady know. I felt like if there is no chance for indecent exposure, then it isn't my place. Then after thinking about it, I felt even worse not saying anything, especially being on an urban college campus where I am sure people ridiculed her or might have grabbed for their phones. Did I do the right thing, or did I let someone do an unknowing walk of shame through my university campus? Dustin, what do you think about that?
This is a tough one because when we were talking about the fly down situation, we were not necessarily amongst friends. Like, people in our community don't necessarily know each other, call each other up. Some of them do, but we're amongst like-minded people. So I feel like it was an acceptable situation to somebody that's in the same community. I think that's okay. In this situation, it's a little more delicate because you have a stranger, and there is, whether you agree with it or not, there is some gender, a guy pointing out something with a woman's clothes that maybe would make someone feel awkward, potentially. Or like, Cameron here might be thinking like, I don't want it to be like I was looking at, let's see, her leggings inside out. Okay, so I don't know. It depends on where like the tag is and stuff. It's like, you don't want to be like, was I looking at this girl's ass or something? It's much more complicated, I think, than the original situation. I don't know if I have an answer. I think if I was in Cameron's shoes, I don't think I would have said anything. But I think I would also feel bad about not saying anything at the same time. So it's tough.
Yeah. There's like a whole new, well, I mean, for good reason, I think, but there's a whole new way the genders interact that makes it dangerous to be misinterpreted. Right. Yeah. And so that is the biggest thing that I would think of, because
Definitely.
What I was thinking of, and I remember this just because it's memorable, is that I remember being in San Francisco on Market Street, and there was a girl, with an attractive build wearing like yoga pants, I guess, like this, and you could just see straight through them. Like, yeah, like just right through them. And I was like, but she wasn't walking around like strutting her stuff. She had like a backpack on. She was just like, I was walking behind her, I think in the Muni, and I was going to work at IGN. And so she wasn't like, I don't think, trying to do anything. And in my mind, I was struggling with it. I ended up not saying anything too, but I was like, should I say to this girl, like, listen, you can see everything. I don't, I feel like someone should say something to you, because I think everyone's embarrassed, but I obviously am not going to do that, because maybe she intends that. It could go haywire or pear-shaped, where she's like, why are you looking at my ass? And it's like, well, fair enough, I guess. But like, it just, you could see everyone kind of looking at this thing and you almost feel bad. But because of the thing is that if it was a guy, I would have no problem saying that. Right.
Sure.
So I guess that's what I'm saying. So anyway, Chris, you have anything to add?
I don't know. Inside out leggings doesn't seem like a big deal to me.
Like, yeah, I was thinking that too, actually.
Like, what's even the functional difference between, like, it's the same exact, it's essentially the same exact pair of pants except the tag sticking out. Like, so what? Like, I'm not gonna tell somebody that their fucking pants are on inside out. How do you not know your pants are on inside out?
That's a whole other thing. I mean, that's because now that's also got to be a part of the equation. I don't want to talk about math again. Yeah,
because there's an element of like, there's an element of like, you approach somebody with that kind of a thing that has what are you, stupid energy to it,
right?
Like, right. What are you, dumb? Are you an idiot? You put your shirt on backwards, you fucking daft.
Hey, Neanderthal man, your shirt's on backwards.
You Cro-Magnon baby-headed simpleton. What are you doing wearing your pants backwards? I don't know. Like, at a certain point, I've seen people wear things on purpose that are far more confusing to me than just inside-out leggings. So I don't think I would have said anything. I also would have felt absolutely nothing. I'm sure she's fine.
Yeah.
She wasn't like... It wasn't like she was like accidentally wearing like gang colors by like wearing an inside out leggings, and she got eviscerated on the street. It's not Sunny at the toll booth or nothing. She's fine.
And then
Don't worry about it.
She was actually going to a meeting for a scholarship, and she lost it because you didn't say anything to her. And they were like, instead of getting the scholarship, you're being sent off to the gamer battalion. We're sorry.
Well, you know what?
The worst offense.
Only the worst offenders go to the gamer battalion.
This episode of Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cometeer. Cometeer is the first coffee you melt to make. It's delicious, quality coffee that's ready in seconds. Cometeer's freshly brewed coffee arrives flash frozen inside the world's first 100% curbside recyclable capsule. It's super simple to melt your way hot or iced coffees, lattes, and so much more. No machines or expensive equipment needed. It's simply incredible, fuss-free, mess-free coffee. You guys know I like to drink coffee pretty much every episode of Sacred Symbols, and unfortunately over the years I've become a bit of a coffee snob. It's honestly a bit of a curse. So I was shocked when I first tried Cometeer, and it met my maybe unreasonably high standards of coffee. Honestly, the Cometeer coffee is just as good as the pour-over I'm making, but it's way easier and more convenient. You don't need any special equipment in order to make it. All you need to do is add water to enjoy it, and that's hot or cold. I've been making iced lattes in the afternoon that have been really awesome. With Cometeer, you can have a high-quality, balanced cup of coffee in the time it takes to boil water or fill a glass with ice, all for the fraction of the price of cafe coffee. Cometeer brings you the best coffee on the planet. It's incredible. But don't just take my word for it. Experience it for yourself and try the coffee you melt to make, brewed exclusively in partnership with award-winning roasters. And we've got a special deal for you. Save $20 off your first order when you sign up at cometeer.com/sacred. That's COMETEER.com/sacred. And we thank Cometeer for sponsoring the podcast.
Hey, I got to acknowledge this. It's a little past now, but it's Vita's 10th birthday. Turbo Makes Games wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Symbols crew, now that the Vita is 10 years old, I just wanted to see how well your Vitas have held up over the years. Have you had any issues with the inputs or battery life fading? To open this question up, has there been any gaming hardware that surprised you as well or poorly it aged?" I don't know if I want to go down that road. I just want to acknowledge and say, first of all, the Vita is a beast of a machine. Like, my OLED Vita did get a little wonky, and I stopped using it when, I don't know, 2014 probably, something like that, and I got the what is it? The LCD or LED? Well, I don't know what the fuck it is. The other one, the second one, the one that's like flimsy. You feel like you can break it in half.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I've really beaten these machines up, and I am really impressed. I mean, I've played more Vita than almost anyone probably, right? We're probably in the 1% of Vita players, and I have been impressed because I remember PSP really going crazy. Like my last PSP just went totally fucked on the screen. I remember playing Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, which is, I almost called it Let 'em Cling Together. Let Us Cling Together, which was the last PSP game I ever played. And I played it on a screen that was like, there was in the middle of it, there was like a huge black line, and then it just was gray on one side of it. And I played like the game like that. So
Jesus Christ.
Because I just didn't want to buy another PSP.
I don't think I could do that.
Yeah.
I think that would be too much for me.
It was, I actually very specifically remember being at Game Developer Conference that year in 2011, I guess it was, doing that like in between and like just struggling to see the screen and like in the different auditoriums I was sitting in. So it is really sad that Vita died so silently, so quietly, death by 1,000 cuts. Dustin, do you think that we should do an episode all about the Vita and it's 10 years? A lot of people have been asking about that. I feel like, here's my honest admission here, is I feel like the way I talk about Vita and the amount I used to talk about Vita on the show was not reciprocal with how much people wanted me to talk about Vita. And so I stopped kind of covering it as much, Not that there's anything to cover anymore, but it's interesting to hear from people that are saying, well, now we should talk about Vita. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I'm happy to do that, but I just don't know exactly what we should do yet. I want to think about it a little bit.
Sounds like it could be an opportunity to bring together some of the Vita advocates of the industry. His name is slipping my mind. The guy that did the Vita book.
Oh yeah.
He might be a good person to reach out to.
Yeah. Sandy Bry. Yeah, he would be good. I mean, Greg Miller would be good for the show and a few others, but I don't think Greg would want to do a show. I'd have to think about, I'm trying to think of who, like they're really, it's kind of hard. Like I am one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
I don't know who the biggest players were. I know people have wanted me to do episodes with some YouTubers and stuff. Maybe we can figure that out. It would be cool to do something for Vita But I am sad to see it go. But I've kind of already mourned it in the same way. I mourned it, and so it turning 10 years old is kind of just they're bad memories because it's like, oh, it's very nostalgic, and it was so promising, and it just didn't come together. And by the way, I remember being clear immediately it was going to come together. Like it felt like it was going to be fine, and then when it came out and you saw the numbers the first week in Japan, I was like, oh,
Yikes.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Okay. Sony talked about PlayStation VR 2 again. First look at the headset design for the PlayStation VR in a blog post. You guys can go check it out. It was published on February 22nd, a few days before we are publishing this episode. So a new look at the headset itself, some interesting information about venting and all of this with air and anti-fog technology. Obviously, 4K HDR confirms the cord connection and all the rest. Talks a lot about, if you use the PSVR, a lot of the functionality that you're kind of used to using your hands to turn a knob or hit a button or whatever will be in the same places. I'm most impressed with the controllers. I think the controllers look dope. Can't wait to hold those things and see how they feel and how heavy they are. So, Chris, let's go to you first. What do you think about the new information of PlayStation VR 2? Anything interesting here for you?
Not for me particularly. Like I think, like you said, the controllers are the most interesting part of this thing, and we already saw those. The VR unit looks exactly like, it looks like what you'd expect it to look like. So it didn't really catch me by surprise or nothing, but it's cool to see more of this because it seems to indicate that we're just getting closer and closer to maybe hearing some real concrete details about this thing, which I think is the most exciting part of this article, is not necessarily what's in it, but what it kind of means for how long it will be before we actually get a lot more information about it.
What do you think, Dustin?
I think the most important thing that the audience should be excited about from this specific post is this idea of the vent system, just because there is a huge market for VR that is exercise related. And even if it's not exercise related, a lot of these VR games will make you sweat. If you play super hot VR for 20 minutes, you're going to be sweating. And I always have had issues, particularly in the winter around here, with VR headsets fogging up. It's very, very annoying. And so to have a vent system to avoid it fogging up is really awesome. And I've used a headset a few years ago that was at a special VR park that had venting in it. And it's one of those quality of life features that when you use it in a headset, you don't realize how nice it is. And then you go back to a normal headset and you're like, that was a good idea for the vent. So to see this incorporated, I don't know if they're the first commercial VR headset to do this, but it'll be probably the most widespread once it comes out. And it's just going to be, that's a nice little feature for sure.
I thought it was kind of funny at first, actually, because it's that vent stuff is presented as a pull quote, which is usually like the thing you really want to pay attention to in an article. Mm-hmm. When I used to write articles at IGN, you'd always pull out the most interesting tidbits and try to make them pop so people read the rest of the article. And at first I was like, why are they making this such a big deal? And it wasn't until I was reading a little bit more that I realized people were experiencing something different. Because first of all, I never played almost any PSVR game that required lots of movement.
Right.
I played quite a few PSVR games, but none that were, I never played super hot or anything like that. Rarely ever even played games you needed to stand up to play. But I also don't run very hot. So I wasn't experiencing any of that kind of ambient fogging that people were experiencing just by having this machine in ill climate close to your face. So it's a bigger deal than I thought. I'm excited about this thing, but we do have an interesting question here about it from Samuel Threat, who says, "Dear Sacred Symbols, I was curious what your opinion on the PlayStation VR headset is. Do you feel like it's actually going to come out this year? If it does that mean that Sony thinks that they will be able to meet the requirements for making PlayStation 5 this year? Or do you think that they're willing to take the loss on this one and still sell it with maybe 20% less production?" This is a great question. This is actually something that I talked about with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead at the time when I had him on, I don't know, a month ago or so on Sacred Symbols Plus, a hardware expert, where these machines, the PSVR 2 and the PlayStation 5 share some components. And if Sony is having a difficult time acquiring components to make PlayStation 5, then they do have to make an exception and start making PlayStation VR 2s. And there's some word that maybe they're already manufacturing these things. Who knows if that's true or not? But nonetheless, I feel like this isn't going to come out this year because it will interfere with PlayStation 5, and I don't think that they want that to happen. Dustin, what's your feeling on this? Do you think that we will have PSVR 2 this year? I think they obviously and blatantly don't say the date, but I also think that they intentionally don't say it's not coming. They never say either way. It would be very easy for them to say, this is coming out next year. It would also be very easy for them to say, like, it's coming out this year. And they're not. So I think that they might not even know, and they might not even be committed. It could be that the intention is to come out this year, but they need to see. What do you think?
Right. I think that they're playing the wait and see approach. I'm leaning towards not this year, because I think it's a weird optic situation that Sony's in if they can't supply their current flagship product and they add a sub platform to the product that is already so incredibly hard to get that will just not look so good necessarily. So I guess the question though is that Sony may be thinking like, well, when is the time? Because as we've talked about previously on this show, it seems like these chip shortages aren't going away anytime soon. So on that sense, it's maybe they should just release it, because there are quite a few PS5 users out there that would probably buy this, no doubt. But I would think my gut says like March next year, like sometime in Q1, Q2 next year would be a fair point to do it at, I think. I wonder though, and Colin, this is what you talked about with Moore's Law is Dead, is that as far as like, will they have a headset shortage alongside a PlayStation 5 shortage,
Right,
like two
exactly.
shortages situations? Now, the PlayStation VR itself doesn't use like, there's not like a major processor inside of it, but it does use a lot of the components that are having shortages. But I'm wondering if there's different levels of component shortages, and they're thinking, well,
there certainly has to be.
Yeah.
Right.
I bet graphics cards and stuff like that are really, really like a lot harder to come by than, standard stuff that you would find in any kind of VR unit that is not what is it that depends on another source for most of its graphical capabilities. I bet they could probably swing it. I would bet March also, like or spring, early summer of next year. But like, in addition to all the reasons that you guys said, I think they can't put that machine out without a killer app, and I think they're waiting for that Horizon thing to be solid, because there's no real reason to push PSVR 2 out when there's no real like big thing to get it for. And they're not going to put out 2 Horizon games in the same year I don't think they would do that. I don't think that game is even close to ready also. So I think you're right. I think next year is probably the safest bet.
I'm thinking here, I was looking at something. I'm wondering, well, let me back up. I got to give credit to Sony this time around. That Horizon game, Chris, that you wisely bring up, is the biggest game that PSVR will ever have had in either iteration. Like, there's no bigger game than that. And they're coming, as you said, right out the gate, hopefully, with it. It seems to indicate a totally different level of commitment to the machine. And with that level of commitment has to come this commitment of ready access and price. And this thing has the potential to be very expensive, more expensive than the PS5. I don't think that it'll be that, but I think I know that Tom was saying, like, you have to kind of spec it out, but it could be substantially more than the PS5, but probably not. And so I think that they probably have to just wait and thread the needle. We're going to talk a little bit about something totally exterior to this later, which is the Uncharted film. But one of the points that people behind the scenes make about that is that Sony was very patient. Like, that movie could have come out a long time ago, and they might be willing and able to be patient and just say, we don't need to push it. This thing has already got 4K resolution. It's already got all this amazing technology. That's not going to be outdated if we wait 6 months. It's not going to be outdated if we even wait a year. But they have to find their lanes in which they can manufacture these things. They obviously have these contracts in place with Chinese and other firms to get the parts out. And Dustin, I think you make a great point that the pieces that are missing out of PS5 it's not like the basic pieces of the PS5 that are missing, because that would be easy enough to source. So we'll find out. But it's cool to see more about this machine. And my suspicion is shared that I think that they want to keep it open to this year, but I don't think they need it this year, and I don't think it should come out this year, and I don't think it will come out this year because they have reiterated that God of War is coming out this year. You have to assume that's going to be a fall game. That's going to be a big seller. I mean, that's could arguably be bigger than Horizon. In fact, it is bigger than Horizon. I mean, all told, God of War was bigger than Horizon. So
Yeah.
they might not want to get in the way of that, especially because they have this rare first party offering in the fall, which they almost never do, outside of a launch window, of course. Okay, Dustin, I especially want to talk to you about this next one. Elden Ring. What the fuck's going on with this game? Metacritic score of what, 98? Something like that?
I know it
I think it
bumped
was
down
97, right?
97?
Yeah.
Now, again, to the point we made last week on the show, people are saying like, well, if we don't believe in scoring, why do we talk about it? It's like, well, that is the reference point. We don't contribute to it, but it is the reference point. Now, I have a problem with this, and I want to get your take on this. We've been seeing a lot of conversation around this game and the week or so that Bandai Namco gave players to play it, or reviewers to play it before the embargo, and how that wasn't enough time, and virtually no one beat it that reviewed the game. A couple people, it looked like. In fact, I read the IGN review because you were the one that referred me to that, and he says that he played 87 hours but left a bunch of stuff not done. So I'd question whether that was even an organic play, considering I approach games, and I'm sure you approach games to try to do it all. I feel like this brings up an interesting conversation again in the industry about if you should be reviewing games and not beating them. And my answer to this is that typically you should be beating your games. When I was at IGN, and first of all, I should back up and say I know what it's like to be under the gun and be under embargo. It fucking sucks. It's horrible. And it's not the way people play games. I remember Mass Effect 3 being that example of like, I remember being like, I'm playing this in a way that I would never play this game. Like just 10 or 12 hours a day. I don't play anything like that. I don't play the games I love like that because I feel like you got to get away. I love jumping in for a few hours, jumping out, jumping in for a few hours, jumping out. And it's the way I've been playing Horizon. And it has brought up, I think, this valid question about embargoes, about journalistic ethics in an approach to a game that is not like Fortnite or not like some other like Warzone or something where there's a finite end, there's a story, there's a pace and a cadence. Now, I reviewed, and I think that, by the way, if I went back into this again, I wouldn't do this, but there were long JRPGs I reviewed at IGN that I didn't beat, but it was always in the review as part of the review being like, I'm playing, I think Tales of Exilia was one of those, or Tales of Exilia 2, where I'm like, you and I both know this isn't going to change. I played it for 45 hours. But Elden Ring, when you're heaping, and I gave it an 8, I think, you're heaping praise on a game and not seeing it through to its completion means that the score isn't totally accurate. And it could be that the score would be even better. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be, but it could be that the score would be the same. But I've seen an interesting conversation going on in the industry about should people be reviewing their games. And my take is that I think journalists and ex-journalists are being a little too loosey-goosey admitting how little they play the games that they're reviewing. I saw some guy that works at a dev now saying, I only beat 10% of the games I reviewed. That made my head explode. I'm like, that's some admission. Go line up the trophies I have and the games I reviewed back in the day, and you'll see how much I played them. There are some examples, like you won't find my Killzone Shadowfall trophies because I played that on a debug. But those examples are rare. Yeah. So anyway, I'm ranting on and on here. This is a game that you really care about and love, and we'll get Chris's opinion too in a moment. But how do you feel about the Metacritic score, and how do you feel about the approach about this? I'm troubled that people care so little about the sanctity of what they're saying or the importance. Not sanctity, it's not fucking sacred like the show, but it is important. It's necessary. It's a service. And I feel like it's incomplete. What say you?
I have a lot of nuanced feelings about this because I don't want to say I'm mixed in some way. I have firm beliefs in different directions about this. And I want to correct something. I don't know if correct. Put a distinction on one thing you said. Is you said virtually no one finished this, or not virtually no one. I want to make sure I'm not.
Yeah, I think I said virtually no one. I know of 2 people that claim they finished it, that reviewed the game.
I mean,
Not that I've like extensively gone into it or anything.
Yeah. But like, for example, like IGN beat it. Brad from Easy Allies beat it. Game Informer beat it. Texture Life beat it. So sure, that's 4 examples of on Metacritic. How many are there? 47 reviews, but
so less than 10%.
Well, but I don't know. I didn't look into. I just was trying to find some of the major ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, but I think that I 100% agree that if you do not finish a game, that it should be disclosed in the review itself, no doubt. And the thing that has been floating around in my mind during this time, and I don't have an answer to this. I don't. I've been thinking about it, and I would love to hear what the audience thinks, is that in this, world of tons of insanely huge open world games, there has been less and less of an emphasis in certain titles about the main story. I think that's not all of them. Like, I feel like Horizon is a game that's very, the main story is very essential. But let's take Skyrim, for example. Let's call Skyrim the father of the modern open world right now. Maybe you don't agree with that, maybe you don't. But I think that that's a fair point. A lot of people have experience with that game. Let's say you have a reviewer that min-maxes the main story, and they beat it in 30 hours, and they review the game, and they've only done the main story. And another reviewer who did some of the story, but fully tried to explore the open world for 80 hours. Whose opinion is more valid, or who could write the better review? So I don't know, because we're holding this idea of rolling the credits, our favorite term, Colin, rolling the credits, to such a high standard. And my gut says yes, that is very important. But I can't help but think that someone who's put 80 hours into something, that amount of time, can write a thorough review, as long as it is clear that, no, I didn't finish the exact main story. But I don't know. Like, I play these games with myself where it's like, well, what if the ending sucks? What if the ending is broken? And I think that's an extremely valid point as well. So overall, I feel like I don't know the answers to this one. I've been kind of working this out. But as far as Elden Ring's review score at 97, I think you're right, Colin, that it's definitely possible. It could be higher. It could be lower. I think overall, though, and I mentioned this in the Discord, is that out of these 47 verified critics, whatever, on Elden Ring, the lowest score is a 90. So I would say that no matter what, even if we removed everyone who did not finish the game, the absolute lowest score it could possibly be on Metacritic is a 90, which is awesome. But so that's another thing to just think about when we're thinking about the validity of the score of Elden Ring. So overall, though, the one last point I want to make, since I've been rambling on, is that I think the bigger offense overall is the fact that very few reviews, not very few, but it wasn't a big deal yesterday that this game on a technical level is not there. And we're seeing this come out now through Digital Foundry, who was asked to wait to post their findings of the technical performance of the game until after the day one patch. And guess what? Day one patch didn't do anything. This game runs at like 40 to 60 frames. They're stuttering. The PC version is messed up. Digital Foundry recommends that you buy this game and play the PS4 version on PS5 in order to hit a locked 60. That's unacceptable.
97.
So, yeah. So that's the bigger offense to me overall, is that it's like, there was a reviewer that's like, I was playing on PC and I had to switch over to PlayStation 5 because the PC version was so bad. It's like
97.
So,
yeah. Well, here's what because
I said a lot there.
Well, I'm going to say that I don't really disagree with what you're saying in any respect. I play these games in my mind too, and having experience at a big website doing it, I know what that, like I said, I know what being under that pressure is like. But I'll also say that it was very rare that I, like, even in looking back, that I would, in the hundreds of games I reviewed, there was maybe a handful of games that I would be like, I probably shouldn't have reviewed it in, like that. But there were other games like Amy, which was the lowest score I ever gave a game, where the entire review is predicated upon my insistence that I will not play anymore of it because it is so bad. Right. So if you make it part of your thesis, but here's what I will say, and we'll throw it over to Chris, is one, there are you bring up the idea of like the guy who min-maxed and did it in 30 hours, the guy who and beat it, the guy who is playing 80 hours didn't beat it. That's interesting. But what I would argue is to say, well, what should be being done is the guy that's playing it for 80 hours, his opinion will be more important and more valid once he beats it. Because the only thing you can say is that if you reviewed it, see, if I reviewed that game, I'd be very nervous that something bad happens at the end. And the only way you don't know that is if you just see it all the way through from stem to stern. And I also know what that feeling's like, the confidence, the level of confidence you have in a review as opposed to the level of ill confidence you have in a review, and how that might match up as well. I think, though, that this exposes why games media and games press is just so broken for so many different reasons. They don't have built-in audiences, so they need to go after embargo dates because people are interested. They're not going to be interested in what they have to say in a week. And that's a great disservice to all parties, the audience, to the gamer, to the developer and the publisher, etc. Where do you stand on this, Chris? Do you think that this, first of all, what do you think about Elden Ring getting that score? And do you feel like there's a problem with it getting that score or getting reviewed so heavily in time for embargo as opposed to being more thorough? I wish I saw a few more outlets show a little courage and say like, we were not ready,
Yeah, I think I would prefer to live in a world where people were comfortable just kind of doing their reviews when they finish. Like I think that's the thing that bothers me more than any of this. It's not so much that people didn't only put 80 hours into a game that's 90 hours long, because like we talked about before, I actually do think you're more than capable of writing like a really, really thorough and really, really interesting and really detailed review of something if you spent that much time with it, even if you don't finish like some weird narrative thread that I would argue in Elden Ring's case is probably like one of the least important parts of that game. That's a very gameplay focused game. And if 100% of your experience with that game has been fantastic for 80 hours, it's pretty safe to say that even if that last 10% sucks, that's going to be a really, really highly praised game. I mean, I feel that way about games like Red Dead Redemption 2 and like Death Stranding, games that I absolutely love, where like the last 20% or so I couldn't fucking stand. Like, I have to go across America 4 times again, back to back for no good reason. I get this weird epilogue with John Marston that doesn't really do like it just sort of meanders around, but that doesn't really affect how good that game is. It's just kind of like, here's this thing at the end, sucks. But those are still like 90 plus games to me. And I guess the thing that bothers me is that people feel that pressure to be like, we got to hit that date because no one's going to care in a week. I would argue people will care in a week. There are people that who have YouTube channels who do reviews and stuff who like they're insistent on hitting the embargo, and these are people that I watch specifically for their input. I don't care how late you are. I don't care if you're like a month late to this. I want to see what you have to say about this because I'm curious, because I follow you. And I think that's what bothers me more. It's not necessarily that like outlets are doing that because that's their job. Like nobody's necessarily tuning into IGN for a personal perspective on a game. But I think content creators, they have that extra leeway where, they might not beat the rush, which I guess is like kind of like what everybody's scrounging for, but people care about your views and people care about what you personally think. And I guess I just wish that people understood that a little bit more. But I'm not super offended by this particular instance because it's such a gameplay driven game and because most of the people have put like astronomical numbers of hours into this thing in a short period of time. I think I'd be a lot more annoyed at something like this if it was like, I went through, played for like 30 hours. Here's my review, of Elden Ring. I saw one location. I think it's cool. I like the horsey. Like that would bother me. But I don't know. It is an interesting question to bring up. I have no background in game reviewing at all, so I'm a little bit less passionate about this. But I do think there is a conversation there to be had about just like how we even, and I think there's also a conversation to be had as far as like if somebody's going at a normal pace, right? If somebody's reviewing a game at a normal pace, the way that a person would, the way that a normal person would play the game and not trying to beat embargo, and they still put like, 70, 80 hours into this game, as opposed to somebody who kind of rushed through the experience to hit embargo, what kind of disparity would that account for in the two different reviews? Like how would that affect each person and how would that affect each review? Would it be a negative? Would it be a positive? Would it force people to play in ways that they otherwise wouldn't have and lead to a less engaging time and a worse score because they were forced to finish it all the way through versus if they were just taking their time, like the majority of us who get value out of the review in the first place would, you know what I mean? Like there's an interesting question about value in that as well that I'm not super sure where I land on it.
Well, I think there's no doubt that it's this non-linear question that brings to bear all of these different elements that you kind of have to gauge for yourself. And Tyler Kidder, to your point, brings up this question. He says, "What's up, boy? This question is mainly for Colin. With the Elden Ring reviews out, reviewers are saying they didn't have a lot of time to play the game all the way through. My question is, what is the review process like for news outlets with limited time before embargo? Do you play at home, go into the office to play? Do you write the review when you are done with the game or take notes as you go? Would love to hear your old process." Yeah, so I'm sure it works for different people, but at IGN, we would get games earliest there, with the exception of Game Informer. So what people should know is that Game Informer gets games really early. I don't know if that's still true, but it was for a long time because the nature of their magazine publishing and the relationships they have with publishers means they kind of get first crack, often before a game's even gold. Then the big websites get the game next. And back in the PS3, PSP, whatever days, we would actually get builds of the game on Blu-ray, like burned Blu-ray discs or on thumb drives, and then we would just put it into our debugs and update the firmware and go from there. But my typical exercise, I never played games at IGN. That was a very rare thing. I would always just stay home and play games. It's not distracting that way, and you can just get through stuff. And then you would bring in your console or your save and go into a bay, what we would call a bay, an editing bay, and you would capture a bunch of the game. And that was for the video review. So you'd usually play it twice in that regard, or like 1.5 times. I usually didn't go much deeper than a few hours in for my footage, much to the chagrin of many people at IGN who thought I was that I should have done more in that regard. But my whole thing was like, I don't want to spoil it for people. I don't think people need to see much more than the first couple hours or few hours of a game. But the process is tight. It can be very tight. It can be very difficult. Elden Ring's a huge game. I don't think I ever reviewed a game that would have taken me 87 hours. I couldn't even think of a game like that I reviewed. So I can't speak to that. But the process isn't as crazy as it's made out to be, I don't think. And here's what I will say. I was always very cognizant and still am of how lucky I was and am to do what I do. And I am getting a little tired of the complaining. Like more and more and more and more. Just you play video games. If Elden Ring is too much for you to handle in a week, which I don't blame you, that's a lot of game, don't review it. Review it when you're ready. I mean, this is a choice. And Chris had brought up guys like Video Game Donkey and Angry Joe and all these guys are very late with their reviews because they do it a different way. And I like that. I respect that. And I don't know. I just think this really betrays a weakness in the way games are covered. And actually, I think Jeff Gerstmann himself said that. Giant Bomb's Jeff Gerstmann on Twitter, where he was basically like, these games reviewing and getting scores out and all of that just feeds the worst elements of the industry, serves no one, and is really done, and I'm now editorializing myself, is done in my mind to just keep places relevant. You're not going to go like, people are always going to care about IGN's Elden Ring review, but they care most about it now. They're going to care, and it's all downhill from there. So I don't know. We'll see how it all works out. But I did want to ask this with Zachary T. Eldridge. He said, "Hey gang, Elden Ring currently sits at 97 on Metacritic. That makes it tied for the 5th highest scoring game of all time. It's only behind Ocarina of Time, Pro Skater 2, SoCal, and GTA 4. Did any of you think it would get above a 95? I mean, I certainly didn't. In fact, I must be honest and say, not that I was paying attention to this very much, but I assumed it was going to be like a low to mid 80s at the highest on Metacritic. I felt like this is a new sort of game for them, but I guess not. And it worked out very well. But no, I certainly didn't think it was going to get this kind of score. What do you think, Dustin?
I was expecting somewhere between 85 and 90, which leaning towards the 85, just because, like you said, it is a new game for them. This is a open world game that they've never done before, and transitioning from what they did before to open world is a big step. And through not that I had a bad time with the network test, but I had a little bit of time with the game, and so I expected it to be good for Souls fans and maybe a little bit of a boring world, because there's a lot with some emptiness in there. But no, so I'm pleasantly surprised. But I said this in the Discord, and it's worth pointing out. I would have been, I guess, if the score was extremely low, like if it was in the 70s, that would have been disappointing to me. But to me, it doesn't matter if the game is an 85 or a 95 or a 97 or whatever. Like, I think that from what I can tell from this game, it speaks to Souls fans very directly, and that is what made me excited.
What was your expectation, Chris?
I mean, I just assumed it would score about as well as any other FromSoft game, which is like pretty high, but not anything like masterpiece level. It's kind of, I was thinking about this. I was talking to Sweeney about this too, where it's like, man, Horizon just has this tendency of just launching really, really close to world-renowned masterpiece level open world games. Like it happened with Zelda, and now it's Elden Ring again. I can't remember the last time. It's just such an interesting like little coincidence. But yeah, I expected just kind of par for the course. But apparently this is something to pay attention to, and I'm looking forward to trying it out once they iron out some of the technical issues, because I have enough on my plate right now.
Yeah, that's the big thing that I walk away from is like, are you fucking serious? A 97 with a game that doesn't run right? Okay. This is my big kind of finger pointing moment for just hype. Just sick of it. Just so sick of it. And you're right, Chris. It is really interesting. A lot of people wrote in about it. I don't think I used any of the inquiries, but about that Horizon came out with Zelda, Horizon's coming out with Elden Ring, but Horizon will be just fine.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a moment. Let's get into some of these smaller news items too. I wanted to just throw this one at you, Dustin. There's a NieR Automata anime of some sort. What is this all about? Talk to me about your level of excitement or lack thereof.
I don't know really how to feel about this, just because anyone who's played NieR Automata all the way through knows that the fact that it is a video game is intrinsically tied to the experience. And so there is no possible way to fully replicate the NieR Automata experience in an anime. But gatekeeping aside, I'm excited. There are some people that will never play the game or play any game. And so this is a chance for them to experience that world. And while it may be lesser, I am excited for them. I will probably watch the anime. I'll check it out. But I don't know. It's one of those, I'm confused. I'm not confused why it exists. It exists because NieR is a popular franchise. It will make money. It will do well. But I don't know if it does service to the vision of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of that happening. Like, 'cause I don't know if you guys talked about it last time because I wasn't here, but like that reminds me of a lot about the BioShock thing too, where it's like that's
right.
really pretty heavily predicated on the fact that it's a video game. And I don't know if you could really have a BioShock adaptation that isn't a video game. It's just bizarre. But
yeah, I'm very I remain skeptical. We got quite a bit of feedback. You weren't on the show last week when we talked about it, Chris, but
yeah.
I had made the claim that I think Columbia is actually the much more interesting place to go for a story outside of a game, because Rapture is so dependent on that experience that it will never be replicated right. And I think going outside and earlier in the timeline would be the wise way to go, but I'm pretty anti-BioShock movie of any kind. We'll see how that turns out. I mean, we're far away. That's been optioned. I really think a lot of this stuff is just getting optioned, and we'll see almost none of it. Although,
Yeah, you're probably right.
we're going to talk about Uncharted in a little while, and that might indicate a different future for video game movies. IGN, my alma mater, reports that Guardians of the Galaxy underperformed for Square Enix. And they said in their financial briefing, quote unquote, sales on launch undershot our initial expectations. This is an interesting one. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Dustin, because Guardians of the Galaxy, by most accounts, was very good. Also, the sales of the game were pretty high compared to a lot of other Square Enix published games. But of course, the cost was different. The expectations are different. I know a lot of people make fun of that, where Square Enix is like very positive about their Japanese games and very negative about, like, Tokyo RPG Factory just keeps making games, right?
Right.
And no one ever says that their games undersell, and they've undersold every game since Setsuna, even though I love that game. So how do you feel about this underperformance from Guardians of the Galaxy? Not maybe a huge surprise, but underserved considering how good it was. And maybe it'll have these longer legs as people discover it.
You brought this up a little bit, but I think it's worth repeating that it seems like this is a reoccurring thing with Square Enix. And like you said, they're Western games that they repeatedly are saying, this didn't meet our expectations. This didn't meet our expectations. And I just wonder, first of all, if their expectations were realistic. Second, if just because it didn't meet what they expected, does that mean the game did poorly? You know what I mean? Like, it could have still sold and been a profitable game. I don't know, because I don't know the actual numbers behind this, but I think this game has legs. I think that they're right in that it will, people have been spreading the word about this game. Even here on the show, Chris was a big fan of it. I know a lot of our team members here at Last Stand loved it. And so I think it'll have legs, but overall it's just, I don't know, Square, you spent all this money to work with, get the license for Marvel. It really doesn't seem to be working out for him.
Yeah, Chris, as our big advocate here of the game, what do you make of this news that it underperformed in Eidos Montreal? Kind of seems to be victimized by Square Enix as opposed to anything else, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's a little annoying. I think this doesn't necessarily surprise me because this game was not marketed like at all. Like, I spoke to a few people who I know personally who are pretty familiar with the games industry. They don't work in it, but they pay attention. They read articles and stuff, and they tune in for E3 and those like big conventions. And one of them was asking me, hey, I'm looking for a new game to play. I'm kind of tired of a lot of multiplayer stuff. And I was like, oh, there's a Guardians of the Galaxy game that you would totally like because it's really good. And she was like, there's a game? Like, no idea. Like, no, not even an inkling of a clue. And also there was like a whole thing. It's like, oh, is it based on the movie? And it's like, no. They didn't do a good job of like really showcasing this game or advertising this game. And it's also just, I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy is a very specific team also. It's not like the Avengers where just the name is going to get eyes on it. It is one of those things that kind of depends a little bit more on people paying attention. But I do think this game has legs. I do think it will eventually just sort of kind of rise to this status of a really worthwhile single player game, because I do think there's significant legs there. It's a shame because this kind of implies that there won't be a sequel, which I actually would have loved. But, all's fair, I guess, in games and licensing.
Definitely. And by the way, speaking of the license, I just feel like Marvel has found very good and great partners, and Square Enix is definitely not one of them. So if I were them, I'd be like, we don't have any interest in working with you anymore. We'll obviously work with you with Disney for Kingdom Hearts and stuff.
One thing I also think the stink of Avengers was on it, because that's kind of what I felt when I first heard about it as well, where it's like, oh, they messed up the Avengers. You mean they're going to get Guardians of the Galaxy right? The fact that that's even possible is crazy. They messed up the Avengers but got Guardians of the Galaxy like totally on point. But I think there's a lot of reasons.
Well, I
think
the
game might have underperformed.
It's surprising because of the teams too. Eidos Montreal is good, but no one expected Crystal Dynamics to shit the bed. It's another example with Bioware of like with Bioware with Anthem, where you're just asking this team to make a game they don't make, and then that has a knock-on effect. And by the way, that had a knock-on effect with Crystal Dynamics, which is now basically being rented to Microsoft. So Who the fuck knows? But if I were Marvel, Disney, I would be like, we're done with Square Enix as far as Marvel games are concerned, because the Guardians of the Galaxy game was good, but they want returns. I mean, no one cares about the dollar more than the mouse. So,
yeah.
Speaking of dollars and the mice, or the mouse, I should say. Well, there's more than one mouse, I guess. There's Minnie Mouse, and that's about it. That's the only other mouse I know.
Yeah.
Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga is gold. Very exciting news for me, anyway. I'm looking forward to playing this game. They put it out on their social media feeds that the game is gold, and of course, it's coming out in early April on PS4 and PS5, April 5th in particular. I don't know if you guys have anything more to say about this game, but I must say I'm very, very excited about it. I'm really looking forward to it. I feel like this game is going to hit the spot and allow me to... Well, let me back up. A few weeks ago, I was talking about how I really want to connect with Harry Potter through Hogwarts Legacy. And I want to do that because I feel like I need a way in to the universe to kind of relearn what I knew and then maybe go further. With this game, I feel like this is a way for me to connect with some movies that I love, and the prequels that I think are getting a better look now that we've seen what has happened since. And even episode 7 I thought was fine. So I'm looking forward to like playing in that world and all the unlockable characters, hundreds of unlockable characters. I think it's 45 stages across the 9 games. Just the possibilities are amazing. And I used to like the Lego games, play them once in a while, played the complete saga on Wii randomly back in the day and all of that. But it's been a long time. And so having not absorbed that stuff for a while, I think it'll really hit the spot. We're going to talk about Traveler's Tales, though, in a little while in another story, because they might be done with Lego. This might be their last Lego game, but we'll leave that hanging. Guys, I got to ask you about this stuff with Microsoft going on here. We've been talking about them a lot on the show, obviously, more than I think any of us would like to, considering this is a PlayStation show, but nonetheless, this is important news. 2 things. Axios reports that Bobby Kotick's getting a massive golden parachute out of Activision upon the Xbox purchase. They're going to enrich him even more. $15 million golden parachute. And he will apparently get something like another $7 million if the conditions improve by the time the turnover happens. But the bigger thing here is that Microsoft began talking with Activision, according to a report on CNBC, after the accusations were made about sexual misconduct, after the stock fell in price mightily. So no doubt they were looking for a good price. And XDN wrote into us on Patreon and said, hey, CDC, there was news coming out that Microsoft opened the Activision acquisition talks 3 days after the CEO harassment report. This is also a day after Phil Spencer sent an email saying that they would reevaluate its relationship with the publisher. I thought that's interesting because it was rumored that Kotick was shopping Activision around and that Microsoft swooped in to save the day. Doesn't this news suggest that the opposite had happened and it was more of a shrewd move on Microsoft's part? Yes. And that's what I had said at the time. And I want to say this about Phil Spencer. I think Phil Spencer is really smart. I understand why people like Phil Spencer. Think he's got great gravitas, charisma, plays games, he knows games. I don't believe a fucking word Phil Spencer says. And I think Phil Spencer speaks out of both sides of his mouth. Now, on our side, in quotes, we have Jim Ryan, who's a hunk of concrete that sometimes holds a DualShock controller, right? We know he doesn't play games. We know he doesn't seem to give a shit about games. He's a businessman. That's fine. But he seems to speak a little more clearly when he speaks. And I'll give him that, I guess, because we beat him up all the time. Phil Spencer, if this is true, and I don't want to say too much, maybe we'll get Hogan soon and we can talk about it there, seems to have been like doing this with his hand and making a distraction while he was shaking Bobby Kotick's hand with the other. And puts a new patina over the deal, I think. Now, it is what it is. Activision itself is not responsible for Bobby Kotick. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of very good people that work there, including people I know. It's not their fault. But it does say that Microsoft did this in a manner that is economically shrewd and perhaps socially unacceptable. And I'm surprised that I don't see people talking about it more, because in an era where everything seems to be so magnified, it seems like they're really getting away with it. And I don't know. I don't know if it matters even. I don't know if anyone sees it this way. Chris, I'm curious what you think about these new revelations about Phil Spencer and Microsoft and Activision and what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't know if it changes anything really the way that I see it. It just sort of seems like, yeah, they just want him. They want the IP and they want him out of the industry, and this was just a way to do that. It just seems like this seems my read of the situation with this new information is basically the same as it was before, which is just like it's just focused on, oh yeah, Microsoft got a bunch of IP and we'll see how that goes, and yeah, he's getting a golden parachute, but the alternative was that he remained head of Activision for years and years and years on end and made that money anyway. There comes a point where you're so rich that I don't know how many millions even matter at that point. Like what about Bobby Kotick's life changes with 15 million more dollars? Like I don't really think much of anything.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I think that's kind of the way I see it. I don't know, because I'm not like a business person. I don't know the ins and outs of this stuff, but it seems to me like Microsoft was playing this game where it's like, okay, well, we have a perfect opportunity here. They're down. We can get this guy out in a reasonable amount of time, like 2 years, I think, right? It's like, or about a year now.
Yeah.
Year and some odd change. We get their IP. Yeah, we give them a bunch of money, but that doesn't materialistically change anything. And that's kind of the long and short of it. I don't know if it changes anything on as far as the way I see it. I don't know. I'm curious what Dustin thinks.
Yeah, Dustin, what do you make of this? Do you think I'm being too harsh, or I think Chris makes an awesome point. $15 million, $100 million is not going to change Bobby Kotick's life. He is massively rich. Even with the dilution of Activision stock over time, he still owns a substantial portion of the company.
Yeah.
And they're getting him out. So, and now I will reiterate, I don't think a lot of people give him credit. If you want to give him credit, he saved Activision.
No, he did. Yeah.
And there would be no Call of Duty today without Bobby Kotick. It should be said, whether or not you like, so, but no doubt he has let fester through the inordinate amount of power he holds with that company, a circumstance or series of circumstances that are untenable. The only person I keep thinking about in this, honestly, is Jen O'Neill.
Yeah.
Just because she bounced out of Vicarious Visions and probably would have made an enormous amount of money if she had stayed, which is a fucking, oh my God, if I were her, I'd be dying over that. But maybe she's happy either way. Anyway, Dustin, what do you think? Am I overreacting?
Well, I wanted to go back and see what Phil Spencer said. And it's funny because the quote that I'm seeing, this from an Engadget article, quote, evaluating all aspects of our relationship with Activision Blizzard and making ongoing proactive adjustments.
I'll say.
It's not true. They
true.
were reevaluating. Sure. I mean, but I agree that it's a
little sly.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little sly for sure. But I'm with Chris in that no matter what, Bobby Kotick's going to make money through this transaction, and making what you say was 15 mil. I mean, I don't think that that's very much for
it's 15 plus 7, I think. Yeah. And I agree. I agree. I mean, he's going to get, by the way, he's going to get paid out $95 a share too.
Yeah.
I think that's above and beyond that. But this gets him out of the picture. I mean, that's nothing money to Microsoft. And Chris, I think you're exactly right. It's nothing money to him too. But what would be cool is, I'm sorry, Dustin, did you have more to say? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Go. I had a thought, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, it would be a good mea culpa for him as he disappears, since he's obviously not going to work in this industry again. He doesn't need to work anymore. He's still on Coca-Cola's board, by the way, as far as I understand.
Jesus Christ.
But he should just give the money away, right? And just be like, and that should just be his mea culpa. It's very easy for me to say that, but that would be some tax write-off for him, first of all. And so it's not like he wouldn't benefit. He would probably zero out his taxes. But
yeah,
I don't know. Anyway, Dustin, go on. What were you going to say? What was your thought?
So I think the last thing that's important to note is just that stuff gets leaked on this show. And you can trust, you can choose to trust us or not, but I think what's interesting is that a lot of people put a lot of stock into someone who said that Activision reached out to Xbox. I don't think we ever had. I might be wrong here. I'm going off of my mind, so I'm open to be corrected. But there was never any kind of official statement of that. It was, I believe, a leaker said that. I don't remember who. But currently, what we're seeing is that wasn't true. That Microsoft first reached out to Activision, according to this CNBC article. So I guess it's just my point overall is that leaks are leaks. And you should take them with that mindset. Even from us, I think is fair. I think universally, like a leak is a leak. It's not an official statement. I don't know. It's just something to think about, I guess.
No, I think so too. And I'll just say that the fanboy war that was going on when this all happened, man, a lot of people receded into the weeds, huh? Holy moly. As this has gone on and on, it's a lot of these people that were screaming at us are Homer going into the bushes in the famous GIF, of course. But this is a great deal for Microsoft just for the IP and the acquisition of the studios. We're going to talk about Call of Duty more in a little while. But I had to throw this out there too, because I just feel like, I don't know, man. I just feel like Phil Spencer is wily, right? Like I feel like he has a real good guy persona going. And I don't know about that, right? Like I'm sure he's a fine person, but I think that like he's been given this uncle kind of persona that is a little much. And let's just be clear that he and his company were fully willing to take advantage of a company that was wounded because of serious sexual misconduct allegations to their betterment.
Listen,
true enough.
Uncle Phil Spencer out. It's time for Daddy Jim Ryan.
Yeah, Daddy Jim.
Come on, he's playing the latest and greatest open world adventure from Guerilla Games right now, Horizon Forbidden West. He's our man. Okay,
I hate that photo so much.
For the audio listeners, I pulled out my DualShock and I'm holding it.
But you have to hold it without putting your fingers as people actually put them, which is around the R2 and L2 buttons. Okay, guys, a couple more pieces of news actually. Supermassive Games, people online so first of all, I've been telling you guys for a month and a half now on this show that Supermassive Games was working on another game outside of Bandai Namco, that we're publishing a game with Google originally, and now it's going to be published with 2K. Seems like the game has leaked. It's at least the name of it is called The Quarry. And it is, unlike the Dark Pictures games, seems unaffiliated with Bandai Namco. We'll see more, but yes, Colin was right. And finally, over at GamesIndustry.biz, they just note that Tencent, ominous Chinese company that I just did a massive episode of Sacred Symbols Plus all about, is on the move again. They purchased Aaron Flynn's studio. Aaron Flynn, of course, was one of the big players of Bioware during their heyday. And Inflexion is the studio's name. They had a different parent company called Improbable. Here's the thing I'll say about this. I'm not even going to kick it over to you guys because we've talked about this so many times. I just want to say this. I'm reading a story from Brendan Sinclair on GamesIndustry.biz. Brendan, you write, I don't know, 700 words, maybe 600 words. Maybe ask Aaron how it is that he's getting bought out by a Chinese company like that. Why doesn't anyone ask that? And the answer is because GamesIndustry.biz wouldn't be able to write this story if they were asked that. They wouldn't have been given that access and all of the rest. Why won't these companies ask? These things keep happening and no one asks. And it's so frustrating. And I just want to say that, like, this is, I've said it a few weeks ago, right, guys? Everything is a choice. It's a choice. And it's a choice to go into business with Tencent. And you should be asked about the choice. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Doesn't mean it's illegal to do it. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. But it's a choice. I don't know. I'm just so tired of seeing these articles and just seeing no skepticism in them whatsoever. Garbage. Not garbage is Horizon Forbidden West, and we are going to talk about that now as we get into the games we're playing. But before we do, I want to kick it over to Chris to start this week because he is the only one playing other games in addition to Horizon Forbidden West. So we'll talk about that last. Chris, hit us off with what you're playing, especially because you weren't here last week.
Yeah. So I actually wasn't playing much last week. I think I played a couple of games. I was playing Dying Light and Sifu, and I've been, healthily making my way through those games. Sifu is awesome. It's really cool. It's really hard. The fighting feels like super visceral, and it's very punishing, but in a very, in my opinion, approachable way. There's a lot of depth to the combo system that they put in this game that I was not anticipating. Just the way you can pick things up off the ground and kick them towards people, and just the way you interact with the environment's really, really satisfying. It's a really cool, and just the aesthetic and the presentation of it is also very cool. Wonky English VO aside, it's really cool, and it's got some really cool boss fights and really, really interesting settings. And I'm feeling Sifu quite a bit. I'm not done with it. I'm still pretty early on. I'm at the club, which is like, I think, the second area, which I keep getting my ass handed to me.
I heard Push Square wrote a story where that, according to the trophies, is where the game spikes. Like, people just drop out at that point.
It's a massive spike, but I'm still working through it. I've been working on other things too. Dying Light, still in the early stages of this one as well. I don't know what it is about Dying Light in general, but I cannot get into this story at all. Something about these characters and this world from a narrative perspective, and the fact that I just feel the game just sort of constantly funnels me down the linear first person cutscenes with people I don't care to be speaking to. It gets in its own way, because I feel like if Dying Light 2 was just the sandbox with loose story implications and loose narrative threads, I'd be enjoying it a lot more, because the gameplay is really, really awesome. Like, the parkour system in this game is one of the most satisfying parkour systems I've played in anything. And just it's a little bit weird that there's no FOV slider. That bothers me, because I feel like I could be going a lot faster than I that always bothers me, though, so it's not surprising. But still super early in that game, haven't gotten super far. It's gorgeous for what is ostensibly an indie game, but I'm working my way through the story, kind of skipping a lot of dialogue as I go along, but I'm having a good time when I get to the gameplay and run around and, launching off of zombies and drop kicking them is super satisfying. And the melee combat's really cool too. Not seeing many bugs also. And just yesterday, jumped into Destiny 2, the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen, which is off to a really, really strong start. But this is the title I've had the least time with. I think I finished the first mission, and I was playing this crossplay. So I own the game on PC. I have the Witch Queen on PC, but I was playing it on my Xbox, and I got to a point, or on my Xbox, and I reached to a point where it's like, oh, you have to buy this. You can't go any further. It's like, oh, that's right, I didn't get it on this plan. So I'm going to continue on PC from where I left off, but it's super strong. Like the rework of the class system here with Void 2.0 and these really highly customizable weapons that you can forge yourself, and that new glaive weapon's super cool and satisfying. It's the new legendary campaign's super hard, but like really really rewarding. It seems like this is one of the strongest expansions that Destiny has had in a very, very long time, and I've been hearing very good things about it too, but I wasn't so sure how much to believe that until I actually started playing. And this is really kind of game changing, I think, but I'm still super early on, so I don't know fully. And those are the 3 games that I'm playing that are not Horizon, Forbidden West.
Well, we'll talk about that. Let's talk about that momentarily. I want to say, first of all, Destiny 2, Witch Queen, 1 million pre-orders, and friend of the show, Benji Sales, had noted that it was murdering, I think, on Steam when it was going. So Destiny's very strong, Bungie very strong, wise acquisition perhaps by Sony, although I don't still really understand it. It is what it is. And as far as Sifu, I think I've been sufficiently scared away from the game. Like, just by...
because it's hard?
Yeah, well, I don't mind hard games, but I mind annoying games that are, or games that I would interpret as annoying. And I only have patience, and I would argue I only have well above average skill in 2D games. I'm proficient and fine in 3D games, but I think my skills really still shine in 2D, but I don't think my skills shine very much anywhere at all anymore as I get older. All right.
Fair.
By the way, before we get into the Horizon conversation, Joshua LeGroux wrote in and said, yo, just wanted to leave a comment about the games you play in the conversation you guys had last episode. I, for one, appreciate how you play the games you do and how you do your spoiler casts. I, for one, really think you guys play like us normal people now, and I do appreciate how, when I'm playing these games, you guys are too. It's a real change from the traditional online media, and I appreciate it. Thank you. It's been awesome because we've managed to spin a negative early on, which was our
lack of access.
Yeah, but I was going to say like our inconsistent access, because we were getting games from like Square, but we weren't getting games from Sony. We were getting games from, Capcom, but we weren't getting, and I was like, ugh. So we kind of turned it into this thing that worked for us. And I like it that way. And I'm glad that it's resonating with other people. And I think Horizon is this newest game. Although I must admit, when I'm done with Horizon, I think I'm going to play Cyberpunk after that, but on PS5, because it's actually supposed to be pretty good. But Elden Ring's kind of tempting for me. I don't know, just because of how well it's doing. It's almost like something you maybe shouldn't ignore. But Horizon Forbidden West. Okay, so I'm about 20 hours in. I'm trying my hardest to slow play it. It has been pretty difficult to do that, but it's really fun, and I want to enjoy the experience. Here's my thing with Horizon is it takes way too long to get into the open world. The game it's like 90 minutes, I would say, or more in the beginning of a linear game. And games like this start like that sometimes. I think of Fallout 3, and when you're in, with the birthday party and all that weird shit in the vault. And that took a long time too, but it felt a little more fitting there. I feel like I had this real anxiety to like just get into the open world. Like, let me play the game. It took too long. But once I got into the open world, I was like, holy moly, man. This game's extraordinarily good. And I was remarking because I'd watched Micah play through Kingdoms of Amalur recently. I had reviewed that game in 2012 at IGN, but I have not played it since. She was playing it on Xbox Series X, I don't know, a few months ago. And I'm running around Horizon, and I can't help but feel like this game feels like a real world game melded with Amalur for some reason. Like the colors and the textures and some of the weird plant life and all of that. And I was showing her, and she's like, no, you're totally right. I hope that people out there that played both games will see what I'm saying there. But it's so fun. There's something so satisfying about just knocking components off these machines, about just exploring, and about how huge the world is. I can't believe how little I've seen, how big the map is. I feel like I'm all over this thing, and yet I look at it, and I don't think I've seen maybe 80% of it or 75% of it at this point. I've only done one of the tall necks to see like an area. And I will say that, and to the Joshua's comment earlier about how he likes our spoiler cast and stuff, we will do a full, extensive, deep dive into this game on Sacred Symbols Plus in the coming weeks, and we'll do the same thing for Elden Ring. I won't be on that one probably, but we'll do that. Maddie and whoever else, in addition to Dustin. So obviously we'll talk about it more extensively there. I don't want to spoil anything for people that will be spoiler rich, but I will say that the game from a living perspective is the most alive game I've ever seen in my life. And what I mean by that is you talk to someone and they really they emote. They have facial expressions. They look at you. They look away. They look at what they're doing. They act surprised. They have an appearance that is more than just the Fallout guy in the center of the screen. He's like, and then it's just the screen, the screen, and he's just talking.
Yeah.
The frank reality is a lot of games still do that, or something not much more than that. And I played this game, and I noticed that immediately. I was actually bowled away by it. I couldn't believe how good it looks, how fine it is. Now, the more I played it, the more I realized, some of these models are the same, and blah blah blah. But it's really quite impressive from that perspective. And the other thing I will say that I really love about it is that it feels like everything belongs and is there for a reason. I'm really impressed with not only the side quests, but the errands and the other smaller things that you do that all feel like much more than go get this for this and go do this for me. And it's just, even though that is what it is, it feels like so much more. I actually bought the Pulse headset for PS5, and I've been playing the entire game with it. And I'm quite immersed. Like, I'm really immersed in it. When you're playing Fallout or you're playing The Witcher or something, and you're reading, but you're just hitting the X button so that they don't say everything. It's like, all right, it's taking way too long. I actually just sit there and let them talk. And for me, that's kind of rare in these games, because eventually I'm just like, all right, yep, okay, and like reading it as I go along. I'm a fast reader. I think a lot of people are, but I'm letting it kind of just flow. And my impression of it is that it's one of the best PlayStation games probably ever, and it has a quality that I think is, if not uniquely Sony, then pretty much locked on almost only to them. This incredible high quality in a single player game, just oozing with it. I actually messaged Dustin when I was first playing it, and my big question was, what were they doing for 5 years? Because when I was playing it for the first 5 hours or so, I was like, this isn't that different than Horizon 1, which I also love. What were you doing for all this time? And then it becomes very clear what they were doing. They were building this incredible world. They were building these incredible stories and all the rest. I'm into it. I think it's really, really fantastic. Up in the top echelon of PlayStation exclusives, no doubt. I would say below The Last of Us, but not below much else in that regard. All right, I've said a lot. Dustin, let's kick it over to you first. What do you think of Horizon Forbidden West?
Yeah, so I think I looked last night and I was 12 or 13 hours according to my game clock.
Has a nice, accurate game clock.
Oh.
Love it. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So overall, I think I have to echo a lot of things you say, as far as, like, in particular, I think one of the things that jumped out to me as such a large improvement is the cutscenes in this game and the character animations overall. I remember thinking they looked kind of weird in the last game, and I think a lot of people shared that. And so to see them directly address that the conversations that you have with people, you're the facial animation, stuff like that, all look really, really good. I have to say also, as someone who, I don't hate side quests. I just don't consider myself a side quest guy. I'm usually so interested in the main story that I kind of begrudgingly do side quests. And sometimes, you find a good story. Sometimes you don't. Overall, though, I like how the side quests so far, at least in what I've experienced, have connected to the world, or at least the place that you're doing them. No spoilers, of course, on this show, but I did basically all the side quests for the first main town, which I believe is called Chainscrape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting to see how those side quests completely change the dynamics of the people that live in this town. Really, really interesting stuff. Really well done. Overall, though, just to not repeat a lot of things Colin said, my main takeaways as well are just that I'm a little, I don't know if disappointed. I guess disappointed is the right word, in the performance mode of this game. And I've been really thinking about it the last couple days playing it, because the performance mode, I feel like maybe I'm trying to figure out if I'm demanding too much, because it's really solid overall. I think I, for the most part, have been getting a locked 60. I'm sure there might be dips, but not visible to my eye. Good enough for me. But, and I would expect there to be a visual downgrade in choosing to pick 60 FPS. But there's something about this game in its open world where there's so much foliage that it has this weird grainy visual
like
look to it.
haze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it sucks because it's big enough that if I sense that there's going to be a lot of story stuff going on, I will go and switch it to the fidelity mode and then have to switch back. And I don't like that. There should be a feeling to me of a right balance between a quality and performance mode, that the effect of the downgrade that you get with performance should be acceptable enough that I don't have to feel like I am truly missing out on something. And I do often when I'm in this performance mode. So I don't know what the solution is. To my understanding, they're doing an 1800p with checkerboard rendering, and that might have something to do with it. So I don't know. I didn't design the game. I'm not a game designer. Part of me wonders if it would look better at a lower resolution, like if they did a 1440p 60 and without doing upres, maybe that's not possible. I think that there's room for improvement in the performance mode. And I was kind of shocked when some bigger outlets didn't mention that overall. But regardless of my potentially neurotic complaints about the visuals, it's still one of the best looking games I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, no doubt. And I'm enjoying it, I feel like, a lot more than the first one, which I love the first one. I thought the first one was great, but there's some level of this game that has an addictive quality to it, to me, that I didn't have with the first one.
Yeah, well said. It's interesting because I don't see what you're seeing, but I don't have the eye to see that, because I get blown away by how good the game looks. Like, I just stare at it sometimes and just constantly being like, Michael, look at this, because I just can't get over how good it looks. Like, this is, I will say this. What's the cost of a game like this? 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we have to get used to that, unfortunately. This goes back into what, was being said in PlayStation first party years ago about the dedication. You're going to get a game. I mean, I'm playing this game at a rate where my percentage is about connected to my hour count. That means that I could spend potentially 100 hours with this game. Now, that's not really extraordinary. I play a little slowly, and I played Far Cry 6 for more than 100 hours, which is unthinkable to a lot of people. But I have to say, it's of such a high quality. Do you agree, Dustin, before I throw it over to Chris, that this is a uniquely or pretty uniquely PlayStation quality game in a lot of ways? Like, I look at games like this and I'm like, I don't see anything like this on Xbox. No offense. Like, I don't see anything like this on, on Switch. Of course, they had their first party games, but this feels like this is Sony's pocket. I think this is a reminder in some way of what they do, and is probably in the nick of time for a lot of people as they're feeling sorted down. Do you agree with that before I throw it over to Chris?
Somewhat. I think when it comes to this style of game, that is true. I think that there are similar quality. If we're talking purely quality level, like, I think a game like Forza Horizon, the latest one, is unparalleled quality for an open world driving game. No doubt. So in a way, I agree. And in a way, I think that Xbox has made also very, very high quality games for what they're going for. They don't have a Horizon of, a third world action game. Wow.
Dude, let's make a third world action game. That'd be crazy.
Is that like one of the Resident Evil game where
there's Resident Evil 5?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Third person action game that
oh no. Yeah, go.
I mean, it's what it is.
No, totally is.
So
why were there black people in Africa, by the way? That was still my question about that game, going back to the original stuff. But yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
A third person action game, they don't have a third person action game that's to this quality yet. I mean, the jury's out on Starfield. I think that's kind of the big one that we'll have to wait and see.
That's what, did I say that to you in our text mess? I said that to someone I was talking to about this game.
Not to me.
I was like, Starfield is going to be the big comparison point for Horizon, in that it is going to be built around the Bethesda Game Studios dude in the center of the screen, right? And are they going to actually not do that anymore? And I think they look at a game like this and are either like, oh no, or they're like, oh, we're good. And I think it's only one or the other. and we're going to find out, because I think they had the when Witcher 3 came out in the spring of 2015, I think they had the oh no moment, and now they're still recovering from that, I think. Chris, let's kick it over to you. What do you think of this of our new PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 exclusive Horizon Forbidden West?
Well, first I want to say I hope Starfield has the awkward framing.
Me too. I mean, just because I think that would be funny, and probably wouldn't affect the well, because Outer Worlds did a similar thing, and that was still good.
I think there's a campiness to it that is kind of fun.
Sure.
But like, I agree. Like, so man, I don't know if I'm going to be the bad guy here. I like it a lot. I think where this game is winning me over the most is where it failed me the most in the last game, which is the gameplay, where it feels like I feel like Aloy feels a lot. She's a lot more satisfying to control. She's a lot more satisfying to move around. She reacts quicker. I feel like you're a lot faster. At least in my record, it's been a while since I played Horizon, but just the way that you can vanquish slide like down hills and like even up hills, it makes no sense, but it's awesome and it's fun. And the grapple hook mechanic and the rappel down, like it's all so beautifully animated, and it feels so good to just move around this world. It feels so good to knock the weak spots off of the robots, and it feels so good to just get ingrained in that monster hunting mode where it's like, okay, I'm gonna set a trap, I'm gonna switch to my arrows, I'm gonna switch to my acid arrows, and I'm gonna blow that canister off of the blister back, and then I'm gonna jump and do some stylish melee bullshit. And I don't know, I never got into that combat loop in the original Horizon. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it took too long to get to the point where I felt I could do that or what, or maybe the skill tree in this game is a lot more satisfying to move through, and it's a lot more interesting, and there's a lot more of consequence to play with. But it feels like a lot more of a gameplay driven experience to me this time around. And I'm loving every moment that I'm in the open world and exploring and fighting and hunting and planning my routes and just dealing with enemies and bosses, and that whole part of the game is something that I think is genuinely of like a very, very, very high quality, and it's something that I always itch to get back to whenever I'm not engaged in it. But when it comes to like character interactions and animations specifically, I want to say something. Like, I don't know if this is still, I'm not super far into the game. I'm still, I think, about 6 hours in, because I'm playing a lot of other things. But I don't know what it is about some of these characters that really bother me. But there's something there, specifically with that fuckboy hologram.
Oh yeah.
Like,
that guy's annoying.
Where like I don't remember this. There was a moment in like a cutscene with that hologram where it felt like I was watching like a Borderlands cutscene, and I was like, "What is this? This doesn't seem this feel." And then it switches away from it, thank God. But there are these moments of tonal incongruity that I feel, and I'm not sure what it is they're going for from a tonal perspective. Because the last thing I expected to see in Horizon Forbidden West was a guy going, yeah. Like I just did not expect.
Right.
That was like a really jarring thing for me. And also, like, I think the animation quality is really, really high. I think it's super good, but it didn't necessarily blow me away in the way that moving through the open world and like moving through that foliage and having that foliage move around you and look so good, and it never looks like it's clipping through you somehow. That blew me away far more than the animation quality on characters, because I feel like even something like Guardians of the Galaxy, which I think when I played through Guardians of the Galaxy, one of the main takeaways from that game for me was these facial animations are incredibly good. That was the last time that I felt like really like blown away. So this felt like definitely a step up from the first game where, you had, the Bride of Chucky at the beginning. But
yeah, she was a little creepy in her childhood.
And it's weird because they show that scene in the beginning when Lance Reddick is like, "You are a clone of a 2 million year old woman," and I'm like, I don't remember this at all. But they show that in the beginning. And it's like, oh, whoa, I can't believe they show that again. But it does show how much they've improved, and I do think this is overall a much, much, much better game than Horizon Zero Dawn was. It plays better, it runs better, it's gorgeous. I find myself, even with the performance issue that Dustin was talking about, I noticed it specifically, Dustin, when you first go through the gates, and you see that tribe at the dividing line of the Forbidden West, and I was like looking over through the horizon at them, and they were like pixely and they were like glitchy, and I was
like hazy.
What the fuck is going?
Yeah,
it's hazy. It was like, and it almost worked. It almost convinced me like, oh, it's like a heat effect. It's really hot. But then I realized it's like, that's not what that is. That even with that knowledge of the performance mode kind of hindering long, like far off vistas as far as like resolution goes, I still find myself gawking at how gorgeous the lighting is and how like nice the fog looks when it goes over there, and what a clever way to like hide stuff that maybe can't render in real time with this like really great looking fog. And I just think it's really, really gorgeous whenever you're not inside a room talking to somebody who's a little overly animated. But this is definitely a strong game, and you'd be a pretty big idiot to miss out on this if you have a PlayStation 5. Like it's I don't even know what you're doing with the console if you're not going to play this.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't know how it runs on PS4. I've heard it's pretty good there, but certainly on PS5, I think I would highly recommend it. It's interesting. We both have, all three of us have a kind of a different take on it. I feel like this is the realization of it's a rare company that will give you 5 years and $200 million to make a game. Now, it's not possible for a lot of places to do this. And I really do think that this game sets a different sort of precedent in some ways. Not in the open world design or anything like that. I mean, but it's a game where it's like, yeah, we dare you to spend the amount of money we're spending on this. We dare you. Like, we dare you to take one of your teams and to give them 5 years and this much money and have them make something like this. And I think Sony thinks they can get away with it, and they will, because this game will sell ultimately 10 plus million copies. I mean, no doubt, not immediately, but it's safe. It'll be fine. And it'll eventually come to PC too, where it will sell, another million or more. So they have themselves situated pretty nicely. I don't know if we'll see Guerilla again for a while. We might, because I think they're working on something else, obviously. But my overall takeaway is that I get a little nervous about what the amount of work a game like this requires means to future releases. But when those games arrive, we get to enjoy them nonetheless. And I want to get through a few inquiries here before we move on, just so we can explore a few more aspects of Horizon. Golden Goose wrote into us on Patreon, says, "Hey, Sacred Boys, just a quick inquiry. Are you guys experiencing the bugs and issues the internet seems to be with Horizon Forbidden West? I've seen people go as far as to say it's as bad as Cyberpunk. I played for 16 hours, and I've had one very minor visual glitch, but nothing close to what I've seen people claiming. Thanks for your input and having the best gaming podcast available." Thank you, Golden Goose. I don't read very much, but I have been seeing people, even on our Discord. Of course, join us on Discord. I think we have like almost 4,500 people there now via Patreon. It's awesome. A lot of activity. I think some people were saying that they were having issues too. And I don't want to, I get really annoyed when I say a game's not working and people are like, it works fine for me. But I'm like, it's definitely not working for me. And so I don't want to be that guy. We experienced a lot of this with Returnal, I think most prominently in the last year.
Yeah.
Where that game was just, for our Ben Smith, our editor, just would not function. Like, would not work. And so I don't want to be, and I played Returnal fine. There was like no issues with the game. With Forbidden West, my experience has been largely the same. I'm surprised by what people are saying about it because I am not seeing any of that. Now, again, it has to do probably with, like, you're talking about this checkerboard kind of thing. I wouldn't even notice that. One thing I did notice is that there's these cool, like, dirt tornado kind of things, you see in the desert. And I saw one in the distance and it was just like pixel lines. Like, it looked like, like scan lines. That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
So that was weird. And there was one thing where I approached this person that was like in the middle of the desert and I just thought they were a person there. And then I walk up and the entire settlement like crops up around them, like this little save point. So a little pop in. But that's all I've noticed. The game hasn't crashed. The game hasn't, it loads like quickly. Did you guys know you have to go into the settings and turn off the load screens in the PS5 version? Like, it will go even quicker.
What?
Like, if you notice when you go to a load screen and it loads, you have to press X to get through the load screen. It has like a little tip. That's so you can read it. You can actually go shut that off because it's not even necessary to be there. And I read that, so I did that. You can also shut off Aloy. They tell you, but get rid of Aloy's stupid fucking headdress in the cutscenes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can do that. But
that's good.
I will give a shout out to all of the little ways that they've micromanaged the game. And you know what? I always talk about the little things. And I always talk about God of War 2018 as being the game that just didn't get it from that perspective. It ruined that game for me as being more than something very good because I was just so annoyed with it. The map sucked. The quick travel system sucked. Everything sucked. And like the little things. But the gameplay was so good.
Yeah.
And I mean, I love God of War. I'm not shitting on it. It's just that was my take on that. This game is a masterclass in the little things. And I love the way you can mess with the HUD. Like when I first turned the game on, I'm like, the HUD is so busy. There are so many goddamn things on the HUD. You can go in and customize it to the very deepest level you want to show. And you can swipe up on the touchpad to make the HUD appear in its entirety, and then it'll disappear again. So I have, I have like, like my weapon square, I think, in like the compass or something. And I really dig that.
It's like a dynamic HUD, which is I remember when we were talking about Zero Dawn, that was like one of the first things that I talked about having a hard time with jumping back into it, was like, my God, this is such a busy HUD that's just always in my face and just giving me all this information that I don't really need ever. And they listen. I feel like they genuinely improved on everything from the first game so far.
I think so too. And the usability, I think, is just, and I don't know if you've noticed it too, Dustin, is just, it's through the roof. Like I notice little things. Like I'm on the quick travel map, but when you're on the quick travel map, when you go to a quick travel map and it lets you quick travel, that's it. This game lets you interact with the map even though you're in the quick travel map. So you can be like, oh, I want to go over here and just put a little flag here and I want to investigate this thing. And now I'm going to go back and quick travel. It doesn't make you go to another menu to do that. There's like a number of little things like that I think overall flatten and make fluid the gameplay experience. Like the upgrade trees are really beautiful. I love the upgrade art for the different 6 trees. Going through your collectibles is very easy. The way they break down the completion percentage and all of that is super fluid. That going into the maps, it works. I love the idea that you can quick travel without having to go to a campfire. It just costs you a little bit of you have to make something to do it. There's a lot of decisions you can tell that they probably massaged in extensive playtesting. And from that perspective, I actually think that the game readily and greatly overrides any of its deficiencies that I've noticed, which are few. And again, I do want to reiterate, that doesn't take away from your own experience. That's just been my own. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, well, to address I think that cyberpunk comment is just absolutely ridiculous and should be laughed at, because it's nowhere near that, which, again, maybe someone's got a bad PS5 that's not working well with this game. We've seen that is potentially a possibility. I have not heard that anywhere even near to the extent of Returnal, which was pretty minimal. So I think there are some areas things that could be cleaned up. Like, for example, the opening cutscene when you finally get the title screen cutscene. There's a part where Aloy is traveling in and like you can see the plants popping in, and I was like, how did that get through? Like, it's right there. So, but that's like so minimal. I think the main things for me are like the game has not crashed on me at all. I have not gotten stuck in the environment or anything like that. I'm not saying it hasn't happened for anybody, but overall, I'm finding the game to be very stable experience overall. There are, of course, room for improvements across the board, but it's nowhere near like a cyberpunk situation.
No, definitely not.
But yeah, the quality of life stuff is really nice. I'm trying to think if there's any ones that stuck out to me. Not that they're unique to this game. Like, I was a little overwhelmed by all the different icons on the map, so I went and I turned off the different machines, just because I was like, well, if I want to reference where a machine is at, I'll just turn that back on. That's not a unique thing to Horizon, but it's just like all of the quality of life things together. There hasn't been a major thing where I've thought, man, if only I could do this, if only I could customize it in this way. There hasn't been anything like that so far for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of this has to do with the games we play and are exposed to. It could be that the sequence of games that I play or have played recently lead up to a game like Horizon being much better for me than the sequence of games you play that lead to Horizon. So that's important as well. We have this inquiry here from Jacob. I think it's important because this is something I noticed, and it is divisive as far as I can tell. He says, I'm still fairly early in Forbidden West, but I'm having trouble connecting with Aloy as a character. She is so robotic, cold, and generally emotionless to many others who are supposed to be her friends, leaving a lot of her conversations and dialogue options uninteresting. Are you guys having the same problem? And do you remember her being this way in Zero Dawn? She wasn't this way in Zero Dawn, but I think it's a reflection of what she went through during the end of Zero Dawn. And it's not a spoiler. We don't want to spoil the game, but it's not a spoiler to say that Aloy is much more distant in this game. But I think that that's by design. It's not always easy to play as her because you don't want to react like that. Like she's in the very beginning of the game, she's like basically trying to just get away from one of her friends. And she is like very cold and calculated and needs to move forward and wants to do the next thing and the next thing. But it's that she's driven is a little on the nose. Maybe is it a little much maybe, but I dig that. And I don't know what you guys do with your choices in the game, because there are choices in the game, but they don't mean anything. It's just like an emotional choice, a dialogue choice in the moment. But I always choose the heart one, like to make her as nice as possible because I feel bad about how cold she is. But I think that's by design. Have you noticed that, Chris?
Yeah. No, I've been doing the same thing where it's just like it's not the way that I would have played, or that I would have spoken. So like I try to make it as lenient as possible. But as far as connecting with Aloy as a character, I have a problem connecting with most video game characters just because I feel like they're fucking they're vehicles that I'm controlling. Essentially, I don't know. It's hard for me to get past that unless it's something that's really, really cinematic, like it's something like The Last of Us or something like Red Dead 2, which just kind of beats you over the head with a sympathetic character or sympathetic characters that you can't help but like really get into. I find that Aloy isn't so much distracting so much as the way that everybody interacts with her. Specifically, like I mentioned before, that weird hologram tech bro guy, and some of her friends are a bit on the nose with some of the things, like, oh, Aloy, the savior of what are you doing here? It's like, oh yeah, no, I know who I am. Who the hell is it? Oh, Colin, the creator of Last Stand. Yeah. How are you doing? Like, it's like, all right, but I don't think I have that much of a problem with Aloy specifically. That's like an interesting.
You might in a little. You're pretty early. You might. It might become more pronounced for you later.
No, maybe.
But yeah. I'll be interested. By the way, what do you think of Silence? I like him a lot.
Silence? Yeah, no, it's fine.
I dig that character a lot. I don't know. I always like that character, and I don't think you're probably there either. But I just had a moment where I'm like, what the? It gets so cool. I'm so excited for more people to get it, because there's a moment where I'm like, what the fuck? What? Mm-hmm. And certainly didn't see the story going where it was going, so that's exciting too. But
okay, yeah, no, I like him, but I also just like Lance Reddick, a lot. I'm biased towards him.
Yeah, he's great. I'm really into that character because some people are pretty down on him in both games. Dustin, what do you make of this particular question here?
So here's how I'd be able to explain a lot more thoroughly with spoilers. So I'm not gonna spoil anything and explain this as best as I can. Aloy was shunned and considered an outcast for almost her entire life. And now suddenly everybody wants something from her. She's referred to as the savior. I guess that's a mild spoiler, but not really. She saved everybody at the end of the last game. Spoiler. She won. She's still alive.
Yeah,
so
exactly. But somehow she's back at level 1. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. She was people treated her like shit her entire life. She eventually breaks out of that, managed to save everybody. And now everybody wants something from her, in addition to having the entire weight of the world on her shoulders, a personal responsibility. And yet people are like, oh, she's really bitchy. Like, come on. Like, think about the context of the situation. Have some empathy for what's going on for her at this moment. You see a character like Kratos, who's extremely cold, and mean and bitchy. People are like, man, Kratos is so cool.
He says boy a lot.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool when he's like, boy. It's like, boy. I don't know. I am not. You guys know that us and me, people on the show, I'm not the like, oh, feminism type. Like, oh, you have a double standard for men and women. But I saw a lot of a double standard in the way people were talking about Aloy. I don't know. That's something to think about.
I don't want to get political. We're not going to, but it reminds me a lot about what people say about Hillary Clinton. Like, would people think Hillary Clinton? Some people think she was like as craven or whatever if she was a man, and because then they would just be like, he's ambitious, right? But it's so that is a great point. I think it's important to acknowledge those things. And similarly, I'm not a diversity for diversity's sake person, but what struck me over the head in this game, a lot of black people in this game. And I think it's noticeable. I think it's interesting. Like there are a lot of notable black, specifically not people of color, but specifically they're them too, but specifically black characters. And not only with Silence, but just a lot of others. And I thought that was an interesting thing too. That's definitely noticeable. Good for people to see themselves in games, no doubt. But that's a really great point, Dustin, that maybe we're just judging her because she's a female. I mean, what do we want? Why do we? That's so fascinating. You're absolutely right. I think there's nothing more to be said about that.
Well, yeah. Let's leave it at that. I think that
we'll get more into that in the spoiler cast for sure. That's a great point.
Yeah.
I do want to go back to this idea of animations from John Mark Moon, because I don't know if you guys have any more to say about it, but I just want to reiterate. He says, "Hey, Triple Threat, Horizon is upon us, and it is truly an incredible and beautiful game. One of the biggest complaints I remember hearing about Zero Dawn was that the facial animations could be weird sometimes. Did you share this assessment, and what do you think about them in Forbidden West? I have been blown away by the animations in this game. They show emotion and characters that I haven't seen in a video game. Thanks for all you guys do, and stay frosty." I just want to reiterate, I agree. I've never seen this in a video game. I don't know if there's another game that does it like this, but I have not played it. And you see it, like, it's all happening in engine. It's not a cutscene, right? Like, so yeah. I guess we've seen cutscenes that are like that, of course. But that it's all kind of happening on the model itself, the models themselves, is amazing. And I'll also say, just as far as third-person animations, her combat animations, the animations of the machines, like, I get into fights with machines just to watch them. There's like a Firebird machine that I just fight, and it's just, there's amazing attacks it does, like with its feet and its wings, and dives into the ground, and it's just beautiful. And when you slow the game down, which you do constantly when you're fighting, and I made it like immediately upgraded all that so I could just slow the game down for seemingly ever. And you're shooting components off the machines, and they have this really good touch where the machine speeds up a little bit, even in slow motion as it gets hit. So it shows that piece falling off or getting damaged. It's awesome. Like the way the game and the world moves. The one criticism I have, and it's comical how bad it is Aloy's hair animation.
Oh yeah.
Not that it looks bad when it moves, but that it moves so much to the point where it's distracting and annoying, and they must fix that. I don't know. I was in a scene where she was in a hut, just surrounded by 4 walls, and the hair's like moving a little bit. I'm like, guys, I know it looks good, but it looks ridiculous. Her hair would just sit there. Did you guys notice this, Chris?
No, yeah. One of the first moments, or really, really early on, when that douche hologram pops up, I think he goes something like, you're an idiot. You got the wrong thing, bitch. And then he like sticks his middle finger.
Yeah, he gives another finger.
Yeah. And then it says that Borderlands ass thing where it's like, thou shalt not steal, the terraforming system or whatever. And then she sits down in the corner like this,
dude.
And I think
he's putting his hands on his face, by the way, like leaning in, just for the audio.
Sorry. She's putting her hands. She's got her face in her hands, and she's like kind of sitting. And then the other guy, Varl comes in, and he goes, "Oh, it's the goddess." And it cuts to Aloy, and she's hunched over, and her hair is like, it looks like Dr. Octopus or like Venom or something. It's like this alien on her head, and it's wiggling so much, and she's perfectly still indoors, no wind, no nothing, and it is distracting. Her hair looks like water or like an alien goo or something. It's very bizarre, and I did notice that, and I thought maybe I was being a little harsh. But I'm glad you brought it up.
In the NieR, man,
because
yeah. No, it's noticeable.
It's really distracting. It is. I think it robbed that moment of whatever dramatic potential a douche hologram could have.
Douche canoe,
but
yeah, Dustin, you must have noticed it as well. And this is one of those questions we were asking: how does this get through? Like, how did things get through? This is one of those things where I wonder how did this get through? Like, how many between everyone, the people that worked on the game, outside sources, Sony itself, the publisher, the marketers, everyone, more than 1,000 people have seen this game in pre-release. No one in power was like, you got to do something about this hair. Like, you got to slow this thing down a little bit. What do you think about that?
It just seems like the hair doesn't have quite enough weight to it. And I'm glad Chris mentioned that exact moment because I took a capture of it. I thought I maybe had it on my phone, but I don't. But that it's not just that moment either. It's continual that it's like, why is her hair? It's like
fucking Medusa.
It's got a life of its own.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks goofy. It looks goofy. And it's noticeable, especially because the game is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's the main takeaway. Is like that's kind of why I think the character, like the facial animation, specifically in Conversations, don't necessarily look that groundbreaking to me. It's because the rest of the game looks so good that in my opinion, it kind of falls short from what the rest of the game is doing. It's not so much that they look bad. It's just so much that the rest of the game is such a vast improvement on a visual front that the animations kind of remind me of what it used to be. Not that it's not better, but like things like that hair, man. And in so many dramatic conversations, it's happening.
Right.
It's like how it's just really distracting, and it takes away from like everything else. But luckily, those are very, it's not like that's not going to turn a game from like a 9 out of 10 to a 6.
No, of course not.
Oh, wiggly pasta hair needs
they could
what is it? They could 7 out of 10. Not enough moving hair.
Yeah, too much hair. That's something they could slow down very easily in a patch, and I do wonder if they will do that. I think they've already released one patch, but it wasn't fixed after I downloaded that patch. Maybe it was, but I don't think so. All right, I want to wrap up with this. This is actually for Dustin. Although, Chris, you could have an interesting answer to this too, because you're kind of balancing stuff with Witch Queen and et cetera. And by the way, before I ask this question, I do want to note that I like the game so much that I bought 2 copies already for other people. So I bought the game now 3 times. My nephew is 16 years old, and he's a big PlayStation fan, but he's saving up for a car. And I asked him, like, you going to buy Horizon? He's like, oh, I'm just saving for a car. So I bought him the game. And then my brother, Dagan, who loved the first one, but I know will never buy this game for himself until, later. I was like, you can get this because it's really good. So I'm speaking with my wallet, but Mitchell Lunsberg wrote in and said, hey, boys, this is for Dustin. What is your current plan of attack with Elden Ring out? I am assuming nothing will stand in your way, even if you are lost in the Forbidden West at the moment. Anyone else facing this dilemma? Interested to see where Chris lands on this. So my plan is to I'm not going to be distracted by Elden Ring, but I'm going to play Forbidden West until I'm done with it. I might throw Infernax in there a little bit, but I'm obviously going to platinum this game and be done with it. So nothing will distract me. And I think, like I said, after that, I'm thinking about Cyberpunk, but I don't really know because Dying Light 2 is still apparently not in the state it needs to be in. And I'm not playing it until the trophies are fixed. I'm not. So I wait. And also the Sacred Symbols Easter egg is going to go in March, which will be exciting to see too.
Nice.
So, Dustin, let's start with you. What is going on here with Elden Ring?
So for me, I'm perfectly comfortable playing 2 games of this stature at the same time. Obviously, Elden Ring is going to take more of a precedent for me than Horizon, but with these games being, we'll say, a different level of intensity for me, there's going to be points in Elden Ring where I play for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then I've either hit a wall or I've just had enough. I've been fully satiated with Miyazaki. I'm ready to play something else. Horizon, not that it's like a relaxing game, but compared to what I'm sure awaits me in Elden Ring, I'm expecting it to be a more chill experience. And so I'll see myself bouncing between the two. Other stuff is like Pokemon is basically on hold. Since it's on Switch, maybe if I'm in bed or away from home or something like that, maybe I'll play it. But I'll be really focusing in on Elden Ring, Horizon, and then I'll probably have a stream game, but that doesn't even really count. But yeah, I don't know. I know some people can only do one game at a time, and I understand that certain games do require that, but I think I'll be juggling the two.
Yeah, I'll give you something to juggle.
Oh,
Chris,
please.
what are you going to do here with Witch Queen and Horizon, which you don't seem that compelled by, so I don't think you're going to have a hard time playing something else. Are you going to jump into Elden Ring immediately?
No, I think I'm going to my focus right now, I think, is going to be on Horizon and Destiny. Those are the two that I'm most curious about. I think Dying Light, because eh, it's not super unstable from what I've experienced, but it's also not necessarily of the open world games that are out right now. It's the one that is least compelling to me from a myriad of standpoints. It's fun to move around, but like obviously I care more about the characters in Horizon and Destiny than I do Dying Light. So those are going to take precedent. Sifu I can always just come back to at some point. But I think with Elden Ring, I'm going to want to finish Horizon before I do something like that, because I don't think I can handle two open world third person action games at the same time. For me, it's just too, like, I can do a shooter in a third person open world. I could do, any number of different genres at the same time. But the second I start doubling up, that's when it gets a bit muddy for me at that point. So I'm going to focus on Horizon, and hopefully by that point, by the time I'm done with Horizon, there will be some kind of patch in place for Elden Ring that will make it a bit more approachable, because I actually am super stoked to play this. Just the fact that there's a jump button at all makes it something that I'm really, really, really interested in. I was actually playing through a little bit of Demon Souls too, also to just sort of get my bearings, because it's been a while since I've done any Souls like. I mean, Sekiro was a while ago, so that's my plan of attack right now. Hopefully, by the time I'm done with Horizon, there's a patch to stabilize that shit, because I cannot do 45 frames. That's and especially an inconsistent 45 frames, dipping from 45 to 60 to potentially 30, like what I'm hearing about. No, that needs to be smooth as butter if I'm going to jump into it, especially a game that's as hard as a FromSoft game. Apparently,
97.
97.
Dustin, now we're recording this right hours before the game comes out, and of course we don't get our games early. So I am kind of curious, Dustin. What is your anticipation level? I mean, are you excited? Are you looking forward? Are you going to stay up and play it tonight? Or are you going to wait? What's your approach here?
I'll definitely be playing tonight. The thing that I haven't decided yet is how I'm going to play the game because of all these technical issues. And in addition, Best Buy is not shipping my collector's edition until tomorrow. So I'm going to buy the game some other way before that, and then decide if I want to sell that physical copy or whatever, because Best Buy just screwed me on that. But the question that I have right now is that I can buy it on Steam and play up to 2 hours and decide if my rig is comparable enough, because the problems seem to be inconsistent. If you play the PS4 version on your PS5, you get a locked 60, and then when they fix it, you can move your save over to PS5. That's an option as well. I don't really know what I'm going to do. I'm thinking I'll start with PC, and then if it sucks there, then I'll buy it digitally on PlayStation.
Yeah, the PC thing's not a bad call, since you can play for a couple hours, not even worry about it, then not buy another copy. Good thinking. All right, that's all for Horizon Forbidden West for now. We'll, of course, again have a Sacred Symbols Plus episode ready for that in the near future. Elden Ring will get an episode. Dying Light 2 will get an episode. I actually reached out to the Berserk Studios, the guys that are doing Infernax, because I'm totally obsessed with that game. I haven't heard back from them. I also should note that I reached out to GSC Game World before the invasion of Ukraine began, and actually was talking to them and trying to get them on the show, but I don't know if that's going to happen now. Was talking to Micah and saying, like, it feels wrong to pursue this now that it's actually happened. I was doing it like in anticipation of. I think they have bigger fish to fry. So, but maybe I'll reach out and just wish them the best. But I want, even though Stalker 2 is not coming to PlayStation immediately, it is coming to PlayStation eventually, and I need to know that story, because I think I've said this in the past, but at E3 2014, 4A Games was there showing Last Light and the second Metro game. And I talked to them at that time because it was right before before Crimea was annexed by Russia. And you'll recall, or maybe you won't, but you'll know now, that 4A basically moved their entire operation out of the country to Malta. But they still have a studio in Kiev, which is where they were founded. By the way, we're calling it Kiev now with a Y. I know that's what they call it there, but I'm not doing that. It's Kiev. Chicken Kiev, Kiev, right? Guys, let's get into the news.
No.
Number one. This actually just broke this morning. This wasn't going to be the number one story, but here it is. What's that? Why, it's a hint as to what's to come with PlayStation's mysterious Spartacus service. As discussed by journalist Jeff Grubb on a podcast, who's a friend of Defining Duke, our sister podcast, as transcribed by Video Games Chronicle, it sounds like we're getting close, though. The more relevant details are the names of the 3 tiers, earlier reported by Bloomberg, along with their pricing. The tiers will apparently be called Essential, Extra, and Premium, and will cost $10, $13, and $16 monthly, respectively. The journalist describes the highest tier, Premium, as akin to EA Play. He said in part, quote, "You will get full game trials. I don't know if that's for every single game that comes out, but it seems like that," end quote. So basically, Steam's fundamentally a free approach, but paid. At that level, you will also get access to PS Now like streaming that will only be available at that tier, and a slew of classic games. The mid-tier provides a slew of free digital games, potentially 300 at launch. And that's all we know. The journalist notes that Sony is apparently close to its internal milestones, and that he wouldn't be surprised if this thing was revealed and potentially even released sooner rather than later. It's also unclear what this means for PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now as brands, if it means anything at all. PlayStation Network launched in 2006, at the time PlayStation 3 came to the market. In the summer of 2010, Sony began PlayStation Plus, which now has some 50 million monthly subscribers. PlayStation Now, Sony's streaming service predicated on the Gaikai streaming technology it famously bought outright in 2012, has been available on PS4 and PC since 2014, though its geographic availability is limited only to the world's biggest markets. This is a huge problem for a lot of people. I didn't realize how big of a problem this was, but it is. Ryan Griffiths wrote in and said, hey to the 2Cs cupping your big D.
Oh.
When do you lot think Sony will announce their answer to Game Pass? Also, in what ways could they set an example by making Spartacus sustainable while also satisfying their fan base? Last Stand Media has absolutely been killing it recently. Much love. Thank you, Ryan, for writing in. So, Chris, let's go to you first and talk about Spartacus. This Jeff Grubb news is there's basically a few pieces of information here. The 3 tiers have now names. These names are bad. I don't know why they would name them this. I feel like they have it set up to just use the trophy names. So I'm not exactly sure why they wouldn't do that. And then maybe Platinum would be like PlayStation Plus, PlayStation Now, whatever, all together in the same thing. And then you would have like gold, silver, bronze. That's a little.
I guess maybe I guess maybe they didn't want gold because
for Game Pass. Yeah, that's true. Xbox. That's
Xbox
that's
Live
a good
Gold.
point. Very smart. $10, $13, and $16 monthly. So what I'm curious about is where PlayStation Plus fits into this, if it does, because PlayStation Plus might just continue to be its own thing, which I think might be the case, which is what Xbox is doing as well. So it's not like unheard of. And then they'll have this extra thing on top. It sounds like the big draw for the top one is like full game demos for everything. And the big draw for the middle tier potentially is this hundreds of games on PSN. We don't know the nature of those games. So anyway, what is this new? How does this news strike you? And when do you think they might roll it out?
Man, I find the pricing structure a little bizarre. I find like 13 is like a bizarre price. I do think the names are bad also. So basically my concern here is if the highest tier of this subscription service gives you access to full game trials, what the hell is the $10 version? Just add play. Is that PS Now? Then?
No, I don't know. It says that. I mean, according to this, it says that PS Now would be functional only with the top package, Essential. And then that's why I'm kind of curious.
Strange.
I'm kind of curious if this folds PS Now in to this as that service and leaves PlayStation Plus alone.
Yeah, I think that's probably likely what's going to happen because, I mean, I don't imagine that they're trying to rock the boat too much. I imagine that they're probably just going to be doing something as similar to Game Pass as possible, which is like, yeah, they're doing Xbox Live alongside it. We're going to keep PlayStation Plus operational because, that's a lot of money to just get rid of or to fold into something that people might not necessarily be interested in, especially if you could just milk more money out of it. But this particular part of it where it says a slew of classic games that's also connected to a sentence that's talking about PS Now has me a little concerned. Because if we can stream classic, if the whole thing is that we could stream classic titles, then that's going to be like really depressing. So hopefully full backwards compatibility is there in some capacity. I know that was kind of the goal. That was like what we heard. I'm not satisfied with this information. Not necessarily that I think it's bad. I just don't think I don't think it says enough.
Yeah.
Like, why even say anything if this is what you're going to say? I feel like they should have waited until they had a more concrete understanding of what this was going to be and like what the tiers were going to be actually.
Well, this leak though, Sony didn't say this officially. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm annoyed that I know this then, because it's just frustrating.
I was agreeing with you for a second before that, because I was saying like I don't know that there's enough here to really leak. But it's because we already knew about the 3 tiers, so now we know about the pricing and the names and a little bit more. But I don't know. What do you think, Dustin?
So I'm looking at Video Game Chronicle has an article about this that I think brings out more of the like transcribed specific things that he said in the podcast. That since we're bringing them up now, worth our pointing out is that the pricing and the naming is potentially a placeholder for now. So those aren't necessarily locked in, the essential, extra, and premium. As far as the what's more clear, at least from this leak, of what the tiers are, which some of this is really shocking to me. On the podcast, he said, quote, "Essential is PS Plus with the monthly games as you know it today," Grubb explained. And then that includes cloud saving, your free monthly games, or whatever. First of all, that's bad if that's the case. That means the price of your PlayStation Plus, if it's essentially the monthly games, PlayStation Plus is what, $40 or $50 a year right now, and they're turning it into a $10 a month service. That's not so good. But we'll just take that as we, like I said earlier, a grain of salt with a leak. For the extra tier, this is a quote from Jeff Grubb. Quote, "For the extra tier, you get a downloadable game catalog. Anything on PS Now that was downloadable, it seems like it would be here. 250, 300 games, something like that. You don't get cloud streaming, but you do get 300 games you can download. And then for the premium, $16 a month, do you get full games? Not really, kinda. It's like EA Play. You get game trials. I don't know if that's for every single game that comes out, but it seems like that. And then as far as his comment on classic games, you also get classic games and streaming. None of the other tiers will have cloud streaming. You also get classic games. I don't know what classic games means, but I do know that it's a major part of the premium tier. So you have game trials, classic games, and streaming on the premium tier. Okay, so hopefully that makes things a little more clear. But
yeah, it's a little clearer. But the main concern here is, again, the fact that we don't know the nature of these classic games.
Mm-hmm.
Because all of a sudden, it would be weird to me if they all of a sudden just understood how to run these natively. You know what I mean? Like out of nowhere. I know they've been working on this, but my main concern, my main worry here is that these classic titles, that's PS2, PS3, PS1 potentially, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. These are streamable. And if that's the case, my God, that's so sad. That would really hurt me. Not that I would expect more necessarily. I mean, we should, but that I feel like that would be a disappointing way to introduce backwards compatibility personally.
Yeah, as a solution. We'll see. Unfortunately, we have very little to work on. This just broke right before the show, so I did want to put this at the top, but I do want to actually read. I'm going to fast forward to a story that I didn't anticipate on doing until later in the show, but it's connected. So it's actually number 7 on the list in the original run. It says, we may be getting a small glimpse into the future of the so-called Project Spartacus service Sony is apparently toiling away on as either a supplement to or an outright replacement of PlayStation Now. And ironically, the signal is coming from PlayStation Now itself. Surprisingly buried in a PlayStation blog post about the upcoming FPS Shadow Warrior 3 is that the game is launching on PlayStation Now. This is the first time this has ever happened, with games occasionally but somewhat rarely launching on PlayStation Plus over the past decade. Think of games like Rocket League, for instance. But Shadow Warrior 3 fits in nicely with what Sony may be intending to do in the future and what it has to use right now. PlayStation Now doesn't work with PlayStation 5 games, for instance, and Shadow Warrior 3 is a last-gen only game, so there's that. And it doesn't cannibalize PlayStation Plus's offerings. In fact, we're getting 4 PS Plus games this month instead of the usual 3. We'll hear about those in a little while. So there's no doubt Sony will be keeping an eye on the telemetry here. Shadow Warrior 3, due out on March 1st, comes from Polish studio Flying Wild Hog, one of a billion teams under Embracer Group, and more specifically under the Koch Media label. The original Shadow Warrior came to PS4 in 2014, while its sequel came to PS4 in 2017. They're well-regarded Doom-like shooters that are about speed and violence, much more than story or substance. Its value to Sony may be limited. PS Now only has between 3 and 4 million subscribers and is unavailable in many countries around the world. But it should show them how these waters are navigated as we get closer to learning more about Spartacus. And Rubinos wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Trio, this week, the upcoming title Shadow Warrior 3 was given a lot of YouTube spotlight and through a PlayStation blog overview, the latter of which revealed the game will launch day one on PS Now. To my knowledge, this is the first day one third-party launch in the history of the service. It's the first day one, first any-party launch on the service. Is this a preview of what we can expect for Spartacus moving forward? What about the partnership with Flying Wild Hog? I'm not sure what to make of this, but I love Shadow Warrior, and I'm strongly considering a PS Now sub when the game launches on March 1st. Love to hear your thoughts, boys. Thanks for great content and keep basting that birdie." Dustin, let's stick with you. I'm interested in this because they didn't make this a big deal at all. In fact, like there's no indication that this is true unless you read the article in like the second or third paragraph. And it's literally written something like, "Oh, by the way," as a joke kind of, but "Oh, by the way, it's launching on PS Now." Now, I did a little bit of research because I'm like, was it the first game that came to PS Now? And it is, as far as I can tell, the first one. We have games that have gone to PlayStation Plus as a crossover, so you can think of like Virtua Fighter and others, but it is the first PS Now game that is launched, as far as I can tell.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Was one of the GTA remastered trilogy games, didn't it launch on PS Now? Wasn't it like Vice City?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I think Vice City launched on PlayStation Now.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I think that
true.
might be
like
only,
a la carte, you're
it's
saying.
Partial,
A la carte.
It's a partial example.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. So, like PlayStation Plus has engineered us to expect a new game every quarter, probably we get. The last one was that Rock Galactic, whatever that game was, Deep Rock Galactic. That was
Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah.
But usually not a big game. I would say that ultimately Rocket League was huge, but it wasn't. It was because of that it became big, in part. And so Shadow Warrior 3 is a pretty big game to have on the service, and I find it weird that they're burying it. I wonder what their intention is here, Dustin. I'm curious, with now learning more about Spartacus. Now, they had no intention of saying this, obviously. This is leaked. The Shadow Warrior 3 stuff they did intend on saying. I just wonder how you think it's all married together, if it is at all, because it seems like maybe they're starting to flip some switches over there.
Yeah, so it is weird overall. When I saw this as an announcement of launching on PlayStation Now, I thought that's particularly strange. And like I said, I think the only other example of this is specifically part of the GTA remaster launching. And I think I said Vice City earlier, but I think it might have actually been
all
Grand
three
Theft
of them
Auto
are coming
3.
eventually. I think Vice City's up right now.
Yeah. I think they are switching them out or something like that. But anyway, it makes you wonder if maybe they had a deal to launch on a PlayStation subscription thing and Spartacus has either been pushed back. And so this is a different deal. Like if Spartacus isn't ready, then we'll launch it on PlayStation Now or something like that. So overall, though, it is an incredibly strange move. I honestly don't really know what to think of it since this is the first of its kind. Well, partially the first of its kind. I don't really know what the strategy is here. It feels like something that would have made more sense for a more thorough service. Whereas, PlayStation Now, we just talked about a couple weeks ago. It seems like it's going away. They pulled the cards from store shelves. What was that in the UK? And I think that's already potentially happened here. PlayStation Now is on the way out. So to launch a game on it and try to pull people to that service doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I agree with what you were saying. I think it feels bizarre to have a service that is kind of in the middle of a transition away from what it used to be as a kind of addendum to another service, and then have a game launch on that sunsetting service. It's a bizarre move. Although maybe that's why they didn't make much of a big deal out of it. Maybe it would have been this could have been a contract that was in place like way, it's potentially true that this is just an old deal that they just had to abide by.
Yeah.
which seems more likely to be than not, because it makes no sense otherwise. It's a very strange thing to do for PlayStation Now at this particular point in time.
We'll see. I think it's good points made all around. It seems like we are obviously missing a key component, but I don't know. I don't know why they're so coy about the Shadow Warrior stuff. Seems like something you'd want to play up a little bit more. But I think they're just kind of caught in a timing crunch now. I don't know that this is working out on their end the way that maybe they thought. And that money might be already allocated. That deal was probably made a while ago. I wonder how much the money is for it. We'll see. Only a few million subscribers. I don't think it's going to be very much. Number 2, if new reporting is to be believed, and it almost certainly is, Call of Duty won't get a mainline release next year in 2023. That will thus mark the first year since the PlayStation 2 era that Activision's mega popular FPS franchise wouldn't receive a new entry in the fall. Last Stand can confirm this reporting with our own source, which likewise claims that Infinity Ward will ship their game this year, and that Warzone 2 will also arrive this year. Next year, we'll purportedly see extended support of Infinity Ward's game, including the possibility of new campaign missions. Our source also indicates the following, and we report this without a second source, but comfortable with this one source who has been right about many things on background. The new mode from Infinity Ward will apparently be called Extraction, and it is apparently heavily inspired by Escape from Tarkov, a super hardcore PC-only FPS released by Battlestate, in 2017. How this will all be rolled out, of course, remains to be seen, but between Bloomberg's reporting and our own, it's clear Activision has a longer view of Call of Duty's health than it seems. After all, Call of Duty Vanguard, while a mega hit by virtually any standard, sold softly compared to many previous games in the series. For its part, Activision denies Bloomberg's reporting, telling the site, quote, "We have an exciting slate of premium and free-to-play Call of Duty experiences for this year, next year, and beyond. We look forward to sharing more details when the time is right," end quote. Call of Duty, first launched in 2003 on PC, first came to PlayStation via Call of Duty 3 in 2006, which came to both PS2 and PS3. The last year without a Call of Duty game was 2004. Since then, 18 subsequent mainline games from 4 studios have launched on PS2, PS3, PS4, and PS5. Those studios are Infinity Ward, Treyarch, Sledgehammer, and Raven. At nearly 450 million copies sold, Call of Duty is one of gaming's most popular properties. Its disappearance from the fall 2023 schedule is a major opening for any who choose to exploit it. Chris, this was the biggest part about this. So I was told by a reliable source about this a month ago or so. I just didn't follow it up that Call of Duty would skip next year.
Yeah.
And this person has been right about other stuff, so I'm comfortable letting you guys know that, and do with it what you will. But the big thing to me is not that Call of Duty is not coming out next year, which is its own issue for Activision to deal with and Microsoft at that point, but it's that eyes must be open like saucers around the entire industry as people realize, holy shit, there is going to be a major vacuum in the fall of 2023 where a game that sells 15 to 20 million copies and is typically the best-selling game in every Western region around the world is going to be gone. And that, to me, is the biggest part of the story. What do you think?
Yeah, no, 100%. That's a massive that is a massive break in the cadence that we've grown very, very used to in this industry. I've been waiting for such a long time for just 1 year that feels a little bit different. And I feel like, especially when Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty were both full blown, like going at it, it was rough, man, because there were years that just didn't, it was hard to distinguish some years because it was just like, oh, this again, this exact same release schedule again.
Yeah, it's like an Assassin's Creed on a pirate ship and a modern warfare shooter. It's like,
yeah, it's just always just some bizarre excursion off into some weird, wild bullshit from these two series that just didn't stop. And then I remember when Assassin's Creed took their break for a little bit, I remember thinking like, ooh, so it is possible that this could happen. And if this is true, and this does happen, I think it'll be a very, very interesting fall season to look at, because there's no way. We're used to seeing a lot of delays for games. I bet, and I think it's fair to say this, if Call of Duty does not release next year, there will be a lot of unfinished games that are going to come out in that window that are just not ready, that they're like, we gotta take this spot while we got it. That's a less optimistic view of it, for sure, but it will be nice personally from my experience just to have a break in that cadence where a year feels actually different for once. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I totally
I've been longing for that for a long
I
time.
totally agree, and I love the connection you made early on in your comment about Assassin's Creed, because that's exactly what I was thinking too. And I think this is good news because I think it's just the beginning of the interruptions to Call of Duty. Not that I don't want people to enjoy Call of Duty, but that I think Call of Duty, similar to Assassin's Creed, can benefit from being more of a every few years event. Where can you imagine how well Call of Duty will do if it disappears for 3 years and then comes back? Not that's not going to happen, but imagine if they were like, we're not releasing a game until 2025, and we're going to support Warzone and we're going to support Infinity Ward's newest game and whatever the case might be, but that's it. I'd be like, wow, man, like that game's going to come out and sell like 50 million copies when it comes out, and it might be worth it. And I think people widely understand that Assassin's Creed was saved by that decision by Ubisoft, because Assassin's Creed was dying. I mean, it was costing a lot of money. It was not doing great. They were releasing sometimes 2 games a year. I mean, they were releasing, remember when Rogue came to PS3 and all that, and Black Flag I think came to PS4 that year. So they made a very deliberate decision. And what do we say now? Like, a lot of people think that most recent Assassin's Creed game, which is being supported into next year, I think, and certainly this year, is the best selling Assassin's Creed game, and people really like it. And I think they realized, well, so we were saying earlier about Forbidden West, if you want to make a great game, you got to give your studio time, and 3 years is not enough time to make a Call of Duty game anymore. And that's the timeline that they've somehow managed to do. And I just don't think it's possible. And remember, it started to show failure a few years ago when they cut out the single player campaign from one of the games and pretended that it never existed, but it did. It did exist.
Yeah, Black Ops 4.
Right. And they just didn't have time to finish it. So the writing was on the wall there. But Dustin, what do you think about this news? Do you think it's a big deal more for Call of Duty and Call of Duty fans, or do you think it's actually a big deal for the industry that will now have this black hole in the fall? I mean, it's almost unthinkable to even release games in November in a lot of ways, unless you are the biggest of the best, because you know you're going to get cannibalized. I mean, look what that game did to even the likes of Battlefield and stuff. So,
right. Well, I think the answer is yes to both, but I think you guys really well covered the industry aspect. But from a Call of Duty fan experience, which I didn't play Vanguard, but I played some of Black Ops Cold War, and I played a lot of Modern Warfare, the new Modern Warfare, I think this is excellent news, and one that makes so much sense for the good of the IP. Infinity Ward games do very, very well, and there are still people that are choosing to play Modern Warfare over Black Ops Cold War and Vanguard. And the other thing that's very important also to make a note about is just that the Infinity Ward Call of Duty games, or at least when Warzone came out, it was so directly tied to Modern Warfare in that the guns you unlocked in Modern Warfare crossed over. It was like a somewhat shared multiplayer
NFTs.
experience between your unlocks. Yes, exactly. So if you think about it from this perspective, that it's like, okay, well, we can encourage more people to buy Modern Warfare 2 through Warzone 2, which is free to play, and we'll be milking so much money from the live service angle. And why wouldn't we give our other studios a break when they, for the last 5 years, can barely even stay caught up? Look at Vanguard overall just being not we'll say overall a disappointment to the Call of Duty community. Look at how they had to remove the campaign from Black Ops 4. It's clear that the increased development times that we've talked about earlier has caught up to Call of Duty. And all of these things are aligning that, yeah, it really does make sense for them to take some time off. It'll be beneficial for the good of the IP. It'll be beneficial for the players. I think this is awesome. And for me, as a in and out Call of Duty fan, I feel extremely excited for Modern Warfare 2 and the fact that I can pick that up, play it, and it's not going to just be reset in a year and then everyone will have moved on to the new game. I feel confident investing into that game and that platform for a 2-year time period, especially tied with the Warzone 2. It sounds awesome to me.
Yeah,
that was always the biggest thing. No, that was always the biggest thing with Call of Duty, where like you'd buy the game and then immediately you've got 9-10 months with that game before everybody abandons it for the next thing. It always struck me as like a bizarre thing. It's like, why would you want to buy a $60 multiplayer game that's only going to last you a year? It's such a strange thing. I guess it's not necessarily like if you want to think broadly about it, it's like, well, people spend $60 on single player games that last them like a week or whatever. But I just feel like multiplayer is built different. And when people invest in multiplayer experiences, they want something that's going to last a little bit longer than that. Hopefully something that's a bit more reliable. And for the first time in a long time, it might seem like a reasonable investment to jump into a Call of Duty game, knowing that it's not going to be abandoned in a year, knowing that like, hey, maybe because it's not going to be abandoned in a year, maybe there'll be more content for it in a year. And that's cool. That's exciting. That's beneficial for Call of Duty. That's beneficial for pretty much everybody.
It's also beneficial for Microsoft, because I had noted, and I think I was completely right, although the situation has since changed, which is that the dream that these studios would stop working on Call of Duty was just a dream. Now, I can imagine a situation now that we know what we know where, see, I actually get excited about the idea of what if you made games every 3 years where all three of those teams, the core teams, were all working on the same game. I mean, wouldn't that be like the ideal, to just have all of that talent working on one product and then getting 3 years out of it? I think everyone wins. And then it allows Beanox and High Moon and whatever, Raven and others, to maybe explore the idea of reviving these other games, which is maybe not so much of a pipe dream now. But I think this is good for Call of Duty. I still am enamored by what is going to happen next fall. And I wanted to just say this because I don't think it can be appreciated how many games Call of Duty has released in a row. So Call of Duty came out in 2003 and no 2004, and then Call of Duty 2 was in 2005. There's been a Call of Duty game 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and then 22. 18 years in a row. 18 years in a row. That is some accomplishment, man. And say what you will about Activision, but holy shit, that is incredible. What a run. But it's over now. And we'll see how it all turns out. But that's keeping the fucking trains running on time. You want to talk about that? Holy Christ. All right. Big news here. Interesting news. Number 3. We have a surprise. Turns out the Uncharted movie is a commercial hit. As reported by industry publication Deadline, Uncharted's global box office haul during its opening weekend was $106 million. It cost $120 million to make. So Sony and Sony Pictures are closing in on profitability already. Deadline offers some insight, noting, quote, rather than sell the $120 million production off out of financial desperation during the pandemic, Sony believed in the event movie, protected it, and waited for the proper time to release it. The box office results of such actions? Uncharted was supposed to do $30 million over 4 days at the domestic box office, but it wound up doing $51 million, end quote. This makes its cumulative worldwide take to date about $139 million as of the day before recording. In a memo sent to Sony staff as relayed by Deadline, Sony Pictures CEO Tom Rothman said in part, quote, with over $100 million in box office worldwide in just one weekend and a 90% positive audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, Uncharted is a new hit movie franchise for the company, end quote. Uncharted, one of PlayStation's most important original IPs, first launched on PlayStation 3 in 2007. Developed by Naughty Dog, the studio previously known for Crash Bandicoot and Jak and Daxter, Uncharted represented a major new direction for the team, but it paid off. Uncharted 2, 3, and 4 followed in 2009, 2011, and 2016, respectively, and The Last of Us and its sequel also launched, more akin to Uncharted than Crash, in 2013 and 2020. The PlayStation brand, as we've discussed on this show, is serious about cross-media potential. PlayStation Productions is the nestled vertical within PlayStation that will tend to TV shows, movies, and more. Also in development are TV shows surrounding The Last of Us on HBO and Twisted Metal, and a rumored Ghost of Tsushima film, among others. Real Radic wrote in and said, hey, CDC, hope you boys are well. Uncharted finally released in theaters here in North America last weekend, and it is currently surpassing expectations at the box office. Sony Pictures CEO Tom Rothman has already called it their new hit franchise. Is this successful first outing for the PlayStation Productions brand? Is a sequel to the movie guaranteed now? And will this lead to more Uncharted games in the future, whether that is a new adventure or a full-on remake of Drake's Fortune or Golden Abyss? Thanks and take care, boys. Dagan and I are imminently going to be doing Drake's Fortune on Knockback. I'm really excited to hear what he has to say about that game. I didn't play it again for the show because I've beaten it 5 times, but it's always fun for someone to enter Uncharted for the first time because I think they're blown away that a game in 2007 can still look that good. And it really fucking does. If you haven't seen Uncharted Drake's Fortune in a while, go look at it. It's just incredible. I mean, how good it still looks. But this, Dustin, I'll start with you as a surprise. And it seems like the people have spoken. And I saw in Tom Rothman's email, I read the whole thing. He had said that a lot of naysayers are getting proven wrong by Sony Pictures recently. And he was talking about Spider-Man, and he was talking about the new Ghostbusters film and Venom. And he's like, we're doing good. And I think that, to Real Radic's question, I think that this can only be good for the future of Uncharted as a series, getting more people in the door. It will always be a game series first. Even kind of more prolific movie series out of games like Resident Evil is still a game series first, even though people like those movies, or they did well. They at least had a lot of them. So what do you make about Uncharted's box office success? And God, when should we go see it? So we should do our Sacred Symbols Plus episode. I'm thinking we should record that. Maybe I'll go see it this weekend. And
that's what I was going to say. We need to, I didn't want to, I thought about seeing it last weekend, but I want to be fresh off of it as much as I can.
That's exactly right. Right.
So are we going to see it this weekend independently?
Yeah, let's do that. Chris, do you want to go see it? I mean, no one has to do anything, but would you be willing to go see it this weekend? And then maybe we'll record on Monday or something like that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I would be totally down.
Cool. So yeah, we'll go see it, and then you can hear our full thoughts on it. But yeah, Sony Pictures has been doing surprisingly well, especially after some not so good years. There may be the Venom thing is so weird to me, just because I don't understand. Those movies don't look very appealing to me, and they're doing Morbius as well, which just is like, why? But the market is speaking, and clearly also with this movie as well, did very well. And I think the most important thing to pull out of this is that the care and attention to releasing it at the right time. I think that the masses have moved on from Spider-Man at this point, and they were ready to go see another big action blockbuster movie. And I think that this came out right at the perfect time after Spider-Man hype had died down and people were ready to see something else. And the potential of the cross-media stuff is still huge. Whether we on this podcast like it or not, it's clear that the cross-media era is here and established, and we'll be seeing much, much more of that. If that wasn't clear already by the 8 million Sonic things they announced last week. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. He said that. So, yeah, we'll definitely be seeing Tom Holland as in his stoic Nathan Drake look once again in the future.
Yes. Yeah, I'm really, the audience reaction I trust a lot more than the critical reaction. Like, I would imagine there are many very well respected film critics. I don't know any of their names, but I'm sure they exist. And I'm sure none of them, or I don't say none, I'm sure very few of them know what Uncharted is. So they're looking at it as an action film, which is what they're doing. But when you hear something, Chris, like 90% approval rating, 9 out of 10 from people that are seeing it, that indicates something different. And I really want to keep my mind as wide open as possible for this experience, because maybe there is something here. And there's no doubt that people are interested in it nonetheless. I wonder if it's benefiting from this sort of canny thing Sony has done, where they've just gone back to the theaters before anyone else, and people are just going and seeing their movies. So what do you think about this performance, and what do you think about it paints about the future of Uncharted?
I think it's cool. I think it's good. I think this is kind of one of those situations where I remember just thinking, is Uncharted a big enough name to get people in theaters during a pandemic? Like, is that the movie that people will want to go see? And I didn't even necessarily consider the fact that it doesn't have to be, because Tom Holland's in it, and I think that's really the major pull for this. It's like, oh, people like Tom Holland. He's a good actor. I like Tom Holland too. So it surprised me that it did so well, but at the same time, in retrospect, it really shouldn't have, especially after the breakaway success of Spider-Man, and how audience pleasing and fun of an experience as that was, and how profitable it was, like $1 billion,
Yeah,
right?
they made an
Like, very
enormous amount of
quickly.
money on that.
So I think I agree with you that Uncharted will remain like a game series first, and it can't hurt to have these kinds of things out there to kind of get new people involved and kind of maybe show things about our favorite series to people who might not have ever played games, may never play games, but maybe there are some people who might now. And that's kind of cool. And I think that's definitely a positive thing for Sony and basically everybody involved. The thing that does make me sad about this, though, is that I don't know if we have. It's a little ironic that we're talking about it in relation to Spider-Man, but I don't know if we have the video game equivalent of Raimi's Spider-Man 2002 yet for video game movies, in the same way that was like, because it's one thing to do very well financially, and it's another thing to just be a really fucking good movie. And I'm a little disheartened at the idea that we might have skipped that part and kind of went, you know what I mean? Because I don't know how well the Uncharted movie's going to do, but I can't imagine not being annoyed seeing Tom Holland play Nathan Drake. I feel like it's going to be a really rough experience for me because I just don't buy it at all, you know? And I feel like the reason why it's doing so well is, or why the audience is receiving it so well, is in large part because maybe a lot of these people in the audience don't know that that's off.
Right. It's a good point.
And it might be harder for us to enjoy it.
I think it's going to be a problem. I mean, that's why I'm trying to keep an open mind. I think it'll be a problem as far as me not seeing Nolan North, not hearing Nolan North, who's got a very particular build to him and stuff. I find Tom Holland's a little quaint, but he works as Spider-Man, but Spider-Man is like kind of the acrobat, you know? Drake is not that kind of character. I don't know. We'll see. But
yeah, well, this is cool and it's good. I really hope that Sonic isn't video game movies Spider-Man 2002. That would be a real historical letdown for me.
By the way, real big coincidence that you missed the Sonic episode where we talked about all those Sonic announcements last week.
Yeah, thank you, man.
By the way, Radic had brought up remaking Drake's Fortune or Golden Abyss. It is a shame Golden Abyss is stranded on Vita, and they can't just port it because there's so many Vita-centric things on it. They have to tweak it. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. I don't know what the hell they're waiting for. But Drake's Fortune, I wouldn't mind seeing a remake of Drake's Fortune. Game's 15 years old. I think that's fine. That's totally fine to think about. It makes a lot more sense than The Last of Us. Same console, though. So, but years apart. All right, number 4. As promised, Capcom had a major announcement this past weekend. Street Fighter 6 is real, and more information about it is coming soon. In a pre-rendered trailer, Ryu, I refuse to call him that, though I call him Ryu, is shown facing off with an unknown American fighter, and unfortunately, target platforms haven't been released, or announced, though it'll almost certainly come to PlayStation. The question is, considering Street Fighter V's PlayStation console exclusivity, is if it'll be a console exclusive this time around, too. We don't know yet, but fighting game expert Vincent Genito tells Sacred Symbols that with Capcom no longer being in the dire straits it was during Street Fighter V's development and actually being in the strongest position ever, exclusivity may no longer make sense for it. Yet with PlayStation's constant moves into third-party exclusives, particularly out of Japan, it's hard to make sense of what will happen here. A parallel announcement was also made in the shadow of Street Fighter VI's reveal. Capcom Fighting Collection is en route to PlayStation 4 on June 24th. This collection, which is made for Dagan Moriarty, my brother, includes the following 10 Capcom-created fighters. 1994's Darkstalkers, The Night Warriors, 1995's Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Revenge, and Cyberbot's Full Metal Madness, 1996's Red Earth and Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, 1997's Vampire Savior, The Lord of Vampire, Vampire Hunter 2, Darkstalkers Revenge, Vampire Savior 2, The Lord of Vampire, and Super Gem Fighter Mini Mix, and 2003's, which is the most random one, Hyper Street Fighter 2, which was on PS2. Especially notable here are the games Red Earth, which never saw a console port, Cyberbots, which was released in Western arcades but never on console, and the multiple third iterations of Darkstalkers, which never saw any Western releases. The entire collection of 10 games will cost $40 or your local equivalent. Man, does Darkstalkers remind me of my brother. He loved that series so much. And he's I had to tell him this first, he's super excited about this. this is weird because the Street Fighter 6 announcement, I think, left a lot of just questions. We see Ryu and some character with USA on his, I don't know who that is, with on his gloves. And
That's Luke.
Luke, who's Luke?
Luke is, I saw this because I didn't know who it was either, but Kyle Bossman mentioned in his video. It's the final DLC character of Street Fighter 5.
Oh,
so it's a
interesting.
nice little
cool.
thing where the last character of the last game and then back to Ryu or whatever his name is.
Now, Dustin, I'll throw this to you first. I did an episode with Vincent Janito about fighting games that will go live imminently. And we were talking about, and I thought this was especially interesting that, because I don't think I knew this, that Street Fighter V is not incredibly well regarded. And that while Sony was instrumental in getting that game over the finish line, and that's why it ended up on PlayStation 4 only, that Capcom is not even remotely in that position anymore. And that exclusivity would be kind of weird for them to do. They don't really do that anymore. You can see back in the day with Resident Evil 7 being on PSVR or Dead Rising being on Xbox, right? Like they were making these moves to secure financing, but they are fresh off of Monster Hunter. They're fresh off of multiple big Resident Evil games, etc. So what do you think about this announcement with Street Fighter 6? What do you think it'll be on? And do you think it'll be exclusive? Because I think that's the biggest question. And I was surprised, although compelled by Vince's answer, which he's like, I don't think it's going to be exclusive. And I think people need to set themselves up for that, even though Evo and all those things are so intimately wrapped up in it. And Sony owns that now.
I would hope that it's not exclusive when you have a game or games that are so centered around a community, the Street Fighter community. You want to have as many places that people are able to play in order to become part of that community. So I would hope that it's not. At the same time, though, Sony was instrumental in making sure that Street Fighter V happened, as you said, but Sony's also willing to pull out their checkbook more than ever now and secure big exclusives like Final Fantasy 16. So with their esports initiative, I could see them being willing to pay a decent amount of money to at least lock this down for a timed period on PlayStation 5. So as much as Capcom doesn't need to do that, I wouldn't be surprised if they're still willing to accept Sony's millions of dollars to do so. Again, to be clear, I wouldn't want that reality, but that's the one that, based on Sony's track record recently, I think they would do. But overall, I don't really know what to think about this game. I think that the characters look ridiculous. Promptly just memes about how wide this boy is, just insanely.
Yeah, Ryu gets bigger and bigger, which is so funny to me.
Yeah, he looks off-putting to me. They've hit some level of, I don't know, maybe what's that game, Jump Force, where they have cartoon characters with more realistic elements. And
you can see Goku's fucking pores.
Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing here with this, but I don't know. We didn't get a big look.
No, we didn't get. It's really nothing. I mean, the biggest takeaway was that logo, which is horrible, and also apparently maybe even stock, which is funny.
Yeah, it's a stock logo.
I don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, that's like so weird. Talk about the little things. Street Fighter, first of all, has an iconic logo. I don't know why you would mess with it at all. But regardless, Chris, what do you think about this?
Yeah, again, not much of a fighting game person. There are some that I dabble in, like particularly Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is like the one that I really gravitated towards and really never came off of. Since then, a couple of Arc System Works games, Dragon Ball Fighters was great and things like that. But I don't know. I think I agree with Dustin where there's something about the way these characters look now that they're not sprites that really bothers me. I don't know what it is. Like I really liked like Super Street Fighter 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom and that era of fighting games when it was sprite based. But then for whatever reason, when specifically these franchises move to 3D, I'm not talking about like Tekken and Virtua Fighter that were always 3D, so there's no uncanniness there. Although Tekken's pretty fucking uncanny. There's something that is missing that I find that I really liked about those series in the first place. So like, I don't know if I'm really all that enthused to see like a brand new 3D Street Fighter in the way that I would be a little bit more open to, a brand new 3D, Tekken game. I feel like I would be a lot more interested in that just because the uncanniness won't be there. Marvel vs. Capcom, when they did Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I think, or like Infinite, or whatever the hell it was, and it was no longer sprites, and it just they had all these like characters looking like they just didn't belong in the same place. So strange. And I remember just thinking, like, what the fuck did they do?
2017, that was an ill-conceived game. Especially because Marvel vs. Capcom, I was talking about this with Vince on that podcast, is like my brother always brings it up as an artist. He's like, it's the essential, like the quintessential example of, in this case, Capcom making everyone look like they belong together. And that's like BB Hood and Mega Man and Spider-Man, right? And Doctor Doom and like whatever. It's like
Cable.
It's super cool. I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's surprising that Disney hasn't more heavily. We were actually talking about with NetherRealm, moving on from Mortal Kombat 11 or whatever I was saying, or whatever 112, whatever the newest one is. I was asking, I'm like, would it be possible if DC and Marvel made nice and did a crossover fighter together, and how amazing that would be? And it would be cool if they did similar to Street Fighter cross Tekken and Tekken cross Street Fighter, where they were like doing those crossovers. I don't think one of them even came out, but the idea was like one was going to be a crossover in one style and one was going to be a crossover in the other's style. It would be cool to do that with Marvel versus Capcom and have or Marvel versus DC and DC versus Marvel. They would never do that. And I was saying the reason they would never do that is because it would be a big problem. Like you can imagine the people sitting around the boardroom being like, under no circumstances can we have a commercial where Spider-Man is punching Batman in the face, or we can't have Wonder Woman getting beaten by the X-Men or something, and that will legit be the end of that idea. All right. Number 5. This is a very long one, so everyone settle in, but it's important I read this entire thing because it's a huge quote and it's fascinating. So I want people to hear it. Number 5, a compelling report from website Video Games Chronicle relays confirmation from what we've been gleaning from EA's comments around the FIFA license it wants out. Relaying word from an internal meeting conducted late in 2021, as confirmed by the website's sources, they say in part that, quote, in comments provided anonymously to VGC, Wilson claimed that FIFA had precluded EA from expanding its games into modes beyond traditional 11 versus 11 or broader digital ecosystems, and suggested that the only value EA got from the license is a non-World Cup year was 4 letters on the front of the box, end quote. Now, nothing is going to change yet. All indications are FIFA 23 will arrive this year as predicted. But here's what EA CEO Andrew Wilson told his company in part. And I want to note that these are fragments, so I'm not going to talk ellipses and stuff like that. But if you want the full context, you can go read it on the site. But here's what he says. Quote, I'm going to be more open than I've been with the outside world. We've had a great relationship with FIFA over the past 30 odd years. We've created billions in value. It's just huge. We've created one of the biggest entertainment properties on the planet. I would argue, and this may be a little biased, that the FIFA brand has more meaning as a video game than it does as a governing body of soccer. We don't take that for granted, and we try not to be arrogant. We've worked really hard to try and make FIFA understand what we need from them for the future. Basically, what we get from FIFA in a non-World Cup year is the 4 letters on the front of the box. In a world where most people don't even see the box anymore because they buy the game digitally. In a World Cup year, of course, we get access to the World Cup, but in a broader context of global football on an annualized basis, the World Cup is important, but it's not the most important. We have 300 other licenses that give us the content that our players engage with the most and the most deeply. As we've looked to the future to what we want to grow the franchise, and ironically, the FIFA license has actually been an impediment to that. Our players tell us they want more cultural and commercial brands relevant to them in their markets, more deeply embedded into the game, brands like Nike. But because FIFA has a relationship with Adidas, we are not able to do that. Our players tell us they want more modes of play, different things beyond 11 versus 11 and different types of gameplay. I would tell you, it's been a fight to get FIFA to acknowledge the types of things that we want to create because they say our license only covers certain categories. Our players want us to expand into the digital ecosystem more broadly. Our fans are telling us that they want to go and participate in that space. Our FIFA license has actually precluded us from doing a lot of this stuff. Again, FIFA is just the name on the box, but they precluded our ability to be able to branch into the areas that players want. Our players are telling us that they want to move really quickly. We want you guys doing stuff fast. And in order to do that, we need a level of freedom to be truly creative, innovative, and experiment in the marketplace. Because of the nature of the approval timetables and the various things around the FIFA license, that's actually been really hard, and we're moving much slower than we want. I had a conversation with FIFA president Gianni Infantino just a couple of weeks ago, where I said, listen, the money's not a thing. We want to pay more money than listen, the money's a thing. We don't want to pay more than the license is worth. But it's not about that. It's really about our ability to deliver games and experiences that our fans want in a timely fashion. At the end of the day, I don't know if we're going to get there. And ironically, if we don't, and we'll be able to rebrand our game and take control of the global football ecosystem that we're going to build, ironically, we'll probably generate more revenue and have more fans and have more engagement over time, because we'll be able to work with more partners. We'll be able to build more modes of play. We'll be able to expand more deeply and broadly into the digital ecosystems around the fabric of football. And more than anything, we'll be able to move really, really fast. We're going to work through this. We're going to be thoughtful, and we want to be good partners with FIFA. But I wouldn't be surprised if we ultimately move in a different direction. At the end of the day, I think that might even be better for our games than continuing with those 4 letters in the box, end quote. EA's first FIFA game was FIFA International Soccer in 1993. The series first migrated to PlayStation in 1995 with FIFA Soccer 96. Every year since then, there has been a FIFA game from EA, 37 in all, if you include the World Cup-centric games every 4 years and a handful of spin-offs. Indeed, FIFA, long run through EA Sports' Vancouver-based hub with help from EA Romania, is EA's best-selling sports product every year, full stop. And it seems they want to take control. This is fucking fascinating. First of all, none of that was meant to be public. So it's a really interesting insight into how they're talking about this behind the scenes. But Dustin, I'll go to you with this. I know you guys aren't sports fans. I'm not a soccer fan at all. I understand FIFA and what it does and its organization and the World Cup, obviously. I'll be paying attention to the World Cup if America's in it. But they are ready to cut bait, and it's not a huge surprise. FIFA's reputation has taken a real beating over the last 10 years or so. They're widely looked at as corrupt, and they give the World Cup to ridiculous. I mean, FIFA's World Cup is in Qatar this year. They had to build like an entire new infrastructure because it's 125 degrees there. You know, I don't know if people remember back in the day, they were even considering moving it to a different time of the year so that it wouldn't be so fucking blazing hot there. So obviously there's money just going under the table and all this, and no one really likes FIFA anymore. But this is a really bold and daring thing to do with what is your biggest game. And I wonder, this is just an outside thing, is Konami being like, oh, what? Like, can we marry FIFA with eFootball? And is that going to be available? So there's all these different things to think about. But I mean, how does all this strike you?
So from someone who's totally outside of this ecosystem completely, it's one of those things where it's like, well, so many different elements line up for EA where they are limited by the FIFA license. They're spending a lot of money for it. Optically, FIFA is not so great, like you mentioned. So why wouldn't they want to switch away? It seems like this is an all-win situation. The biggest negative being, of course, is what he said about FIFA being just as tied to a video game title as it is to the actual organization. But I just don't know. I don't think it'll be that hard for consumers to connect the dots that this is the next FIFA game without FIFA in the title. Like that seems like a small price to pay that really won't hurt them that badly. So if all this is, true, then yeah, obviously get away from FIFA. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think to this point, and I think we reported on it a few months ago, but they are apparently exploring the idea of calling the new one EA Football Club, which I think is fine. And EAFC, I think they want to have something like that. It is a shame for them. I mean, it is a big risk to say like the name of the game is FIFA. That's what everyone thinks of when you say the name. And we're going to get rid of that. And I think that that's a big risk. And I think that they're being held over a barrel on licensing and all of this too. But from a business standpoint, I find it so fascinating, specifically, as I said, and I'll throw it to you, Chris, is that might mean FIFA, that FIFA's up for grabs. And that could be a big game changer for Konami and eFootball. Now, I said that they really dropped the ball with eFootball. They went too quick. It's like a mobile port. They have a lot of work to do. But this could be something that can help save them, because I know that they're looking at licensing and they're doing a lot of individual deals as well. This opens up EA to brands, which is very valuable, but I think it opens Konami and eFootball up to the idea of getting organized football back under their umbrella, which I think is just the place you have to begin before you build from there. So do you have any thoughts on this before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be it would be an interesting day in the industry to see Konami make a FIFA game. That would be very bizarre, and honestly, with the way things have gone in the last year or so, I wouldn't even be surprised to see it. Like, why not at this point? so many things have happened that I would have sworn to you 3 years ago would never happen. So fuck it, why not? Let Konami make a FIFA game. But I do think it's really ballsy and really risky of them of EA specifically to just be so willing to throw the name away, because name recognition, I mean, there's a term for it for a reason. It's almost it's almost the most important thing in some cases. Like if you rebranded Halo as like Ring World, you know, or if you rebranded like Call of Duty as military men or something, it's like that will confuse a lot of people, and that will definitely hurt you. Like it's just a matter of how much of that you can withstand, and how whether or not you can brave that initial brunt of confusion. But I could see why they've been hesitant to drop their name of the most popular IP that they own. That's pretty.
I mean, this is going to
deal.
come with hundreds of millions of dollars in marketing necessarily. And what's interesting is, like, you know, you watch soccer games and they have the long boards with the often PlayStation advertisements on them, but lots of different advertisements. You can imagine that those are just going to be littered with ads for this. And maybe I don't know if they have to pay, because it could be that they keep the FIFA license for World Cup, but that's only relevant every 4 years. And they are making the compelling argument that FIFA gets more value out of this than we do. And they're probably right. And this is probably a call that they could have made a long time ago, but they can definitely make it now. I don't know that soccer is going to get much more popular in the United States. It seems like it's kind of where it is. But soccer is always, I'm 37 years old. Soccer has always been a year away from being the fourth sport in the United States, like always. And it's just not. But it is obviously the global sport. And you got to tap into that, and you got to keep that connection. And EA's money, a lot of it runs through that series, not only from FIFA itself, but from the FIFA card shit, which it creates, I think, more revenue than the game itself. So big risks up ahead, but I like the way they're talking bullishly, and they kind of were telegraphing this. People might remember that, I think in December or January, we talked about how EA was kind of saying, we might not go forward with this. And now we kind of get, I wouldn't be surprised if FIFA 23 is the last one. Okay, so moving on. Number 6. March's free PlayStation Plus games have been revealed, and we, of course, use the term free very loosely, as you have to be an active paying subscriber to the service to take advantage. However, this month offers a nice collection of games after a very disappointing February. On PlayStation 5, PS Plus subs gain access to 2021's Ghost Runner, the frenetic first-person action game developed in tandem at Slipgate Ironworks and One More Level. The PS4 version of Ghost Runner is not available as part of this deal. Making up for that, however, is the surprise inclusion of 2020's Ghost of Tsushima Legends from first-party team Sucker Punch. Ghost of Tsushima's standalone multiplayer game will be included for players on both PS4 and PS5. And then on PlayStation 4 only comes 2019's kart racer Team Sonic Racing from Sega, and Studio Wildcard's ever-popular survival game Ark Survival Evolved. These games will be free to download for PlayStation Plus subscribers starting March 1st, and remember to add them to your download list even if you don't want to play them now, as you may want to change, or as you may change your mind rather at a later date. Chris, what do you think? These offerings better than last month, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know. I've heard that Team Sonic Racing is actually really good. I've never actually jumped into it, but I know Ghost Runner's fantastic. I really liked Ghost Runner when I played it. Although I will admit, that's one of those games that I could see being a little bit harder on console than PC, which is where I played it. It's very like run oriented, but definitely a better month than last time. I don't know if it's amazing, but it's definitely an improvement. You know, I can't find too much to complain about with this one.
What do you think, Dustin? Anything to add?
Yeah. Ghost Runner is an awesome game. It kind of reminds me loosely of a game like Hotline Miami, where it's almost a puzzle to figure out how you're going to not only traverse through the level, but take out all of the enemies. Like, you got to figure out like what order you do things. And it's a ton of trial and error. It's a really tough game, but it's really, really fun. So this one, if you haven't checked out Ghost Runner, this is absolutely a huge win. Check it out.
Yeah.
I'm looking here at Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Wonder if they're going to try to make that a part of the the next game when they do an inevitable sequel for Ghost of Tsushima. I never
I
got into
wonder-
Legends. I never play. I mean, it's not for me, but
I might be misremembering, but did they say something about continuing to add more content to Ghost of Tsushima? Like, I swear I saw that somewhere. Maybe this is in prep for a new thing, like a DLC for that.
could
or
be.
something.
That would be awesome. That would be very cool to continue to support that game. I think that would be wise, Ghost of Tsushima, especially because they're apparently working on a film. Want to keep that alive as well. All right, number 8. Out of all the major entities in gaming, Ubisoft has been the most quiet when it comes to expansion, particularly in this age of endless mergers and acquisitions. Their rivals, from EA to Take-Two to Embracer, are expanding rapidly, as are their first-party partners. But they aren't. And that could be because they're more interested in listening to suitors than acquiring anything themselves. As reported by multiple sources, longtime Ubisoft CEO and steward Yves Guillemot said the following in an earnings call in recent days, quote, "We have always taken our decisions in the interest of our stakeholders, which are our players, employees, and shareholders. So Ubisoft can remain independent. We have the talent, the industrial and the financial scale, and a large portfolio of powerful IP. Having said that, if there were an offer to buy us, our board of directors would, of course, review it in the interest of all stakeholders," end quote. Ubisoft CEO Frederic Duguay later added, quote, "We will not speculate on why people haven't made any offer, if any offer is made, so I can't comment on that further," end quote. Ubisoft, a vibrant and successful publisher, recently staved off a very public and protracted attempt to hostily take it over from fellow French company Vivendi, which, through buying shares on the market and through large-scale owners, ended up with 27% of the company before abandoning the idea. They would have, of course, required 50% plus one vote to complete a hostile takeover. However, it may see that the writing is on the wall, that it doesn't want to actively participate in the wave of consolidation, that it may have to succumb to it itself. Founded in the mid-'80s, Ubisoft employs nearly 20,000 people. Yves Guillemot and his family own about 1/5 of the company and are its biggest shareholders. Dustin, what do you make of this? This is, I thought this was interesting, and it was going underreported. I read this on GamesIndustry.biz and a few other kind of more hardcore sites. But it sounds like Ubisoft is saying, like, we don't want to do this. And if you read the transcript from the call, you see that the CEO and CFO are kind of talking over each other, where there's something was said to akin like, I think Yves Guillemot said something, and I'm not sure I have this exactly right, but he said something along the lines of, "We can't talk about the offers that were made." And then the CFO comes in and says, "If any offers were made." And so I'm like, something's going on here. What do you think?
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a little almost correction. Like, oh, well, if, not saying there was, you know what I mean? But if there was, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, it'd be just, it would be a weird situation if they worked so hard to try to avoid being bought, only to sell later on, which I understand that who takes over or who you sell to is important, right? Like that makes it a very different situation. But I'm sure that, you know, it felt like just it was in the last year or two that they were like practically popping champagne for avoiding a hostile takeover. But I don't know. I'm glad to hear that they're interested in remaining independent. Like, I'm looking over this quote again. "We have always taken our decisions in the interest of our stakeholders, which are our players, employees, and shareholders, so Ubisoft can remain independent." So it's a thing where it's, I don't know, we live in a whole new world now where a company like Activision is bought, so anything's on the table. But I don't think we're at the point where we can expect all major publishers to eventually be bought. I would expect them to remain independent, but I would have said the same thing about Activision last year or even a month or two ago.
Yeah, on one hand, I feel like they're talking to the fiduciary obligation they have. The CFO has a fiduciary obligation, particularly to the board and the shareholders. If someone's going to say, like, we were interested in buying you, it would be stupid to say, well, we're not interested. I mean, you might as well hear them out. But
Sure.
I don't know, Chris, what do you think about this? Do you think that anyone's sniffing around? I mean, it sounds like people are sniffing around, and I just wonder who. And my hope remains that they remain independent. I don't think they make any sense with either first party, to be honest. So it would be like, who would be interested in this? Like EA maybe, or Take-Two? Like that's the kind of partner I see for them, not one of the first parties.
Yeah, I don't see what Ubisoft could offer Microsoft or Sony.
Tom Clancy, I
in any
guess,
real
and
capacity.
Assassin's Creed, but
Yeah, but
I
like,
don't really think that it's going to be worth the price of admission for that stuff. They can make their own shooters.
No.
You know,
I don't know if Tom Clancy's IP is actually all that valuable. You know, like I think they think it is, and I think they have it, so they use it. But I don't know if Tom Clancy as a name really means much of anything, especially now. Like, what the hell does Tom Clancy like? What is a modern Tom Clancy game?
what was the one that just
You
came out?
know,
Quarantine
like-
or not? What did they call it?
Rainbow Six
whatever they
Quarantine.
called it.
It's
Aliens.
shooting alien zombies in an office fucking build, like whatever. I man, I don't want this to be true, but part of me has to assume that if anybody was snooping around, it's gotta be Tencent, right?
Yeah, that would be
Like, I
interesting.
can't imagine.
Because Ubisoft's French.
Yeah,
But that was also what I was thinking about with if Microsoft was interested in them, like that would be an interesting combination because it's a foreign company. I don't know exactly if that would work or how that would affect the vertical that they're building, like their vertical monopoly or the claims of making a vertical monopoly. So I don't know. I would think I personally think EA and Take-Two are both primed to make a big move. And I think EA and Take-Two, they were both going after Codemasters. I mean, they both famously were going after them publicly. So it could be that there's another round of much more money going on because Codemasters price went from 800 million to 1.2 billion. I mean, if you're talking about Ubisoft, you're talking about, I don't know, 50 billion. I don't know, especially with how much Activision costs. I mean, something like that. So we'll see. But you know what, Chris, you were saying about Tom Clancy, you know what comes to mind for me is that if you care about cross media, Tom Clancy has major potential. And that you might want to have because you would own everything, like run all the stuff, like Hunt for Red October and all that shit. But just the potential of making movies and TV shows and all of that, I don't know.
is he a Hunt for Red October remake featuring starring Tom Holland?
Yeah, exactly. He's a studio player basically for Sony now, so could be.
Yeah.
Number 9. Here's a bit of a surprise. Take-Two and Lego are teaming up. Why is that a surprise? Because Lego usually does business with WB. In particular, its fully owned studio Traveler's Tales. But the deal's ticking away, and new deals can be and are being made. As relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, Take-Two and Lego have entered into a multi-game, multi-sport deal to leverage the popularity of Lego and accessible sports games. Now, here's where things get even more mysterious. Take-Two is working with Sumo Digital on the first game, a soccer title to revolve around FIFA's World Cup tournament later this year. In 2023, there will also be a racing game, and in 2024, there will be another sports game using Lego. Take-Two also has dominion over NBA and WWE games, and VGC wisely points out that Lego could go well in either direction there too. I mean, a Lego NBA game, holy shit. What's most shocking here, however, is WB's Traveler's Tales losing out on Lego exclusivity. The studio is largely built solely around making Lego games, and while the loss of exclusivity doesn't necessarily preclude them from releasing Lego games in the future, it's unclear if their protracted development of Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, which is about 2 years behind schedule, had something to do with Lego no longer being interested in working with its longtime partner. Indeed, VGC claims that Lego looks to be extra aggressive as it sees its digital market share slipping to the likes of Roblox and Fortnite. Since 2005, when Lego Star Wars came to PlayStation 2, Traveler's Tales is responsible for 22 total Lego games. Indeed, they haven't developed a non-Lego game since 2008. That was Chronicles of Narnia. So, Chris, let's go to you first with this one. First of all, I can confirm this. I had this news too from a source about a month ago. I didn't know what to make of it because I don't really give a shit about Lego, but someone who's very reliable told me this, and so when I saw the story pop on VGC, I was like, well, that is true. And I didn't know much more than what the story said, which is that they're making a driving game and a soccer game. That's what I heard. So,
yeah.
What do you make of this? There's 3 components of this as far as I'm concerned. Number 1, Lego is expanding. They want to do something else, which is we have a very specific idea of what a Lego game is. That's it.
Yeah.
And then number 2, Traveler's Tales. This could kill that studio. And I don't know what they're planning on doing, or if maybe they'll make Lego games too. It's kind of like with Star Wars being at EA, and EA is still making Star Wars games, but now everyone else can make Star Wars. It might be that case with Lego as well. And number 3 is that Lego is scared of some of these other services that are kind of encroaching on their territory. So how do you take this news? What strikes you?
I think it's Roblox, right? Roblox is so huge and it's insane how big of a gap that is in not just our knowledge, but the knowledge of the industry in general. Like I don't see any big players in the industry talking about Roblox at all, but it is massive. It is so unbelievably big. You have no idea. And I Lego knows, to their credit, probably more than other people do, that it's wise to compete on that front. Although I think they're a bit late, a bit late as far as you know, getting out of this exclusivity deal when they really could have. They really genuinely, especially with the way this metaverse stuff is going, where like there's this big level of importance placed on people creating their own things. Like, it's insane to me that Lego didn't have the foresight to be at the forefront of that, because what the hell were they doing? Just making Seinfeld sets? It's just bizarre.
It is weird. Like, dude, I go through these 80s toy catalogs. There's like a Twitter account that I follow, and it just scans them. And I was looking, I was like, holy shit, man. Lego is so ahead of its time. They had this thing on a lock so long ago. And they do have an impressive business in toys. But you would think that they would be more synonymous with something else. And it seems like maybe that's what they're trying to do now.
They're definitely trying to build a space, or they're trying to carve out a space for themselves in the digital marketplace. And I think it's smart. I thought they should have did that when Minecraft started blowing up like 10 years ago. Like, because the second I saw Minecraft, I was like, oh, it's like Lego, And then Lego didn't do anything like that when they really could have been at the forefront of it. So better late than never. But I think what's more interesting to me is what this could mean for Lego as a brand in the gaming space, in the same way that Star Wars is kind of expanding now, even to Lego. I mean, it's had a history with Lego, but even expanding outward from EA and Battlefront and being, you have Squadrons and then all these other new properties that are happening in that IP, to see what a Lego game could look like if it wasn't just, a 3D kind of collectathon platformer, beat 'em up. Like, that would be interesting. We used to have a lot of Lego games, actually. Like, I remember on the PC, I used to play this Lego Kingdoms thing. It was like a sim. It was like a medieval sim thing for PC in like 2000, I think, 1999, super long ago. But they used to have a presence outside of just that one genre, and they kind of like scaled back a little bit. I think a little bit unwisely. So it'll be interesting to see new genres explored through Lego, because I immediately, the first thing that came to mind when I read the story was the bizarre success that Mario has had in sports titles.
Yeah.
Like Super Mario Strikers.
Those are huge games,
and stuff like that. Where it's
I think Mario Sports is like one of the top 10 selling franchises ever, which is incredible.
Yeah. It's bizarre, but it works. And I think it's smart for them to go into these directions where, like, I could see a Lego sports game being awesome.
No, totally. And
because it's ridiculous.
It's funny because a part of me is like, well, Lego World War II or something. Will be, Lego bodies crawling through bloody ocean water on Normandy. But Dustin, I agree with what Chris says here. And I think when I saw the NBA, again, as I said, when I was reading it, my eyes lit up. I was like, holy shit, what an obvious marriage this is to sports leagues and using those licenses to get access. WWE is the same thing. It's like, why not have a Lego wrestling game? That sounds like that would be awesome, actually. So there's a lot of potential here. But when I saw that, I was like, yes, this is good. And what I think is interesting too is they're working with Take-Two for the licenses, but Take-Two is now apparently leveraging a third-party relationship in itself to now get Sumo Digital to make the game. So there's all these weird tethers between these companies trying to kind of relay everyone's rights to each other. So there's a lot of exciting potential here. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think that overall, Traveler's Tales is probably safe. I don't think that I don't see them doing any less. It's just one of those things where Lego's probably thinking, well, it's taking a while to get the Star Wars game out, and we want to increase our presence in the digital space, in the game space. And obviously there's huge potential in more arcadey / family focused sports games. Look at everything Nintendo has done with Mario. I mean, they have a new Mario Strikers game coming out. Lego is the perfect IP for that. And so why not work with a publisher that already has connections to the different leagues and, NBA, WWE? Just that makes sense to me that they can do this in addition to all the stuff they're already doing with Lego and Traveler's Tales. So I think it seems like a natural progression of that brand.
Lego continues to be the toy product that I fantasize about collecting, but never will. Like it sounds so great. And I always see these sets and I'm like, man, even the tall neck one from Horizon, I was like, that's pretty cool. But as I've said in the past, I just want to build these castles and do all the, like, not even the licensed stuff, but just their original stuff. That stuff's so cool to me. And maybe one day I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 10. In a random blog post, likely in response to some percolating rumors, Electronic Arts-owned studio Bioware has spoken out about its long-in-development new Dragon Age game, assuring audiences that things are going well and that it's still coming. Explaining how games work to a general audience, Bioware notes that the team is in the middle of the production phase. Studio lead Gary McKay writes in part, quote, "Our blueprint was completed last year, so we're now focused on building out our vision, creating amazing environments, deep characters, strong gameplay, impactful writing, emotional cinematics, and much more. The blueprint for the game is well understood and the team is focused," end quote. McKay wisely acknowledges the exit of the game's executive producer, Christian Daly, as losing your production lead in development is typically a very bad sign. As we already know, Mass Effect Legendary Edition executive producer Mac Walters has stepped into the role. Otherwise, it sounds like we are far away from release, though we may see more later this year. My personal prediction is 2024 at the earliest. Dragon Age, which started with Dragon Age Origins on PS3 in 2009, has seen two other primary releases. I can't read today. 2011's Dragon Age 2, also on PS3, and 2014's Dragon Age Inquisition, which launched on PS3 and PS4 in 2014. Its steward studio, Bioware, is best known for its Mass Effect trilogy, the original Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, and others, and is widely seen as a shadow of its former self following the disastrous launch of its co-op shooter Anthem in 2019. Chris, I feel like we're talking about this studio all the time on the show. Maybe we are, but what do you make of this? I mean, we know that the game has lost its executive producer. That might not mean anything, but it's not good. It's the same reason why I'm skeptical of Ghostwire, even though we'll see if it's good or not very shortly. I just feel like losing, that's even worse because they lost their creative director. But this is a upside down studio, and I am sick of hearing from them. Like, in my opinion, it's like, just go away. God almighty. Like,
yeah.
Are we really wondering about Dragon Age right now? I don't really think anyone cares right now.
Didn't they just do a thing that said Mass Effect will
continue?
Mass Effect
will continue. Exactly. Right.
So they're just like, they're hedging their bets. They're like, what did we do that everybody liked? We'll just tell people about that stuff that we're doing. It is annoying to keep hearing from these people when they're not showing anything. In my opinion, you just don't say anything until you got something to show, That seems like a pretty standard, pretty basic advice. And I don't know why BioWare in particular has such a hard time following it. Because this isn't even like a new problem. This has been persistent with BioWare for a very, very long time. It's like, oh, the next Mass Effect is coming. You want to see this grass?
Here's a spiral galaxy.
It'll be here. Yeah. Here's a spiral galaxy with an N on it. And it's like, okay, cool. So I guess the game's 3 years away? What are you doing? Go away.
Exactly.
Like you're doing more damage to the studio, I think, when you say things like this, because it just comes across, and maybe not. Maybe this is for EA or whatever the hell. Maybe they're looking for numbers. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the hell. I don't know how business works, but I assume that they're doing this to kind of get into the conversation for some reason, and I don't understand why you would want to do that if there's no conversation to have because you have nothing to talk about.
It's Dustin, I just want to go shh. Like,
yeah,
just shh. Yeah, go away and prove it, because I don't believe it.
Yeah,
like, I don't believe you. So prove it. What do you think?
My feeling on BioWare right now, my feeling about BioWare is the meme of the dog where everything's on fire, and they're like, "This is fine." Which I don't know, maybe things are fine now, but clearly this game used to be a live service game, and then they took that out, and part of BioWare was working on Anthem, and they decided not to do that, and it just seems like a mess, and that they need to keep oh, don't worry, we're fine. We lost our lead dude here, but we're fine. Don't worry. Nothing. Everything's great with Dragon Age, and it's like, okay, it'd be a lot more reassuring if you just didn't say anything and then came out with an awesome trailer
Right.
in a year or two.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, maybe this is a thing for, I don't know, maybe they're not actually speaking to us in a way. Like maybe they want to remind people that Dragon Age is in development. And people should come work for Bioware if you want to work. I guess they didn't put out a thing that's like, we're still hiring for this. They didn't say that. So maybe not that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to make sense of something that makes no sense.
Yes.
Maybe that's it too.
That could be. I think, well, it certainly could be. For me, I just wonder what the intention is of continuing to talk and why, to your point, like what are you hiring? Are you looking for things? I don't know about that. Seems like EA gives them a lot of rope compared to the other studios. And as I've said in the past, I think EA understands that it has to rescue BioWare. Like it can't let BioWare die because it's going to make everyone skeptical of everything they've done and reaffirm all of everyone's worst fears going back many years in the studios that they shut down. But I feel like what I hope we see out of BioWare is something special, but I will remind people, because sometimes people write in and they say, well, maybe the person got a better job offer. Like we were talking about this person leaving in that part. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. But what is the better job offer than being the executive producer of Dragon Age? Like, what? I don't understand that. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you know what the thing is for me too? It's like there's something about hearing things like this that just kind of it telegraphs like a lack of confidence for some reason to me. Like I don't know why that's the vibe I get, but I think about games like Doom 2016 when they had a whole development cycle where it's like they worked on a thing and it wasn't working and they shut it down and they restarted it up and then they showed it off out of nowhere, and it was awesome. And I feel like if you're that they could have just done that, right? They could have been like, all right, hey, Dragon Age isn't working out. You know what we should do? We should kind of refocus, retool, really, really focus all of our efforts into this thing, and then come back out of the blue with something that really blew people's minds. And they just didn't. And not only did they not, they're just being like, hey, we're working on everything. Mass Effect, Dragon Age, it's all coming. And it's like, well, now I'm just thinking like, how split is the focus here? It's almost like if you have like 5 jobs, you're not doing any of those jobs particularly well. But if you have one job and you can focus on it, you're probably going to excel at that job. So to me, it just feels like that, where it's like, just focus on one thing at a time. I don't think anybody really wants another Mass Effect right now. We got the Legendary Edition. We're happy with that. Andromeda was a mess. Dragon Age is still salvageable. Focus on that. And then if you want to come back after you've knocked Dragon Age out of the park, then do Mass Effect. But like, I just don't understand this weird juggle of pre-production. It's just confusing.
Yeah, very well said. Yeah, because BioWare has kind of been in stasis since the last Mass Effect game, with the exception of Anthem, which was obviously a boondoggle and a total waste of time. But they had to learn that the hard way. I mean, I remember one day, I remember I was talking about it. Like, this game has no prayer, and it doesn't. And
I remember when I saw it, I felt that way.
So,
and everybody thought it looked cool.
Yeah,
I remember being like, "There's something about this. It looks cool, but something about
it. Style over substance never works, especially in persistent games that require a lot of your attention. And it's funny because someone wrote in about this. I wish I had the question still. I deleted the thread already, but they were making fun of me for always saying that studios should keep their cards close to their vest and then reveal the games all at once. And yet I always talk vaguely about the games we're making. That's true, but I'm not EA. And I have the discipline a lot of times with our content to not say anything until the podcast comes out. I do it all the time. Sometimes I tease episodes and sometimes I don't, because I know that the resonance and people like it. Like, it's just a bomb out of nowhere. I feel like publishers and developers underestimate how much people like that and how they're willing to wait for that moment, and that you kind of rob them of the moment when you keep talking. And it would be, so I think Dragon Age fans, instead of just being drawn on this carrot on a stick, I think they'd be much happier to be like, well, we'll just assume the worst until you show us the best. And just you have one shot. And I feel like a lot of publishers don't understand that. I don't know why they don't get it. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, and I know because of all the things people tell me, that no one keeps secrets, but that's a different problem. You still have to kind of focus on what's best for your consumer, and they're muddling the message. I think you're absolutely right. Dustin, you have anything to add?
No, not really. I'm not a big Dragon Age guy, but BioWare, you're on your last leg. Get it together.
Number 11 is a wrap-up. Publisher Atlas revealed JRPG Soul Hackers 2 is coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on August 26th. That's a notable game because it's coming to Xbox. The first Atlas game on Xbox, I think, since Catherine, something like that.
Oh,
the original one. Website Gamatsu reports adventure game Submerge Hidden Depths comes to PS4 and PS5 on March 10th. Platformer Ganryu 2 Hakuma Kojiro comes to PS5 on April 22nd. And fighting game Blazing Strike comes to PS4 and PS5 sometime this fall. Website Push Square reports one-time Xbox-affiliated game The Ascent is coming to PS4 and PS5 on March 24th, while bizarre dungeon crawler Cult of the Lamb is slated for PS4 and PS5 later this year. The website also reports that EA's popular dodgeball-like game Knockout City, which came to PS4 and PS5 last year, is going totally free-to-play, beginning later this year. A rare question. David Graham wrote in and said, questions for the kings of Butler and Richmond. Soul Hackers 2, yay or nay? It seems heavily similar to TMS. What does that mean?
Megami.
No.
Is that?
I think does he mean Shin Megami Tensei SMT? I'm pretty sure that's
what I would think.
Logically so, because of the personnel connection. The personnel connection. Doubt Colin ever touched that
connection.
What?
Personnel? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I think he's talking about the characters.
Not personnel. Okay.
Doubt Colin ever touched that game, but did Dustin? Personally, I think I'm all in on it. Atlas is a reliably quality studio for going hardcore into Weebtown. I was curious about your take on Soul Hackers 2, which was a 3DS game, I think.
I think the Soul Hackers, I was looking this up, and I think there's like an old one as well. Yeah, there's one, Devil Summoner Soul Hackers in 1997 on PlayStation. And I think this was eventually either remade or something for 3DS, but I don't know very much about this game, but I did watch the trailer and it looked cool. It's interesting to watch Atlas in this post Persona world and how they're sort of lending stuff from Persona back into Shin Megami Tensei and their surrounding IPs. So I hope that I'm interested in something that can balance like the really good character driven story of Persona, but also have a lot of those awesome RPG elements. Obviously, I don't want just like a different Persona, but that was something that kind of made me not as interested in SMT5 was the lack of a really compelling story, which maybe it does. I never played it, but overall it seemed like people were more into the combat of that specifically. But I'll have my eye on this one, no doubt.
All right. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience as we wrap up this episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. Of course, you can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia to submit these inquiries to the weekly thread. Do not DM me your inquiries. Put them in the thread. I'll remind you if you do, but please don't. Let's start with Wet Willie. Says, hey, CDC. It appears David Jaffe is the new target of games journalists. On Tuesday, David asked a question via Twitter polls, which essentially boils down to how gamers view NPCs in video games. The question is provocative. If a game rewarded you a trophy for killing minority NPCs in a nightclub, essentially the Orlando nightclub shooting, would players do it in order to get the trophy? For rational people, David's intent is clear, which is to gauge how players view NPCs in games versus real life and essentially what lines the gamers are willing to cross for a trophy. My question is this: is David's hypothetical question crossing some sort of line, or is David just the new target of journalists trying to run him out of the industry? I assume you guys saw this. I saw this too. I actually emailed him just to wish him well, because I was like, this is so stupid. Obviously, it's a very first of all, David Jaffe is a personal friend of mine, so I'm obviously biased towards him, but he says what's on his mind. I think we all understand he doesn't harbor hatred towards anyone. He's pretty uncouth sometimes, but that's always been him. That was it. And I'll remind you that the very same people tearing him down were the very same people that propped him up and supported him being irreverent and crazy, which he has always been. Right? Like that's always been his. I remember being scared of meeting him because I heard about how, like, you know, how different he is compared to a lot of other people in a great way, but it's intimidating. And we ended up becoming good friends. I just feel like what he said wasn't couth. It could have been. That's why I don't use Twitter, anymore. Like I won't post on it anymore. still a great news feed, but I'm not going to post on it anymore because you can't say something like this, David, and you listen to the show, so I know you're hearing this. And you can't say something like that and expect that it's not going to get a blowback. But does that mean the blowback isn't fake? Sure. I mean, of course it is. He's asking a hypothetical philosophical question. And by the way, what he's suggesting is really not any worse than what we do in video games all the time anyway. And I kind of think that was what his intention was that getting more and more granular about about how and why and where and when we kill people. But we're still nonetheless committing these acts of violence all the time anyway. So it seems very strange to me that it was lost on a lot of people, but also that people won't give anyone the benefit of the doubt. Dustin, let's start with you. Did you see this play out? Is it a big deal? How did you feel about it?
I didn't see it play out necessarily. I did see it with the initial tweet, and I love David Jaffe because, and I think, I don't know if I've said this directly to him, but he's just a crazy motherfucker. And you never know what he's going to say. And I think that, at least in this situation, portrays like a better or for worse, which I think that I'm on the page with you, Colin. It's like, yeah, this is a very provocative question to ask, regardless of the intentions behind it. I didn't see what some of the response was, but I'm sure that there was a lot.
The responses are. It's like that. It's that amazing. It's that amazing meme where it's like, now let's see the quote tweets. You know, and you go in and you look at it and it's not good. But here's my whole thing. Here's exactly what he said. He said, hypothetical. If you were playing and loving an open world game and there was an easy automatic platinum PlayStation trophy for going into a minority filled nightclub, and he says in parentheses, Jew, Black, LGBT, Muslim, etc., and killing all the minority NPCs, would you do it? And people, like, the first response here it says, seriously, what the fuck? This is highly offensive and you should know better. Now, I simply ask, like, just sit, think, right? Read it and think. What is offending you about it? Right? Like, what is it? Because it's just a question that's posed and it's really supposed to be making fun of or like taking advantage of the metagame and what people will do. And by the way, the results are almost 50-50 with 35,000 votes. So it's actually a pretty interesting, albeit highly unscientific, sociological experiment. I just feel like it was kind of like, what is offensive about it? Right? Like, what is it offensive that he's saying it? I don't know. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know David Jaffe at all, really. Like, I've seen some of your interviews with him. I've seen, like, when you would go on his show, and some of that stuff's pretty interesting. But like, I don't really know much about him. I have no bias here. But I remember seeing the tweet and just completely independently, and I remember thinking, like, what the fuck? I just remember thinking, it's like, what a baffle it. What a strange. I guess to me, the strange thing was like why this question popped in your head at all. Sure. But then I immediately just scrolled on because I just stopped caring. Yeah, it is an offensive question, I guess, because but really just because it deals in an uncomfortable subject matter, and it's kind of gamifying it, I guess. I'm trying to understand, like, why. Well, like for me the thing was I read it and I was like, it's weird that your brain even went here, and I also kind of just don't think it's really all that interesting of a question, because the answer is yes, people will do it. You know, like, yeah. That's this is a very particular audience in the games. People who play games will do whatever the fuck they need to, you know, to just finish the game. Like, I don't think that would be. I don't think there was an interesting answer to be had from the question. And I think he had to know that it was kind of like pushing some buttons. I don't think he's ignorant enough to not know how that question could come across to somebody who has no idea who he is. But at the same time, I do think reading so deeply into it that you're like, I don't know. I saw some comments under his things like, you should be better than this or whatever. And I'm like, it's just a Twitter poll. At the end of the day, like, I couldn't break away from the idea that, like, this is a tweet.
Right. Well, that's why I just feel like he needed to be smarter, if anything, to just understand that that's a question to ask on we can have an hour-long conversation on this podcast about that. I don't think anyone's going to be offended that I brought this up, for instance, because we have no time limit, right? So if we have something deep or meaningful to say, like, we don't have to leave anything out. On Twitter, it's the worst, obviously. We all know that. And like I was really trying to diagnose this. That's why I wanted to bring it up. That's why a lot of people wrote in about it. I wanted to diagnose it because I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, okay, it's offensive because it's, and that's why I was asking, like, why do people think it's offensive? You can have an answer. And I have an answer. And I was like, okay, it's offensive because it's aiming at very specific minority people and you're killing them. Take a step back now. One step back. Would you go into the nightclub and shoot it up for a trophy? Right? That seems like a much less offensive question, but it's not that far from what he asked. And would you do, I want to be clear, would you do it for a PlayStation trophy? And the answer is probably yes. I mean, you could imagine a Grand Theft Auto game asking you to do just that. And of course, it reminds you of No Russian and all that kind of stuff as well, although there were no trophies associated with that. Go on.
Yeah, I was literally about to mention No Russian. It's like we were,
and
he brought it up.
So I don't know. Does that, what do you think? I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of where I feel it's like, it's offensive, obviously, but it's not. Right. It's the intent. It's fucking David Jaffe, right? It's not like President Biden is just randomly tweeting this out or something like that.
Can you imagine?
And even then, it's like I understand what he's saying because it's asking you like, how far would you go? What would you do? And Chris is exactly right. Like, I would have to. I'm a huge trophy fan, and I'd be like, I don't like. What do you? Not in that situation, but it's like, remember we've talked about in the past, Chris. I think before Dustin joined the show about avoiding trophies and that appearing as like your trophy. So like you went out of your way not to do something in a game, and then that trophy doesn't appear, and that was like its own. You're right, exactly. And I was like, maybe that's what it would be for other people. But, and I also, I mean, if you want to take the hypothetical to the obvious conclusion, that trophy would never exist. Sony would never allow that. Although they don't seem to have any problem with a lot of other crazy shit in their games, right or wrong. I don't know. Does any of that resonate with you? I feel like you guys are a little more bearish on it than I am, which is totally fine. I'm usually one of those guys, though, as though people know where I'm like, I don't really care what you say. It doesn't matter. Like, it's the intention. Your actions matter, right? Like, words are just words. It's how a person treats other people, what he acts like and all that. And no one's going to accuse David Jaffe of treating anyone differently because of their gender or their race or whatever. And so I just think people deserve the benefit of the doubt more. And maybe we should embrace the idiosyncratic people around us a little bit better too, because they're really important to us. By the way, this idiosyncratic man made Twisted Metal. He made God of War, right? Like these are things that came from his mind. It's like have a little respect maybe too. But anyway.
Yeah. I will say though, just before we, were you about to say something, Listen?
Good. No, go ahead, Chris.
No, because I just want to say, like, because I saw some of his David Jaffe's responses, and I feel like he's playing a little dumb and like not knowing. It's like, what do you mean? I was simply like, I mean, come on, you have to know.
I agree
right?
with you there, but like, but he doesn't strike me as one. You know, like I know exactly what you're talking about. The pedantic, I'm just asking questions guy. You know,
I'm simply
like
asking a question.
I think that there's a reason that's very easy to make fun of too, because you have to know the limit to the questions. Like I like asking people questions, but I'm not going to go like, you know, did Hitler have a point? You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, I'm just asking a question. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Did Hitler have a point? You can't like, but I don't think, you know, so I get it. But anyway, I'm interrupting you. But
no, that's fine. What were you going to say, Dustin?
Well, I think that, I don't know. And I think that our view is tainted from our close approximation to Jaffe, that we know that he is a kind and good guy. Like when I read this, I thought, bro, what the fuck?
I don't know that.
And
yeah,
then,
yes, you don't.
So
you
Colin,
don't. Yeah,
I got no idea.
I've you know, my interactions with him have been limited. I've called into his show before and we've talked a little bit on DMs and stuff, but like my reaction was just like, bro, what the fuck? And then moved on. It's like, so I'm somewhere in between where I am not shocked at all by the response.
Oh, no.
I'm not shocked at all. I think some of the response that's the bro, what the fuck is justified, but acting like David Jaffe is some like horrible person now, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, we love you, David. And
yes,
we hope you're doing very well. And people will forget about this in a week. They forget about everything because they're always outraged about something. Well, you know, I'll save it for the Horizon spoiler cast that we eventually do. But the one thing I really am excited to talk about is all of the different not so much anymore, but like the volume of Native American ownership over like Horizon style and stuff like that. And I'm seeing so much interesting stuff in the game that challenges that idea. There's a lot of, for instance, Roman design and all these other things as well. And that would be a difficult question to pose on Twitter, but it's a great conversation for a podcast. And as we just proved, I mean, you could talk about this without no one's offended by what we just said, right? So it's like, David, you have the outlet to actually, because you stream all the time, to just ask that question on a stream. And no one's going to get mad at you. God bless you. Mark Elfring wrote in and said, hello, my good boys. Do you guys think studios' reputations can ever reach levels where they are no longer fixable? I look at Blizzard or DICE or Ubisoft, where even if you remove legal issues, they simply do not seem to listen to the customers and are releasing multiple failed projects like Battlefield 2042, Diablo Mobile, NFTs, etc. Unlike a Hollywood series where a new director can be brought in, these studios are usually led by the same people for years and often make the same mistakes. It seems like there's a culture at some studios to bash their customers on social media, chase trends, and then be baffled that their base is upset or never learn from previous blunders. CD Projekt Red definitely lost credibility due to failing to meet expectations, but the culture did not seem to be spit in the face of your customers. I find it hard to believe enough customers will support a business that they have actively insulted them or destroyed their trust. In any event, thoughts? Dustin, what do you think of this idea? Are we getting to the point? I was reading something actually that kind of leads into this, where I think it was on GamesIndustry.biz that it's just, there's no doubt that gamers have become too lax about accepting subpar products. And it's not about taste, because that's different. Some of you are going to like your big titty anime games. Some of you are going to like your Musou. Some of you are going to like your visual novels and whatever. It's totally fine. But in all of those genres and subgenres and verticals and silos are high quality games. Quality isn't attached to a genre or an idea or even a developer, and certainly not a platform. But you see these games over and over again. I mean, this is why I was making fun of with Elden Ring. It runs less than 60 frames. It's not a 97. You know, sorry. Like I if you're promising a certain thing and you're not reaching it, that's the very fundamental, regardless of how good everything else is around it. We make fun of Battlefield 2042 on this game all the time. Chris always brings up, does you know a scoreboard? You paid $60 for that. And it seems like what's I think so interesting is that the games and the studios that are most victimize people the most like this seem to be the most deeply embedded into their companies. For instance, DICE is the biggest thing EA owns. And DICE is the center fucking next point of everything that is wrong. You know, whether it's the engine or the games. And so that's what seems to be so weird, is that in corporate world, people do fail up. And some studios stick around for too long, and some studios become so important. Like removing DICE now would be like taking the cork out of a sideways bottle of wine, because they're the only people that know how the fucking engine works, that all of the games run on. So it's just so interesting to me that nonetheless, DICE has a reputation that's anything but bad. And anyway, Dustin, what do you think about this?
I'm trying to think what else to add after that. I just feel like to get into some minutia, I guess, it's just that I think it depends as far as like recovering let's see, can studios' reputation reach levels where they are no longer fixable? I don't know. I think of something like No Man's Sky, where you would have think that they would have never been able, after the absolute bottom of the barrel, the absolute lowest of low reputation that Hello Games experienced from No Man's Sky. They recovered from that. And now is looked at as this incredible experience. No Man's Sky, they keep adding to it. They won't stop.
But they did it a very specific way, right? They said, we're going to fix it. We're sorry. And then they disappeared, you know?
Right.
And that's the only way you can do it.
Yeah. But it was also one of the most egregious lies I think I've ever seen.
People still defend that, saying that this shit didn't happen. And it's like, no, dude, it did. Like, I was at some of those E3s. It definitely did. Now you're absolutely right though to bring up No Man's Sky and Sean Murray, because they did it. That's the only way it could work. They were at least smart enough to know that. I also think that they were so flush with money from PlayStation and from that kind of weird relationship they had, and No Man's Sky selling based on its reputation before it came out, that they had no choice. Not they could have cut and run, I guess, but that would have been really shitty. But Chris, what do you think about a studio recovering? Because CD Projekt is definitely the most recent one, and that's why I'm kind of interested in playing Cyberpunk, because it's like, did you fix it? I mean, it seems like you might have fixed it and did it right, and are you going to do it again? No? Okay, you learned your lesson? Great. But maybe not. And he brought up Diablo with Blizzard and all of this other stuff. There's an NFTs, the way Ubisoft was talking about NFTs, and then the audacity of Team 17 and these other studios still trying to do it in every one of them, including GCS Game World.
Every single one of them.
GSC Game World, getting rid of them. Anyway, what do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think I because a company is more than just one person. It's like dozens and occasionally hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. I don't know if it's even really possible for a company's reputation to stay broken, especially in the games industry, where there are plenty of opportunities to kind of rebound. I think. I mean, we brought up No Man's Sky for a good reason, because that should have killed them. You know, in every other reality, they would have been gone, but they decided, hey, we're going to do the right thing, and then they buckled down, they fixed it, and look at that, they did a good job. And even with we talked about DICE with Battlefront, I believe Battlefront 2, which was like a mess at launch. It had a bunch of loot boxes and all this crap, this pay to win garbage. And they turned that into a game that people loved. And it's, you know, I think, I don't know, it's my frustration with all of this is the fact that there are studios that fuck up consistently that are allowed to stay around, while back in the day, specifically, I'm thinking of EA. There were so many studios under EA. They didn't fuck up. They put out a game and it didn't do as well as it maybe they expected it to. But they didn't fuck up, and they're gone. You know, that's what's frustrating to me. Is like the attitude change, and how deserving so many developers seem of that early EA fate that just get away with it, and how undeserving a lot of those early EA studios were of that fate that's just got it for no good reason. That's the thing that frustrates me when I think about it. When I think about this entire question. I don't know if I have an answer for it. I don't know if there is one, but that is so endlessly frustrating to me to see like studio after studio just constantly fucking shit up. Fallout 76, that even happened in the first place is astounding.
Yeah, that was so.
Let's make a Fallout game with no NPCs. What? What do you? That's
and
the
we'll pretend
game.
we made it. Which
yeah,
is still my favorite
also
part of that. What a bad mistake that was for them. Yeah, you know what it reminds me of is can't have your cake and eat it too with EA, especially like what they did to Maxis. Absolutely legendary game studio, founded by a legendary game developer, and they're like, oh, Will, right? We're gonna run this thing into the ground. It's done. And it's like no appreciation of history, no appreciation of brands, and I don't know. It frustrates me that I've said this before, like consumers are not strong enough. And it's not a you problem, it's an all of us problem. We're not strong enough. We don't have what it takes to make them pay. And that's it. Until I see otherwise, that's going to be my assumption. Gunnar Zoris wrote in and said, "Greetings, lads. Yet another PlayStation studio has claimed that they have finished the production of a AAA title, released it to an 85 plus Metacritic score, and done it all with zero crunch. This game is, of course, Horizon Forbidden West, which took a total of 5 years from the first game to release. How many more instances do we need of this to accept with good leadership and a good producer, high-quality AAA titles can be produced within a reasonable time frame with zero crunch? Gunnar, you are missing a key component. Money. Sony has all the money in the world to spend all the time they want on these games. Now, it's a shame to hear about crunch at studios that have no excuses like Rockstar. But I would argue that there are studios where they are one failure away from being done, and crunching is in the best benefit of everyone of this in the studio to get the game as good as it can and get it out as quickly as possible, because they need to make their return. But Guerrilla is going to be around for the next for decades to come, maybe in perpetuity. They don't need the money from Horizon. They're going to make the money back. Another 6 months is not going to cost them anything compared to what it would have cost them. And I'll remind you too, and I don't want to defend crunch. I'm not trying to defend it, but they very specifically in that piece that you're referencing say that many people don't care what they say and that they still crunch. So it's,
yeah,
they say that they set up a guideline and then it's up to everyone to follow it. And I worked in the game industry and I know what that's like. And that means that everyone is still working a lot. So I am skeptical of the entire claim that Horizon was made with no crunch. What I will say is it was made with no mandatory overtime, which is, I think, different. But nonetheless, it worked. What do you think, Chris? Do you think this is a sign of the ability of studios to do it right? Or do you think it's just kind of an interesting marriage of money, time, and opportunity? Because most studios are not running like Guerilla.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there's no crunch. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that people didn't crunch to get this game out the door. I'm sure that happened. It's just a matter of whether or not that crunch is so severe and such a... I think there's such a thing as unhealthy crunch and healthy crunch. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to, have a bunch of dedicated people working on a game in the final hours, just kind of being like, I want to get this polished. I want to get this done. I want to get this, this... I don't know, this texture smoothed out here, or this like little thing finished, and people spend a lot of time at the office and they do that, right? And it's another thing to be like, hey, everybody, we're going to need everybody to not go home for 2 weeks. I think the idea of zero crunch is insane to me. Like, I just can't imagine a reality where that is the case for anything that is even remotely creatively impressive or creatively satisfying. I just don't believe that's possible. So I think that term needs to be kind of extinguished. But I think it's just a good example of proper leadership, proper time, proper money, proper investment. I think they are fortunate enough to be a first party Sony studio, so they are going to get the best treatment from their parents as possible. And because of that, you got a game that works pretty fucking flawlessly. I had like one instance of like egregious pop-in the 6 hours that I played, and it was like really quick. There are other games that launch in far worse states. And I think it really is all a matter of just management. You got to manage your team, and you have to first of all be working on something that people don't have a problem staying late to work on. That they want to do that. Like, they want to be like, oh man, this game is so good. I'm so proud of this. I want to put extra work into it.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there's a weird demonization of crunch, and I understand it because a lot of it is like in the context of, mandated crunch or whatever, or like really, really egregious examples of it. But crunch is necessary in art and creative, and the creative process. And I just, I don't know. The conversations about crunch always annoy me a little bit.
Yeah, me too. I especially, I'm only writing our game, so it's not like I'm doing incredible heavy work, but this idea that it's just never done. Like, our upcoming game is done, and we're still making changes. I am still making changes to it, like to the story. I am still looking at things, being like, I don't like the way this is written. I want to get rid of this word. I want to snip here. We went to my brother Dagan, and he's been playing it, and he was giving us notes, and we've made like very last second changes that were pretty important, like how long something lingers on the screen, or its ghosting effect, and going alpha, and all these kinds of things with effects. And I get it. Like, it's that's why I think it's important, and why I wanted to note, Chris, when I was talking to you, was it's just they made it clear that they put up the parameters, but they can't force their artists to accept those parameters. And I think they said literally, quote, some people just want to work. And I get it, because I am one of those people. So you can't demonize it. And I hate to say, but I do think the people that care the most about the game are going to work the most on it, period. And that's just the way it goes. Sure. Dustin, what does the experience at Guerilla and the purported lack of crunch or mandatory crunch and Horizon 2 tell you about the development of the game?
I'll keep this short just because I think that Chris and you both covered like my thoughts basically very extensively. I think the main thing overall, though, Colin, like you said, is money and the ability to not worry about. I mean, not that Sony doesn't need to worry about their quarterly financial stuff, but when you're making so much money off every game sold on your platform, that gives you some leeway in order to make sure your first party games are very, very good at launch. And I think that they see the payoff from that. Horizon's going to sell millions and millions of copies, so it'll be worth it for them in the end.
Yeah, well said. And also just worth noting that there was some math done, and I think it was on Push Square or one of those sites, and they were saying that nonetheless, with the PS4, PS5 pricing differential, which we were talking about on last week's episode, that something like 70% of UK sales were still on PS5, which means that this kind of bait and switch that they did, where they just charged $10 more for the game, even though you could have gotten it for $60 on both platforms, probably paid for the entire Guerilla extension that they got of a few months. That probably was just paid for right there. So pretty shrewd, although unfortunate. Ninja DC wrote in and said, hello, CDC. Why does the mainstream gaming media not give much attention to JRPGs anymore? Sure, Final Fantasy and Persona still command attention, but anything outside those two gets as much coverage as a slightly above average indie game. I was reminded of this again with the recent Nintendo Direct that positioned Xenoblade 3 as Nintendo's big fall game when Breath of the Wild 2 inevitably slips to 2023. But the Game Press gave less attention to that than the Mario Kart DLC. I bring this non-PlayStation example up because only a decade ago, gaming's media advocacy of Xenoblade 1 was directly responsible for it getting a US release. I remember that. What happened in the past decade or so that reduced JRPG coverage and advocacy amongst the gaming press? Is it a preference for realism, lack of Western social justice talking points, fan service? Dustin, I'm curious what you think of this. I think he's right, actually, in a lot of different ways, but I don't think he's focusing on what the major things were that destroyed JRPG's reputation. So what do you think about his inquiry or her inquiry?
I think that the perceived lack of coverage of JRPGs, I don't know if that's the way that I would look at it personally. I think that, gaming more when it was in its infancy, so to say, or let's just think about PlayStation 1, there wasn't as many games, and many, many, many of them were coming from Japan. And the landscape is just totally different from a global standpoint of developers, that there's just way more out there. And so with that, I think a lot of tastes have changed and adapted. And so, yeah, I don't think that JRPGs and Japanese games that are, we'll say, JRPG style, quintessentially Japanese, we'll say anime style, are necessarily as popular or as taking up as much of the mainstream focus as they used to. Not that they're necessarily doing worse. So overall, though, I mean, Final Fantasy and Persona are obviously huge. He mentions those directly, but there's still stuff like Tales was on the Xbox stage for the new one. Tales of Arise was big as well. So I think it's just a shift overall, and that there's just so much more out there that we'll say anime style JRPGs or whatever don't take up a third of the market anymore.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think you're right, and I think it's a marriage of, I think during the PS3 era, JRPGs started getting cringy. Kind of happened during the PS2 era, but they started getting cringy in a lot of different ways. Fan service is one thing, but just quality is another thing entirely. And like what was driving the industry forward. And I think it kind of shed a lot of people at that point. I think a lot of people that are into Japanese role-playing games now are newcomers and people that kind of withstood it or went into hibernation for a while, like me. Because there was a period from 2008 or 2009 to 2016 or 17 where I wasn't playing JRPGs almost ever. There wasn't anything during that period that I wanted to play. Now, there were a few games in hindsight that I missed, Persona 4, a couple of others, but not many. And I would have considered a lot of the games that I did play at the time were action RPGs, like Ys and stuff like that. So it's interesting that he or she sees this change happening, but having worked at a major website, there's also just not much interest from the audience in a lot of these games. I used to really drive the JRPG coverage at IGN. We used to have the exclusive review of every Tales game that came out. Bandai Namco will be the first one to tell you that my coverage at IGN was a major factor in Ni no Kuni doing well in the West. And that kind of stuff can really be important when I didn't do that for them. I did it because it was an awesome game. I don't know if a lot of people remember that, but I wrote a lot about Ni no Kuni when no one else was writing about it and kept showing shit from it and kept getting exclusives from it. And it sold 800,000 copies in its first month. And they were like, what the fuck? So a champion can help, right? If the game, and of course, Ni no Kuni was awesome. But a champion can really help, and it's a shame that there aren't more of those champions. But you can't also lie. Like if the press is more interested in Mario Kart DLC than Xenoblade, that's what their audience is telling them. Because even if when I was in charge of PlayStation coverage and I'd put Tails on the front page, the slots 2, 3, 4, and 5 would still do more traffic, even if I was trying to draw more people to that. So you can't create something that doesn't exist. And there's just not a big JRPG fan base. There's a very dedicated, sizable JRPG fan base. Sometimes JRPGs attract people from outside of the genre. I think Final Fantasy VII did that remake. Persona 5 definitely did that. So that's my take. Chris, do you have anything to add on this?
I mean, I think that there's a lot of attention drawn to the Mario Kart DLC, less just because it's not what people thought it was going to be. Like, people thought they were going to get Mario Kart 9, and instead they got Mario Kart 8 kind of turning into the Smash Brothers Ultimate of Mario Kart. You know what I mean? Like, there's a massive shift in focus as to what that game even was. Because Mario Kart 8's been out for a while, and to just get a sudden like beam of new content, and it's all like old tracks and like favorite, like all old favorites kind of coming to Mario Kart 8 out of nowhere. That is kind of interesting. That is actually like very, very strange that they kind of like retrofitted Mario Kart 8 into this quasi live service. That's an interesting
Definitely.
story.
Yeah.
Xenoblade 3, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a JRPG person, so I don't know, but I have to imagine that the strangeness of that announcement and that everybody thought they were going to get the sequel, I can't imagine that didn't have the primary pull away from other games.
Yeah. I'll also say to Ninja DC that we needed in the West a level of advocacy to get Xenoblade 1 released. You didn't need that advocacy to get Xenoblade 3 released, right? So it seems like the situation is just better overall. Thank you for writing in. Bono Clay wrote in and said, hey, the notorious CDC. Another From Software game, another discussion about accessibility. Here's my take. Games with accessibility features should be celebrated since we're all one bad accident away from needing them. However, games that don't have them shouldn't be attacked or derided for it. If I get mangled, I fully expect to be stuck with turn-based RPGs. I actually think about that all the time. Games shouldn't be penalized when difficulty and obtuseness are parts of the art or experience. Your thoughts? I have thought about that. Like, what if I lost a hand? What if I had a stroke and only had one side of my body? Or what? Like, it's like, yeah, you play Civilization, which is fine. I would rather have more choices, but it's all turn-based stuff from there. This is interesting, though. I agree. And Dustin, I want to throw it over to you first because this conversation does revolve like a moon around From Software. It's just getting closer and closer to the planet as it rotates and revolves around it. And it's a little frustrating because the answer never really changes. Do what you want. From Software, obviously, does not give a fuck about what you think about accessibility options. I don't know how much clearer they can possibly make it to everyone. It's kind of amazing that people keep talking about it. How much more obvious do they have to be? That they do not care. That they don't want their games played by everyone. That they don't want accessible games. And that's the kind of game they make. That's it. But he's right. We shouldn't turn away from the option of accessibility because we might all need it one day. And that's why I was praising Horizon earlier for having a shit ton of accessibility options. And some of them are old and some of them are just things that we've had for years, like skipping QuickTime events or whatever. Who cares? But it does, I think, become redundant. And that's why, and maybe this, and even having this question on the show adds to the problem. But I don't like that FromSoft is expected to bend, and that the fact that they won't buckle means that it just gets written about as a negative. When in fact, I think it's a kind of a positive to say, like, we believe in our vision. We've seen the articles. We have eyeballs. We've released many games. And every time we release one, you ask why it's not easier and why it can't have an easy mode and why it's not accessible. and then we release the next game that ignores everything you said, and then you ask the questions again. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, is that the market clearly shows that it doesn't matter if there's easier modes or not. I think that the point I want to make, since I think that you're right and that this conversation keeps coming up, and it's, at least I feel like I've been consistent with it overall. I think we have been inconsistent with it on the show. So the point I'll make this time is just that I think it's important to make a distinction between that where a lot of people are specifically talking about accessibility in terms of difficulty. I think that games should include accessibility options as far as like being able to remap the controls is a basic one that I think that all games should include. A lot of the stuff that Naughty Dog has done with like the low vision stuff for people that are visually impaired and stuff like that. I don't want to say that that's like a requirement, but I think that that stuff is awesome and that games should include as much of that as possible. But again, I don't think you should demand any developer to do that. It just, I don't know. I always think about this. Difficulty is part of accessibility, but I feel like the messaging gets a little messed up when we just say accessibility. From Software doesn't care about accessibility in gaming. It's like, no, well, they don't care about putting in an easier difficulty. And that's one aspect of accessibility. I would be more concerned about being able to like remap controls, giving more options like that. Hopefully that makes sense overall. That's kind of a
No, it does.
scattershot of thoughts.
It does make sense. I think I'll sit down, and I bring this example up every once in a while, but if I sat down with EVE Online, which is a game I really wanted to play when I was younger, like it sounded so cool, and I don't get it. I can't understand it. I don't even understand the first thing about that game, no matter how much I read about it. And I could go in and be like, well, where's the easy mode? And people are like, motherfucker, it's EVE Online. There is no easy mode. It is EVE Online. If you don't like EVE Online, go play something else. And I don't feel like why that's like so insulting to people. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think developers should be able to make whatever it is they want. You know, it's the long and short of it. I think when games have accessibility options, I think you should praise that. And if they don't, I think that's totally valid and fine. If that's the goal or vision of the creator, you know, it's a really basic concept.
I agree. And yet not so basic, apparently. Final question has the worst possible topic. Mark Whittington wrote in and said, Dear SS, on last week's show, you made the statement that Sonic is only culturally irrelevant now after 30 years due to the emergent film and TV franchise. While I appreciate Dustin was probably too young, given Colin's age, he must remember how big Sonic was in the early 90s during his Mega Drive heyday. We didn't call it the Mega Drive here. Stop being so European. I remember Sonic 2, 3, and Knuckles and 3D having huge marketing campaigns and being the talk of the playground. Not to mention the amount of Sonic merchandise, 2 separate cartoon series, a well-regarded comic series, among other things. Is the early dementia setting in, or did I live through a different early 90s than Colin? You have to understand, I have a steep bias against Sonic. That's built into like my DNA, right? Like I can't shake it. It's the same reason why NES will always be my favorite console. It's just like it's never going to change. Yes, you're right. Sonic 1 obviously was a bundle in with Genesis when it came back out. And so it sold a lot of copies, like 40 million units. Sonic 2, I think, sold like 15 million units. It's a lot on Genesis. Massive install base, Nintendo-like install base. But here's the thing. I didn't take Sonic fans seriously then. I don't take them very seriously now. So we weren't having a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog conversations on the playground. We were talking about Super Mario World. We were talking about, Final Fantasy 2/4, Final Fantasy 3/6. We were talking about Chrono Trigger, Kirby.
Yeah.
Not your nerd shit.
The OJ trial.
Anyway, so you guys weren't around, but I was.
No.
You were but an embryonic twinkle.
Yeah, I was a mere fetal organism. I think that. So here's the problem with this entire sentence, right? The premise of this guy's question revolves around his issue with you saying that Sonic's only relevant now because of his reemergence in film and TV.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
That's what he's saying.
And his argument is to go back to the early 90s.
So he's not disproving me at all, in fact.
No, it's you're exactly right. Like the only reason, look, if you want to be real, Mark, if you want to be like absolutely real, Sonic has persisted in popular culture for reasons that are remarkably unsavory that I don't even know if we could even talk about on this podcast. Because there are characters on the internet who are just so attached to Sonic that I would argue that they are more responsible for Sonic's like modern success than even Sonic is. If you guys want to look up, you guys want to do a quick little Google search of a fella by the name of Chris Chan, then go ahead.
Man, that's the guy that
I
that
swear to
banged his
God.
mom, right?
Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah. But
Oh dear.
that man, that individual probably has more to do with Sonic's persistence through the mid 2000s to late 2000s into this decade than Sonic actually does by himself.
True enough.
And that's not something that you want to. That's not a good thing, by the way.
No, I mean, well said. You caught him very lawyerly in your dissection of the statement. Dustin, you have anything to add?
Yeah.
Sonic fans, stand down.
Jeez, just continue to stand down, please. No, but you're right.
Yeah,
Sonic had its heyday 30 years ago. It is relevant again because of those movies. And in between were a couple of good games. Sonic Adventure. I like Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast. And I wrote the strategy guide for
100%.
Sonic Heroes. I thought I was going to kill myself
Ooh.
when I was writing that one.
Oh man.
Rough stuff. Okay.
That's a bad one.
All right. Boys, it is finally time to go. Chris, do you have any closing comments? No,
I'm not
that's surprising.
hungry.
This is a long one.
Look at that, huh? You know what? I'm just never. I think I'm just gonna not eat for the rest of the day.
Collapse in on yourself like a dying star.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Dustin, closing comments.
I'm looking forward. I'm going to have some leftover roast beef.
Nice.
In probably the next 10 minutes.
Sick.
And so, man, leftovers sometimes eating leftovers is a bit of a chore, but other times they're to be cherished. And I will be cherishing this roast beef. And then probably, I have a lot of production stuff to do for Sacred Symbols, of course, but then I'm probably going to check out Elden Ring. So exciting evening ahead.
Sick. Yeah, I got to get my notes together for Drake's Fortune. I'm actually going to watch a playthrough of it tonight. I found like a really well done 4-hour like full playthrough of it, which is short because the game's like 8 to 10 hours long. But if you're really good at it, you can do it quick. So I'm just going to sit there and watch that and catch up. But yeah, otherwise off to walk the dogs and eat dinner and work out and all the rest. We appreciate all of you guys out there. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of Last Stand Media, whether on free feeds on YouTube or of course on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Come see us live, Sacred Symbols 200 in Richmond, Virginia in late April. We hope to see you there. Leave us nice reviews on podcast services if you can, and we will see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.